Chapter 1920. That's great. The three divine emperors were very worried about Dition's safety. Two divine emperors who used the same bloodline power as Dition were extremely terrifying. The most shameless move was when Divine Ruler Rainbow took out one of his 8 divine emperor treasures. The three divine emperors knew very well what kind of conspiracy they were up to. However, they could not afford to split into two. They had to join forces to resist the attacks from the 7 divine emperor treasures. None of them could withstand the attacks from the divine emperor treasures. That was their strategy all along. The 3 divine emperors were shocked by the 3 secret techniques. The destructive power of those techniques was extremely terrifying and almost impossible to resist. They finally understood why Dition needed a large number of divine pulses. Furthermore, the more the better, and there was no such thing as too much. Master Sun Yuan wanted to help. The monstrous river of time prevented him from using his full strength, as he was also affected by the power of time. After all, the power of time was much higher in status than the power of space. It might be easier to deal with other bloodline powers. However, Master Sun Yuan was helpless against the power of time. He was only a high-level ultimate god after all, and was affected by the power of time. Even if the power of space could resist part of it, he was still 80% suppressed. That was much better than an ordinary high-level ultimate god. At the same time, Master Sun Yuan did not dare to get too close. Master Sun Yuan did not want to experience the power of the secret technique space collapse the second time, as he was filled with doubts. Is this guy really a bottomless pit? That was a secret technique that could be used 3 times. Divine power could not withstand such a torturous consumption. However, the truth was right in front of him, and Master Sun Yuan could not afford to doubt it. Divine Ruler Rainbow was not happy for too long. Dition had broken through the joint attack of 2 top-notch divine rulers. Lei Wu's strong divine body was also covered in wounds because of Dition's weakness. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow's face turned ashen when he saw this. Why is it like this again? Divine Ruler Rainbow's face was ferocious as he took out his ultimate god treasure. It was a treasure fragment called the Chaotic Divine Destruction Sword. It was an emperor treasure from a long time ago. Its power was unimaginable. When Divine Venerable Long Rainbow used it, its power was comparable to a divine emperor's treasure. Although the Sword of Destruction was just a fragment, it was still very terrifying. It was also thanks to this treasure that Hierarch Long Rainbow was able to become the strongest below the God Emperor. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Lin Fei's brows twitched. With a single thought, spatial energy appeared in front of him. The afterimage slashed out with its sword, blasting apart the power of space and heading straight for Lin Fei's forehead. The power of this sword was still very terrifying. At that moment, the path of death came crashing down again, and its might had increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei was attacked from both sides. Lei Wu's reaction was also very fast. He shot out explosively, layer after layer of time, energy blocking in front of him. He wanted to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. As long as he could increase the distance between them, he would still be able to restrain Dition. Dition, you've used your secret skill 3 times in a row. Let's see how much divine power you have left. Lei Wu sneered. The blade of time slashed through the air, not letting go of this best opportunity. Lin Fei's black hair fluttered as he laughed. You can't compete with me in terms of divine power. Time obliteration. It was another great secret technique. Boom. The speed of time energy was simply unstoppable. Lin Fei endured the 2 attacks and used his great secret skill once more. A monstrous might washed over Lei Wu's body, sending him flying out of the Imperial City and crashing into the array formation. He can still use a great secret skill? Sun Yuan's heart trembled. What kind of monster is this? Even the attacks of 2 God Emperor treasures can't break through his defense. Lei Wu was repeatedly hit by the great secret skill. His vitality was greatly damaged. Taoist Long Rainbow, I can't hold on any longer. I'll be leaving first. Lei Wu took out a spatial door and dove in, not even looking at Divine Long Rainbow's expression. Staying alive was more important. If he used another great secret skill, he would lose his life. Divine Long Rainbow was like an enraged lion. Sun Yuan, don't be afraid. DTon doesn't have much divine power left. Let's attack together. Divine Long Rainbow was secretly cursing Lei Wu for being a coward. I guarantee that he can't hold on any longer. He's already at the end of his tether. Fearing that Sun Yuan would also leave, Divine Long Rainbow desperately activated the Chaos Origin Annihilation Sword. Multiple sword shadows slashed out. He was going to risk it all. Sun Yuan was still afraid. A battle between space and time? The chances of victory were not high. Lin Fei was most wary of the time controller. As long as he was present, his power of time could not affect him. The river of time transformed into a blade of time that slashed at Sun Yuan. I'm not playing either. Without Lei Wu restraining him, Sun Yuan did not dare to fight back. He was not even afraid of the attacks of God Emperor treasures. How could he fight back? Taking out a space gate, Xianxia dived into it without any hesitation. Bastard! Divine Long Rainbow seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The two peak controllers he had invited had left just like that. Did it mean that he had wasted his efforts again? Whoosh! The power of time swept over. Divine Long Rainbow, a peak ultimate god, knew he was in trouble. I've heard that peak ultimate gods are very powerful. I wonder if you're that powerful. The power of space surrounded him. Lin Fei first suppressed Divine Long Rainbow and smirked. Time obliteration. Space collapse. Two secret techniques were unleashed at the same time. The moment Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile, revered god Long Rainbow knew that things were about to go south. However, it was a pity that he couldn't break free from the combination of the two powers. The Great Secretary's power was unleashed at the same time. Even though Divine Long Rainbow was a peak ultimate god, he did not have it easy as he was drowned in the secret technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei once again activated the power of time. The 500 ultimate gods from the divine world were terrifyingly powerful. Without the suppression, they were like ferocious tigers. Lin Fei had to suppress them. The ultimate gods from the divine world who were in the midst of killing suddenly felt their speed slowing down. Their minds could not keep up with the speed. They secretly cursed and looked up at the sky. Divine Long Rainbow was nowhere to be seen. All hail DTon. Brothers, here's our chance. Kill them all and avenge our brothers. The ultimate gods from the Moan world who were still at a disadvantage were delighted. It was the long-awaited feeling again. That was great. The situation suddenly changed. Time cage. Space cage. Two cages were unleashed at the same time, with one layer inside and one outside. This time, Lin Fei did not plan to give them chance to leave. Chapter 1921. It was a battle of divine power. Lin Fei was not afraid of anyone. Who asked him to have such a huge amount of divine power? Lin Fei was in great pain after continuously using the Great Bloodline secret technique. He had no choice. He would not be able to gain the upper hand if he did not scare one of them away. Thankfully, everything was under control. Anyone who had cultivated to this level would be afraid of death, and the controller was no exception. Hence, Lei Wu's controller had fled. Without the restraints of the time power, it was easy to deal with a space master. Unexpectedly, Sun Yuan was also very timid. He did not have the courage to attack even when Divine Venerable Rainbow suggested to join forces and left Divine Venerable Rainbow alone. Lin Fei's worries were resolved. In order to vent his anger, he continuously used two great bloodline secret techniques to make Divine Venerable Rainbow suffer. No matter how capable Divine Venerable Rainbow was, Lin Fei did not believe that he could fight him head-on. In fact, Divine Venerable Rainbow was attacking with his Great Bloodline secret technique. He took out all kinds of defensive treasures. Countless defensive treasures were destroyed during that period. Divine Venerable Rainbow was in great pain as he watched. However, he could not resist the terrifying power of the Great Bloodline secret technique and was drowned in it. If Divine Venerable Rainbow was given another chance, he would not have foolishly rushed forward. Instead, he would have stayed far away. He did not expect Tion's divine power to be so strong that he could continuously use the Great Bloodline secret technique. On top of that, Tion's Great Bloodline secret technique was upgraded to the high-level ultimate god level. Divine Venerable Rainbow was drowned in it. The pitiful enemies from the divine world who had just gained the upper hand. They were surrounded. The double suppression of the time power and space power dealt a fatal blow to them. They could not see any hope. The high-level ultimate gods could not break free at all. On the other hand, the ultimate gods from the Moan world were all full of fighting spirit. It was almost a one-sided situation when a dozen or more people besieged an ultimate god. One by one, the ultimate gods fell in the night. They would never have thought that a good night attack, a battle operation, in a situation where they clearly had the upper hand, would end up with the same scene that happened that night. Some of the ultimate gods who participated in the night attack were from the last time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. With two top-tier controllers around, there was nothing for them to worry about. The only thing they were afraid of was Tion, the dual bloodline controller. Everyone else was nothing in their eyes. No matter how they attacked, under the suppression of the two top bloodline powers, they had no chance to struggle and escape. Cough, cough, cough. In the end, Divine Great Rainbow was able to endure the attacks of the two great secret techniques. However, he was in a much more sorry state than Lin Fei. His face was drained of blood. Tion, you've ruined His Majesty's plans time and time again. This enmity is irreconcilable. Hierarch Long Rainbow's voice grew weaker. He summoned back his 8 God Emperor treasures and attacked the Time Cage and Space Cage. No matter how much revered God Long Rainbow hated Tion right now, he couldn't just watch as the revered gods died one after another. If all of them were to die, how was he going to answer to them when he returned? Supporting his body that was on the verge of collapsing, he broke through the seal of the double bloodline and finally gave the divine Venerable Ones hope. Retreat. After breaking the seal, Hierarch Long Rainbow repeated what he had said before. Retreat. They had to retreat. 2 waves of secret technique attacks had severely injured Hierarch Long Rainbow. Even peak ultimate gods could not take it. Let's go. That Tion is a nightmare. I won't come back to face Tion in the future. He's playing with his life. After finally regaining their freedom, the ultimate gods wished their parents had given them more legs. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Time. Obliteration. Space collapse. Lin Fei chased after him. Once again, he cast 2 great secret technique attacks. Leave? He had to leave some of them behind. Lin Fei was still hoping to plunder a batch of divine veins from them. Otherwise, he would have to make up for his losses this time, right? Although Hierarch Long Rainbow wanted to leave, he still had to suppress the 3 God Emperors. However, when the 2 waves of secret technique attacks came, he knew he could not take it anymore. He could not withstand such attacks with his current body. Whoosh! A spatial door flew out and Hierarch Long Rainbow entered it. He did not want to experience such a terrifying attack again. Hierarch Long Rainbow could not care about the others. Low-level ultimate gods did not have spatial doors, as they were not cheap. Some high-level ultimate gods hurriedly took out their spatial doors and entered it. However, there were only a few of them. Most of them were not so lucky and were directly drowned by the 2 forces. Low-level ultimate gods died on the spot. Mid-level ultimate gods were not much better off. They were also on the verge of death with their powerful divine bodies in tatters. A heaven immortal could kill them. High-level ultimate gods were a little tougher, but they were not much better off. Don't kill us, we surrender. I surrender. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. The ultimate gods who barely managed to survive were terrified. Just now, countless ultimate gods were killed or injured in that wave of attacks. Only a few managed to escape before the attack arrived. They could not care less and chose to surrender. The 3 God Emperors were shocked by the secret technique attack. That kind of lethality was too terrifying. How much divine power did it consume? They did not dare to think about it. Even they, who had a strong foundation, secretly took a deep breath. That was not the way to play. Lin Fei did not suffer any losses from those ultimate gods who surrendered. The three god emperors did not stop them, as they needed a real victory. The tragic ultimate gods were killed by the ultimate gods who caught up. None of them survived. Run? How could they run when they were seriously injured? What a scam. Those were the words they wanted to curse before they died. What a great victory! Divine Emperor Wu Yin came to Lin Fei's side with a face full of joy. You're amazing. The three god emperors were elated. They killed about 400 ultimate gods in that great victory. Although the Moan realm had lost some ultimate gods in the beginning, the tables turned, and it was the divine realm that suffered heavy losses. I finally know that whoever fights you will not have a good ending. Divine Emperor Tai Su laughed. Even Hierarch Long Rainbow was scared away by you. They will retreat after this. Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said, they can't afford to lose anymore. Lin Fei thought so too. Just now, he had painstakingly used his great secret technique again to force the immortal realm to retreat. It's good that they retreat. Lin Fei laughed. Boom, 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 just as everyone was cheering. Chapter 1922. The crimson light radiated in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson. Everyone who was originally happy was stunned, and then they revealed a wisp of a serious expression. Especially the three god emperors. Their faces were filled with respect. Their sharp eyes pierced through the void, staring at the crimson light pillar. The legend has appeared. Why would it appear now? Chaos is about to descend. Lin Fei felt a terrifying aura from the crimson light pillar. Brother Noonflame, what is this? Even Lin Fei could feel the extraordinariness of the crimson light pillar. At this moment, the entire hell world was dyed crimson, and this crimson color spread quickly. 6 subworlds, and then the divine realm. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. Some were surprised, some were shocked. God Emperor Noonflame took a deep breath, staring at the crimson light pillar. The divine realm will not act again. Everyone must focus on the crimson light pillar, because the God Child is about to appear. So it was the God Child. Lin Fei understood. He had heard about the God's Child a long time ago. It seemed like the God's Child had appeared earlier than expected. Could it be that something had happened? The God's Child's aura is extraordinary. Lin Fei had heard all sorts of rumors about the God Child and could not help but feel a little surprised. God Emperor Taishu nodded. The God Child is formed from the will of the heavens and earth. Every God's Child is a super monster. Perhaps one of them will become an emperor, rule the world, and create a new era. Lin Fei was shocked. What a high evaluation. This was an era without an emperor. Even a God Emperor could forget about dominating an era. Only a God Emperor had the right to rule an era and establish a peerless empire. Lin Fei sensed that he was very far away from the crimson light pillar. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking him. He was shocked. Was he going to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The 3 God Emperors returned to the Moan in Kingdom Capital. The next day, Hierarch Long Rainbow retreated with his army. With a batch of Hierarch dead, Hierarch Long Rainbow's army was no longer strong. If not now, then when? The God Child's appearance would have a much greater impact than an invasion of Subworld. When the news spread, everyone cheered. We won! We won! The entire imperial capital was filled with cheers. Lin Fei, who was in the courtyard, also heard the noise coming from outside. I didn't expect the immortal world to retreat just like that. Dongfang Yijian laughed. Unfortunately, I haven't killed enough. In a short period of time, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian had a good chat. The combination of the two had given rise to Dongfang Yijian's fame. In the immortal world, he would probably become a powerful opponent that everyone would attach importance to. Ha ha ha! You've killed 50 to 60 godly lords. You could be considered a professional godly lord. Lin Fei laughed. You are now the fastest sword. Who dares to fight with you? Dongfang Yijian also knew that because he was D-Tian, his infinite speed could be used perfectly. Once he left D-Tian, His infinite speed would not be as dazzling unless his infinite speed entered the high-level ultimate god realm or even the divine emperor realm. I originally wanted to fight alongside you, but it seems like I can only do it next time. Dongfang Yijian said, when that time comes, I will still challenge you. Lin Fei did not mind. You are welcome to challenge me anytime. After the immortal world retreated, Lin Fei left the Moan world under the warm welcome of Divine Emperor Noonflame. Divine Emperor Noonflame was also generous. Other than giving Lin Fei the divine veins of the godly lords he killed, he also prepared a generous gift, all of which were heaven-level divine veins. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. Lin Fei quickly returned to Hell World through the dimensional door. Divine Emperor Tianxi personally came to welcome him. Brother Di Tian, I knew you could do it. Lin Fei was very surprised. He could feel the importance that Divine Emperor Tianxi attached to him. Big Brother Tianxi, you must be joking. I'm just afraid that I won't do well. Lin Fei laughed. All right. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. Don't try to fool me. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Slaughter, they're all waiting for you. Follow me. The other godly lords looked at Lin Fei enviously. They were completely convinced now. If it was not for Di Tian leading the team, many of their ultimate gods would have died outside. It was precisely because of Di Tian's help that they only lost more than 20 ultimate gods, which was not a lot. Big Brother Tianxi, did something happen to you in such a hurry to welcome me? They arrived at the independent space of Hell Mountain. Under a pavilion, Massacred Divine Emperor and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor were both sitting there. Our hero is back. The Hundreds of Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Massacre Divine Emperor's expressionless face also revealed a trace of a smile. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor, you must be joking. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor supported Lin Fei leading the team. The combination of time power and space power was enough to defeat everything. You're really humble. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor continued to laugh. Nowadays, there aren't many youngsters as humble as you. Divine Emperor Tianxi invited Lin Fei to sit down. Massacre Divine Emperor poured a cup of celestial brew for Lin Fei and raised his eyelids. You did well. Hell World is borrowing your light. Lin Fei knew that Massacre Divine Emperor rarely spoke. To be able to say this meant that he recognized someone. I'm a junior brother and also a part of Hell World. Big Brother Massacre, you don't have to say this. Both Divine Emperor Tianxi and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor liked Lin Fei. Not everyone had this kind of temperament that was neither arrogant nor conceited. You know about the God's Son? Divine Emperor Tianxi said. Lin Fei nodded. I know. The 108 godsons are about to be born. I heard that they are born with the will of heaven and earth. They are very monstrous. Divine Emperor Tianxi said, this is just ordinary news. In fact, the 108 godsons will all be abnormally monstrous. They are all born with extremely strong bloodline talent. At the same time, there will also be invincible bloodline. In other words, the future will be a powerful era. Invincible experts will appear and dominate an era, or even several eras. Lin Fei listened quietly, but his heart was also surging with waves. Invincible bloodline. Invincible expert. This is not something that can be said casually. This is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Fei still remembered the existence of invincible bloodline in the treasure tower. Invincible divine emperor bloodline. He didn't expect that this level of expert would really appear. Divine Emperor Tianxi underestimated Lin Fei's mental endurance. He didn't feel any uneasiness. Chapter 1923. Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others were indeed optimistic about Lin Fei's in-name junior brother. How many people would have top-notch double bloodlines? Once he stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he would be one of the top Divine Emperors. When a godson was born, the competition would be extremely intense. The experts of the divine world would also come out in full force to fight for these monstrous geniuses and revitalize the strength of their sections. Being born with the will of heaven and earth was quite terrifying. They naturally hoped that Lin Fei could also accept some godsons as disciples. If Lin Fei accepted more, the mysterious sky world would also be a potential powerful ally of the underworld in the future. That was why they said such words. If it were them, they would not say it even if they were beaten to death. There was no need for it. On the same day, a celebration banquet was held in the capital of Mon Kingdom. Lin Fei had become the main character without a doubt. During this period, all the divine venerables came up to toast and express their gratitude. The celebration banquet lasted until late at night. It was rare for Lin Fei to have a good drink. He did not refuse anyone. On the second day, Lin Fei bid farewell to Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others and prepared to return to the mysterious sky world. Before leaving, Divine Emperor Tianxi gave him a generous gift. It was also a heavenly divine pulse. They were all paying attention to the situation in the Mon Kingdom. They also knew that this junior brother cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and needed the support of vigorous divine power. Therefore, they prepared 3,000 heavenly divine pulses. Only divine emperors could do such a big thing. Returning to the mysterious sky world was very fast. The space door that was set up previously was put to use. Lin Fei teleported back one by one. If he went to the underworld next time, it would not be so troublesome. Lin Fei set up a space door. As long as he went back to build another space door and connect the two spaces, he would be able to go back and forth. Standing on a nameless star, Lin Fei could still see the blood-red color between heaven and earth. There were a total of 108 blood-colored light pillars. Invincible bloodline, invincible expert. My system might not be afraid of you. Lin Fei looked at those light pillars and felt very proud. So what if he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He had the great system and could also refine and absorb the invincible bloodline. He was very close to reaching this step. As long as he reached the God Emperor realm, he would be able to cultivate the invincible bloodline. Lin Fei really hadn't thought about taking the Divine Son as his disciple. He stepped into the profound sky world once again. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the entire profound sky world. I'm back. The last time he left, he was still a God King. He had returned as a high-level ultimate God expert. They retreated so quickly. Lin Fei had just swept the entire profound sky world, and the people from the 8 major sects had all retreated. After killing the big shots of the 8 major sects, Lin Fei went into seclusion for 100 years. The strength of the 8 major sects in the mysterious sky world increased tremendously. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to wipe out the 8 major sects, but he did not expect them to leave in advance. This was inevitable. The news that Hierarch Long Rainbow suffered a great loss in Mon World and led his army back to Mon World inevitably spread out. Among them, Lin Fei was the focus. Anyone would have to think twice about the double bloodline power that could affect a high-level ultimate god. Therefore, the 8 major sects retreated overnight and temporarily left the 8 major sects behind. It's good that they left. Saves me the trouble of chasing them out. Back to Invincible Palace. Invincible Palace was now the undisputed #1 sect. Lin Fei had been out for a while. He first spent a few days with his wives, then guided his daughter's cultivation and released a large number of divine kings to improve Invincible Palace's strength. Invincible Palace was still very powerful without the ultimate god experts. For safety's sake, Lin Fei rearranged a formation with the power of space and time inside and outside to form a super-killing formation that could be used against high-level ultimate gods. It was only then that Lin Fei felt relieved. After setting up the restrictive formation, Lin Fei once again came to the secret chamber and began preparing to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. Lin Fei realized the power of the bloodline was enough to suppress an ultimate god expert after his bloodline power broke through to the ultimate god level. While the 108 sons were not born, Lin Fei decided to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial avatars sat cross-legged together and took out the bloodline power and refined it into the avatars' bodies. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. With the ultimate godhead, he pushed his realm to the peak ultimate god realm and was only one step away from the divine emperor realm. Peak ultimate god, I can refine the bloodline power again. Lin Fei refined the heaven-level divine pulse that was sent to him. The 8 major sects retreated from the mysterious heavens world. The news also caused a huge stir in the mysterious heavens world. The 8 major sects expanded their forces very quickly. Other than the Invincible Palace's territory, the 8 major sects had their footprints in other worlds. Later, there was news that Invincible Palace's #1 expert, Xianxia, had done something sensational outside. He killed hundreds of ultimate god experts and scared the 8 major sects into leaving. The news spread like wildfire. Invincible Palace did not deny it. Everyone was shocked. His strength had improved to such a level in 100 years. On the other hand, the forces of the 7 overlords sent over gifts of congratulations. All of them were heavenly ranked divine veins. This news was clear to the forces behind them. The 8 major sects' territories were quickly swallowed up by the 7 major overlords. Lin Fei did not come out to stop them. Lin Fei did not care much about the 7 major overlords' forces. As long as they did not come out to cause trouble, it was just a piece of territory. What was there to care about? Since the gifts were sent, Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation. As his realm advanced to the peak ultimate god realm, Lin Fei was not afraid that the 8 major sects would invite peak ultimate gods to deal with him. If they really came, they would be the ones regretting it. Every day, his strength was increasing. Lin Fei worked hard to improve his bloodline power and the 18 primordial avatars at the same time. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. The Earth Controller done. The Ice Controller done. The Divine Fire Controller done. Under the acceleration of time, the primordial avatars increased their realms to the ultimate god realm. What followed was the improvement of their bloodline power. The divine power consumption was also huge. Lin Fei could bear it. At most, he would go to the divine world and make a fortune. Time flew by in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In those 50 years, whether it was the 6 child worlds or the divine world, it was relatively quiet. The blood-colored light pillar between heaven and earth had also become unusually demonic. Chapter 1924. It was a rare, peaceful day. The blood-colored light beam was red and demonic. 50 years had attracted countless eyes to the blood-colored light beam. Any of the talented and potential divine princes had the potential to become an emperor and dominate an era in the future. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity. They were waiting for the day of their birth. The 51st year, the boundless blood-colored light swept across the world. All the major forces in the world could not sit still. They all showed up and activated their treasures to arrive at the blood-colored light beam, waiting for the moment of their birth. On an uninhabited planet, the blood-colored light beam stood in the sky and was extremely domineering. The blood-colored light beam turned billions of miles into a forbidden zone. Even the powerful divine emperors could not break the power of the forbidden zone and could only wait outside. The Hell World wants this place. 3 divine emperors arrived on the uninhabited planet. The divine emperor's aura shot up into the sky and crushed everyone, regardless of whether they agreed or not. They were all sent flying into the endless void. Forbidden zones were everywhere. Experts from all walks of life showed up one after another. There were also some old farts who joined in to show their power. In the entire heavens and the earth, there were ceaselessly rumors of some old undyings making an appearance with formidable combat strength, suppressing all experts and occupying position after position. Most of them were experts from the divine realm. Among them, peak ultimate gods and old monsters whose combat power was no less than a divine emperor also showed up to fight for the rights of the forbidden zones. 60 to 70 positions were occupied by forces from the divine realm. The 8 divine emperors who had not shown up until now also showed up and occupied positions with their powerful strength. Every day, big and small news kept spreading. the invincible palace in the mysterious heavenly world. It's done. It took a long time to refine the bloodline and improve the power of the bloodline. As the black-robed Lin Fei jumped up, the 18 primordial mist avatars cupped their hands. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 18 avatars walked into his body. It's not easy. During the 50 years, Lin Fei almost didn't care about the outside world and focused on building his 18 primordial mist avatars. Fortunately, everything was done. His 18 primordial avatars had also advanced to the ultimate god realm. Their cultivation realm was barely at the mid-level ultimate god realm, and their bloodline power was also at the mid-level ultimate god realm. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As soon as Lin Fei came out of seclusion, all sorts of news entered his ears. The infernal realm had sent him messages several times, asking him when he would head to the blood-red pillar of light. Flipping through the information left behind, Lin Fei had a general idea that the godchild was about to be born. The 6 subordinate worlds, the immortal world, and some ancient families and forces had shown up to participate in the competition. A divine son with the potential of an emperor. Lin Fei did not care about this. However, the invincible palace needed a group of powerful geniuses. It seems that I also need to accept a few disciples. Lin Fei laughed at himself. He took a step forward and left the mysterious sky world, standing under the starry sky. With his peak ultimate god combat power, Lin Fei was not afraid of those veteran forces in the divine world. 108. All the major powers and hidden ancient clans have come out and occupied 2/3 of the blood-colored light pillars. I'm going to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Lin Fei laughed mischievously and headed east, under the endless starry sky, in a star filled with hurricanes. Various forces were fighting for control. This was a relatively dangerous place. The black hurricanes were powerful enough to injure ultimate gods. In the center of this star, there was a blood-colored light pillar. The entire star had turned into a restricted area. Outside the star, various tyrants were fighting. The number of divine sons was limited. Almost every place was occupied by the major forces. Everyone hoped to have a divine emperor under them to dominate an era. They would not miss such an opportunity. The 8 divine emperors occupied the most forces. Outside of them were the ancient clans with terrifying strength. Even the 8 divine emperors did not dare to disrespect them. After all, some of these clans had divine emperors in the past. The secret treasures left behind were not to be underestimated. Therefore, some of the blood-colored light pillars were divided among these clans. This hurricane star was one of them. There were a total of 8 clans fighting for this blood-colored light pillar. The 8 clans fought fiercely for the blood-colored light pillar. Violent energy waves swept through the area and hit the restricted area from time to time. In such an occasion, even ultimate gods could fall. The main battle relied on ultimate gods. Divine kings were only there to watch the show. At that moment, the battle between the 8 clans was at its most intense. The Fan clan, an ancient clan, had the upper hand. Rumor had it that 10,000 years ago, they had an invincible divine emperor who could compete with divine emperors. The Fan clan had been passed down to the present day. The current generation of the Fan clan was also filled with geniuses. On the surface, they had 2 divine emperor experts and controlled a huge domain. How dare a mere clan compare to our Fan clan? You're not worthy to have a divine child. The peak ultimate god of the Fan clan was a young man in a brocade robe. He broke through the sky with his sword and suppressed everyone. People kept dying under his sword. Young Emperor Fan, you're so arrogant. Do you dare to fight me? A giant handprint came crashing down. Lin Fei came all the way. There were experts flying across the starry sky. Some were alone while others were in groups of 3 to 5. Their goal was the same, to fight for the divine child. In the endless starry sky, there were waves of energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were peerless experts fighting. For the divine child, both the forces in name and those hidden behind the scenes have all come out. Lin Fei watched with great interest. Lin Fei had seen many experts along the way. There were more than 10 peak ultimate gods among them. It's up ahead. Lin Fei did not need any treasures. His speed was the fastest when he used the power of space. As he kept moving, a black star appeared in front of him. Hurricane Star. Many blood-colored light pillars were occupied. Lin Fei took a step back and chose some dangerous areas. The Hurricane Star was one of them. This news came from the divine Emperor Tianxi. After knowing that Lin Fei had come out of seclusion, he mentioned the fight for the divine child and told Lin Fei where he could compete. One intense fight. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in the distance. Outside the star, a young man in a brocade robe was holding a sword in one hand. His peak ultimate god's combat strength was fully unleashed. His sword technique was unparalleled, and even the sky and earth changed color as he suppressed his opponent. Half-step divine Emperor strength. Young Emperor Fan held his sword, and his sword technique was so sharp that the crowd could not breathe. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die," young Emperor Fan said disdainfully as his eyes swept across the crowd that was sent flying. Use divine Emperor treasures to attack. Someone took out a divine pagoda. It was a divine Emperor treasure. The pressure of a divine Emperor crushed toward young Emperor Fan, causing the starry sky to tremble. How dare you use a low-ranked divine Emperor treasure? Chapter 1925. The Divine Emperor Sword. Someone recognized it and was shocked. Rumor had it that the Fan clan's 2 divine emperors were extremely powerful. The Divine Emperor Sword was a treasure passed down in the Fan clan. Everyone thought it was just a rumor. It had been a long time since the divine world had a divine emperor in person. It's too late. Fan Xiaowang swung his sword, and a dozen low-level ultimate gods died. Blood rained down. Fan Xiaowang, who held the divine emperor sword, destroyed the divine emperor treasures one after another, leaving corpses behind. The experts from the other clans fled in panic. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. In a short while, Fan Xiaowang suppressed all his opponents, leaving only the Fan clan experts. "Sir, have you seen enough?" Fan Xiaowang's eyes shot out 2 sword rays. They shot towards the void. The strength of a half-step divine emperor. This is an eye-opener. A black hole appeared in front of Lin Fei, swallowing the 2 sword rays, and appeared under the starry sky. Fan Xiaowang's eyes were like torches, and his killing intent surged. "Scram if you don't want to die. The Fan clan has their eyes on this place." 7 clans joined forces, but they were defeated by Fan Xiaowang. Some died, and some were injured. Naturally, a peak ultimate god was beneath them. "Hee, your word don't work on me. I have my eyes on this place," Lin Fei said indifferently. "You have no choice but to scram. Die." Fan Xiaowang's eyes flashed, and he swung his sword. The might of a divine emperor came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't care about the clans, even if they were ancient ones. River of Time. The turbulent River of Time swept across the sky, and it smashed into the sword rays, shattering them. The power of time suppressed the starry sky. Everyone in the Fan clan felt suppressed by the power of time. "No wonder you're so arrogant. You're a time controller." Fan Xiaowang snorted. "So what if you're a time controller? I'll kill you all the same." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Great life-taking sword technique. The sword technique shattered the power of time. It was a divine emperor sword technique. The ruthless sword rays rushed over. No wonder you were able to suppress and kill them. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled and quite extraordinary. Lin Fei laughed. A black hole opened up and devoured all the swordlight. His spatial power had also improved after he advanced to the peak ultimate god realm. A peak ultimate god's spatial power could block any attack. You are Dition from the profound sky world. Fan Xiaowang's God Emperor grade sword art was easily blocked by the other party, and a figure appeared in his mind. "Now that you know my name, do you still plan to kill me?" Lin Fei stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of space and time surged forth. Other than Fan Xiaowang, everyone else's battle prowess was suppressed, and they were unable to move. The time power of a high-level ultimate god was enough to prevent a high-level ultimate god from displaying his full strength, let alone when his bloodline power had advanced to the peak ultimate god level. 50 years was enough for Lin Fei's name to spread throughout the god realm. Revered God Long Rainbow's raid on the Moan world resulted in the loss of more than 400 hierarchs. The entire divine world was in an uproar. Revered God Long Rainbow was also punished for his incompetence. Lin Fei's fearsomeness had also spread throughout the divine world. Long Rainbow lost to you, but I'm not Long Rainbow. Fan Xiaowang laughed. I believe the 8 divine emperors will look good after I kill you. Boom, boom. Fan Xiaowang's aura surged as his body expanded like a giant. He charged forward with the power of time and space exploding as he slashed with his sword. I forgot to tell you, I've cultivated the Great Destruction Physique, one of the 24 Emperor Physiques. It can break through any bloodline power. Fan Xiaowang was very terrifying at that moment. Divine Emperor Grade Sword Art, Great Destruction Physique. No wonder Brother Tianxi and the others warned me to be careful. This inherited aristocratic family is indeed terrifying. A half-step divine emperor can crush all peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei had reminded him before he came. He knew how powerful the Fan clan was the moment they fought. With such strength, it was not impossible for them to occupy a blood-colored light pillar. Lin Fei's power of space and time could crush peak ultimate gods. After all, he was at the ultimate god level, and his bloodline power was suppressed by the Great Destruction Physique of an Emperor Physique. Time Destruction. Lin Fei attacked with a great secret technique. Boom! The terrifying energy crushed over and sent Fan Xiaowang flying. He crashed into the star-forbidden zone and shattered a large hurricane. This is the rumored Great Time secret technique. Fan Xiaowang stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, it has no effect on an Emperor Physique like me. Lin Fei was slightly surprised and laughed as he went forward. Your Emperor Physique has not reached the Great Completion realm. Let's see how many times you can block. The power of space and time swept over. The moment it was about to reach Fan Xiaowang, it turned into a great terror and crushed Fan Xiaowang. With the support of a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei used the great secret technique. Even an Emperor Physique would suffer. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of horrifying attacks crushed over. Apart from Fan Xiaowang, the hundreds of experts from the Fan clan were heavily injured, and almost all of them were wiped out. Fan Xiaowang's eyes were red. Those experts were his people. This loss had greatly affected his influence in the clan. How could he not be angry? Divine Emperor triple slash. The 3 swords attacked like lightning and contained the might of a divine emperor. They shook the starry sky and enveloped Lin Fei. Lin Fei used the power of time and disappeared under the sword light. He appeared behind Fan Xiaowang and stomped down. Fan Xiaowang blocked with his sword, and the power of 10,000 caddies pressed down on his sword. Puff! Fan Xiaowang's body sank. His blood and qi were in turmoil, aggravating his injuries. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed into the forbidden zone. The river of time came again. The injured Fan Xiaowang was enveloped by the power of time and was sent flying billions of miles away. He crashed into an uninhabited star. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the starry sky. Damn it! Fan Xiaowang was strong, but he could not withstand the attack of the great secret technique. His Emperor Physique was also damaged. It was invaded by the power of time and was no longer perfect. Hua! The river of time came again. Fan Xiaowang had no choice but to retreat, not daring to take it head-on. Lin Fei did not give chase. It was the first time he met someone with the Emperor Physique. He realized that the other party was not ordinary. If not for his Emperor Physique being broken, he might not have been able to defeat him. Next time, I have to ask Big Brother Tianxi and the others about this Emperor Physique. Lin Fei looked at the starry sky. A disciple of the Fan family is this strong. There are still many unknown and terrifying aristocratic families in the divine world. Lin Fei occupied this place. During this time, many godly venerable experts attacked, but they were all killed on the spot. As long as it was not an emperor physique, no one could withstand the attack of 2 waves of bloodline power. The only thing left was a pile of corpses. Lin Fei waited for 3 days. The divine child is about to appear. Lin Fei stood under the starry sky. Many godly venerables appeared in the dark, but they could not hide from his divine sense. However, they did not make a move. They seemed to be waiting for the moment the divine child appeared. As the blood-colored light pillar was filled with cracks, the divine child was about to appear. Ka ka ka. Chapter 1926. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was illuminated by divine light. It was as dazzling as the blazing sun. Blood-colored pillars of light shattered as the divine children came into being one after another. What followed were many gazes. The sect masters and emperors of the clans and sects, even the old undyings, crawled out to participate in the competition. A hidden sect master came across the sky and was shocked by the divine children. Amazing! The divine children are born with boundless divine power and innately invincible celestial immortal strength. Another sect master cried out in surprise. They have innately invincible celestial immortal strength and a terrifying bloodline and divine body. The glorious era of this generation is coming. The old undyings, who were cultivating in seclusion, sighed with emotion. The divine children are terrifying. They are born with the Emperor's mandate. We are all old. In less than half a year, the world will belong to them. The competition for the divine children was exceptionally intense. The divine children who came into being were born with an innately invincible might and were supported by the heavenly Tao's might within billions of miles. All sorts of powerful heroes took action and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even though they were separated by several worlds, they could still feel the terrifying battle prowess of the old monsters. A casual attack could shatter stars. It was the same for Lin Fei. Damn, is this the invincible might? The 3 or 4-year-old children were adorable, but their invincible might suppressed the starry sky. It was incomparably terrifying, and this was the true invincible might. No wonder the God King and the old undyings took action. They are the best candidates to compete for the Celestial Emperor's mandate in the future. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lin Fei had the invincible system to reach his current position. But these divine children were born with invincible might, and the heavenly Tao's will suppress the starry sky. Anyone who saw them would go crazy. Who could compare to this kind of treatment? Taking a divine child as a disciple. How satisfying. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was a great achievement just thinking about it. Divine child, I want you. In the distant starry sky, a withered giant hand grabbed over, shattering the starry sky. At the same time, there was a terrifying might that broke through the heavenly Tao's will. This was a sect master level expert attacking from afar. Divine son, you dare to take it? Eat my saber first. In the air, a blade light slashed over, chopping off an arm. Blood rained down. Another undying expert made his move, chopping off his opponent's arm with a single blade. Lin Fei was really angry. You treat me as if I don't exist. Oomph. The divine son belongs to me. How dare you take him? Boom. The domain of time appeared in the sky, supporting the sky. Boundless time energy flowed, completely suppressing this expanse of the starry sky. It was a secret technique of a peak ultimate god. In the domain, Lin Fei was a god, an invincible existence. As soon as the time domain was activated, it completely suppressed the starry sky. Lin Fei stepped forward and shattered the saber light with a punch. It was as if an invincible god of war had descended. The importance of the divine son still couldn't stop some people from taking action. A cry of alarm came from the depths of the starry sky. Someone has actually cultivated the time domain. This is an incredible secret technique. Suppressing an entire starry sky is not a problem. The younger generation is truly promising. there were still invincible experts who were unwilling to give up. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 sect master experts made their move. Their combat powers surpassed peak ultimate gods and were already divine emperors. They rushed into the time domain and grabbed the divine sun in the domain. Space domain. Lin Fei once again opened up an invincible domain. The 2 domains combined perfectly in an instant, bursting with terrifying power and suppressing the 3 terrifying palms. This is my territory. How dare you behave so atrociously? Get lost. Lin Fei shouted and slashed with the blade of the lightsaber, chopping off the 3 palms. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for this day. If he hadn't cultivated the time domain and space domain, Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could withstand the attacks of the sect master Old Undying. His bloodline power couldn't suppress them either. After cutting off the 3 palms, Lin Fei came to the side of the divine sun. You and I are fated. Are you willing to be my disciple? The divine sun said proudly, I am the divine sun, heavenly axiom. I will sweep through the world and become a supreme emperor. I don't need a master. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, shattering the invincible pressure. He then slapped the godchild's butt. You're still trying to rebel? You're so awesome that you can sweep through the world. I'll take care of you first. Are you willing to be my disciple? With this slap, the divine sun began to weep. You big bad guy. Lin Fei slapped him a dozen times in a row. The 3 or 4-year-old divine son cried and agreed to be his disciple. Everything happened in an extremely short time. The sect master, Old Undying in the starry sky, was very unwilling. How could a divine son be snatched away by an ultimate god, even if he was a high-level ultimate god? More than a dozen tyrannical attacks blasted from all directions, trying to shatter the 2 domains. Boom, boom. Before their attacks could arrive, the heavenly axiom sent down divine lightning and shattered the attacks. The divine lightning struck again and fell into the depths of the starry sky. Waves of tyrannical aura dissipated one after another. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If the 2 domains were really shattered, he could only run away with the divine sun and shake off the Old Undying sect master. One day, this divine sun will defeat you. The heavenly axiom glared and said arrogantly. Lin Fei grabbed the heavenly axiom again and slapped him. The battle for the divine sun was unusually fierce. Soon, news spread that divine Emperor Zheng, he had personally come and suppressed all the experts. He took away 3 divine sons, all of whom were invincible and had monstrous bloodlines. After that, Divine Emperor Imo Xian also fought with experts from all sides and even some old, undying beings. He also took away 4 divine sons and returned to the demon mystic sect. 108 divine sons with different talents were quickly snatched away by the various forces. Almost every top force had 1 or 2 divine sons, or at least 1 divine son. There were even ancient existences who took action. The 8 divine emperors had no choice but to avoid them. They took the divine sons back to the sect and didn't participate in the battle. In just one day, blood flowed like a river in order to fight for the divine son. Lin Fei was very satisfied with snatching a divine son. With his peak ultimate god combat power, he wouldn't have been able to snatch a divine son if he didn't take advantage of the 2 domains. Once the divine son was in his hands, Lin Fei activated the spatial door and returned to the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei brought back a divine son. The Invincible Palace was filled with cheers. Everyone was familiar with the legends of the divine sons. After seeing them for real, they realized how terrifying the divine sons were. They were born with invincible might. Although their realms weren't high, they could still fight against divine kings. Lin Fei's wives all ran over to watch. When they saw the pink divine sun, they all liked him very much. They hugged him, but the heavenly axiom divine sun showed a look of enjoyment. He lay on the beautiful woman's body and rolled his eyes. For a moment, Lin Fei wanted to pull him down and slap him a few times. Master's wife, you're so beautiful. The beautiful women didn't care. Chapter 1927. The intense fight for the God Son had come to an end. To many people, the ancient forces that had been hiding in the dark had surfaced in the fight for the divine princes. Experts like the sect masters and sect masters seemed ordinary. The old undying that made one's hair stand on end had the power to suppress the current God Emperors. No God Emperor dared to underestimate him. The previously unknown powers all appeared. Their terrifying legacies terrified everyone. They weren't any weaker than the 8 God Emperors. In fact, they were even stronger, taking the heavenly law God's Son as his disciple. Lin Fei didn't have much to teach. The God Sons were born with legacies, and they cultivated God Emperor techniques. Their invincible bloodlines gave them shocking combat strength. As Lin Fei's master, he was also astonished when he saw it. For now, Lin Fei was still suppressing his disciple, the heavenly law. During this period, Lin Fei made a trip to Hell World to meet his 3 senior brothers. Congratulations, senior brother. You've taken in 2 God's Sons. Congratulations. In a main hall of Hell Mountain, Lin Fei congratulated his 3 senior brothers. It wasn't easy for them to snatch 2 divine princes in the midst of a battle. The Massacre God Emperor, the Xianxia God Emperor, and the 100 Flowers God Emperor were all delighted. They were satisfied to have 2 God Sons as their disciples. Junior brother isn't bad either. You fought against the old, undying alone and took in a disciple. If it was me, I might not have succeeded either. The Xianxia God Emperor smiled. I didn't expect you to cultivate 2 bloodline domains in just a few decades. In the eyes of those old undyings in the God world, junior brother is quite important. Lin Fei smiled. It's all thanks to senior brother's reminder. The Xianxia God Emperor was the one who informed him about the uninhabited star. You are my junior brother, so of course you will help. Come, let's drink. The Xianxia God Emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone else raised their cups too. You want to know about the God Emperor? After drinking the fine wine, Lin Fei asked about some of the questions in his heart. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Little junior brother, you must have noticed that the forces that have surged out in the dark to fight for the Divine Son are paying attention to the Divine Emperor, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, it is indeed a shock. Some old undying experts have terrifying auras. If it wasn't for the competition for the Divine Son, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that there are such old, undying existences. God Emperor Xianxia smiled. Junior brother is still young, so it's normal that you don't know. What you usually see is only the surface. The reason why the 8 great God Emperors are unable to rule the divine world is because of the existence of ancient powers. In fact, there are even some sects that have produced God Emperors in the past and have terrifying resources. There are also some invincible God Emperors who have bloodlines and treasures that can easily kill God Emperors. Lin Fei really didn't know much about these secrets. The deeper layer of the secret. Little junior brother, your strength has improved very quickly, and you are about to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Let me tell you about the Divine Emperor. God Emperor Xianxia smiled. The Divine Emperor realm is just a general term. Anyone who has reached the Divine Emperor realm is a Divine Emperor expert. In fact, it is divided into 6 small realms, namely Young Divine Emperor, Earth Divine Emperor, Heaven Divine Emperor, Saint Divine Emperor, Heaven Creating Divine Emperor, and Apotheosized Divine Emperor. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The old undying expert who attacked that day was definitely a Divine Emperor expert, and the difference in strength was huge. Then how do we divide the Divine Emperors? God Emperor Xianxia was very optimistic about Lin Fei. To be able to snatch a Divine Son from the hands of the old undying expert was a kind of help to any sect. The secret of the Divine Emperors was actually not a secret, and God Emperor Xianxia didn't mind telling Lin Fei. Dividing the small realms is actually very simple. God Emperor Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his chi and blood surged. Golden divine wheels appeared behind him, and there were a total of 6 divine wheels. They were like blazing suns suppressing the starry sky. It depends on the theory of gods. Lin Fei instantly felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time he knew the secret of the divine emperors. 3 divine wheels is the little divine emperor, 6 divine wheels is the great divine emperor, and 9 divine wheels is the heavenly divine emperor, 100 flowers divine emperor said with a smile. After 9 divine wheels, the divine transformation palace can suppress everything in the world, and they're the holy divine emperors. 6 divine palaces are the heaven creation divine emperors, and 9 divine palaces are the deification divine emperors. Lin Fei finally understood. God Emperor Tianxi continued, "Among the 3 of us, senior brother Slaughter is the strongest. He has condensed 8 divine wheels, and he is only 1 away from becoming the heavenly divine emperor. As for me and 100 Flowers, we both have 6 divine wheels. Junior brother, if you fight against the divine emperor that day, you must be careful of the divine emperor activating his divine wheel." God Emperor Tianxi continued, "The divine wheel contains terrifying power." Lin Fei listened very carefully. The more he knew about the divine emperors, the more careful he would be when fighting in the future. "I've said all that needs to be said. You just need to be careful in the future." God Emperor Tianxi said a lot of words, all about the divine emperors. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will keep it in mind." Lin Fei nodded. "By the way, you are now a peak ultimate god. When will you break through to the divine emperor realm?" God Emperor Slaughter, who rarely spoke, suddenly asked. "Break through to the divine emperor realm?" Lin Fei really did not know when he would be able to break through. It was easy to get an ultimate god divine core, but what about a divine emperor divine core? That was not going to be easy. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "I don't know yet." He could not say that he lacked a divine emperor divine core, and they might not have it either. Lin Fei was very clear about this. "If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a little longer." God Emperor Slaughter said. Lin Fei reacted. "Senior brother, my cultivation technique is very unique. Could it be that I have a chance to break through?" Although he could not say it directly, he could only use an alternative cultivation technique. God Emperor Tianxi looked at God Emperor Slaughter and seemed to think of something. "Senior brother, are you talking about that place? If it is really that place, maybe there's a way to break through to the divine emperor realm." Lin Fei was confused. "That place? What kind of place is that?" Seeing Lin Fei's anxious expression, God Emperor 100 Blossoms chuckled. "Junior brother, your luck is good. In another 60 years, the Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region will open." Lin Fei knew about the Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region. It was one of the 6 subworlds and had 2 divine emperors. "There is such a place," God Emperor Tianxi explained with a smile. "That's why I said your luck is good. The Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region in the Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region has attracted the attention of countless forces. If it weren't for the Broken Heaven Pillar, you wouldn't have such good luck. This secret region can allow one to break through to the divine emperor realm. The Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region was created in ancient times. No one knows who created it. The only thing we know is that every time the Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region opens, a great opportunity will appear. At the same time, it is also the place for ultimate God experts to break through to the divine emperor realm. In the past, the Mount Heavenly Worthy Secret Region could not be opened. Now that the 6 subworlds have opened, divine emperors can come and go as they please. Chapter 1928. After the battle for the divine princes, the 6 subworlds and the divine realm entered a period of peace. The divine realm's army didn't move again. They seemed to have gone to rest. Some ancient sects and forces reappeared. The divine realm, which was originally controlled by the 8 divine emperors, also changed. The most surprising thing was that young experts kept appearing. They defeated the heroes of the world with their peak divine, venerable battle strength. Each of them was a god's chosen and left a great reputation. Any of the gods chosen was worthy of the attention of the sections. They suppressed their peak divine, venerable battle strength and were no weaker than divine emperors. They looked down on the world and were insufferably arrogant. Before the divine princes grew up, the gods chosen attracted the attention of countless people. 20 years later, the divine princes appeared one after another. Any of the divine princes was powerful enough to suppress the heroes of the world. As soon as they appeared, they challenged the heroes of the world, shocking the world. Surprisingly, the divine emperors didn't take action, so the world became the divine prince's world. The unknown sects also became known with the appearance of the 108 divine princes. Someone made a list with the combat strength of the 108 divine princes. It was called the Divine List. Everyone was shocked when the list came out. Every once in a while, the divine princes would challenge the heroes of the world and defeat some powerful existences. 30 years later, the 108 divine princes all had the combat strength of an ultimate god. The world also became the divine prince's world. The young geniuses were overshadowed and lived in the shadow of the divine princes. It couldn't be helped. The combat strength of any of the divine princes was shocking enough. Their invincible aura alone could suppress an enemy. A big shot said, "This is the ultimate god level. When they reach the divine emperor level, the world will change color. No one will be their match." A sect master sighed, "The divine princes are amazing. We're all old." During this period, there were also geniuses of the previous generation. For example, there were many talented ultimate gods in the divine realm. They were extremely powerful and could fight divine emperors head-on. They only needed an opportunity to enter the divine emperor level. There were many such peerless geniuses. There were even rumors in private. It's not that the heaven-defying geniuses can't enter the divine emperor level, but they're accumulating power. If they want to enter the divine emperor level, they have to surpass the ordinary divine emperors. Countless people were driven mad by the news. They had cultivated to the godly venerable realm and were exhausted like dead dogs. For powerful demons, they had to suppress their strength. It was simply infuriating to compare themselves with others. While outsiders were shocked, the Son of God had become the mainstream of this era. Another piece of news spread. The Empyrean Mountain of the heaven-splitting world would open in 30 years. Everyone was in an uproar. Ordinary forces might not know about it, but the ancient sects, especially the top forces, all had records of the celestial worthy mountain. The world had almost forgotten about this place. The world of splitting open the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people, while the outside world was bustling with noise. Deep within the invincible palace, Lin Fei was still in seclusion. Back when he returned from the infernal realm, he handed over his disciple, Tian Dao, to his subordinates and then announced that he would be going into seclusion. There's still about 30 years left. I can still continue cultivating. In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial world avatars sat together in a circle. After opening his eyes, Lin Fei closed them again. 60 years. In the blink of an eye. For some experts, it was just a small period of seclusion. Near the Empyrean Mountain of the heavens-splitting world, the fog gradually dissipated. The door was faintly discernible. Everyone knew that the rumors were true. The mysterious Empyrean Mountain was about to open. The 6 subworlds, the big and small forces of the divine world, swarmed into the heaven-splitting world. The sects and legacies were also stationed near the Empyrean Mountain, occupying a large area. Within a few months, the Empyrean Mountain had a radius of 1 billion miles. Ka. Invincible Palace. The tightly shut stone door opened. A silhouette appeared outside the stone door. Gentle sunlight shone down on the silhouette. Time flies. Lin Fei finally came out of seclusion before the Empyrean Mountain was about to open. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei understood some of the situation. Hearing that his disciple, Tian Dao, had made quite a name for himself outside, Lin Fei was very happy. Ever since he went into seclusion, he rarely came out. Lin Fei was not worried about his disciple, Tian Dao. He was born with the will of heaven and earth. He was extraordinary and did not need to worry too much. In fact, Lin Fei was least worried about Tian Dao. The only thing that made Tian Dao unhappy was that his daughter and Tian Dao had become 2 demons. They often caused trouble outside and made the mysterious sky world restless. No one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that Dition was the #1 expert in the mysterious sky world. The news of him stopping the Divine World Army spread. Everyone was shocked. Ever since Tiandao became stronger, the two slipped away to other worlds. Lin Fei had no choice but to let them go. It was not a problem for him to protect himself. Lin Fei spent a year leisurely in the Invincible Palace. He rode on Hairball, the ancient evil dragon, and went straight to the heaven-splitting world. The ancient evil dragon had achieved small success. Its combat power was terrifying. It could fight a god emperor. Unfortunately, it had not entered the divine beast realm. This time, Lin Fei brought Hairball to try his luck. It would be great if he could advance to the divine beast realm. Hairball's supernatural power had also reached the profound success realm. It was not inferior to her master, Lin Fei. She could move in the starry sky to the limit. Even peak ultimate gods could not catch a trace of her. Although the heaven-splitting world was far away, Lin Fei had Hairball, the spatial beast, and entered the heaven-splitting world in less than half a month. As soon as he entered the heaven-splitting world, he was hit by a strong immortal aura. The vast life aura spread throughout the entire heaven-splitting world. It was much stronger than the mysterious sky world. At east, since a few years ago, the celestial Worthy Mountains portal appeared. All the major sects and forces settled down. In less than a few years, the area outside the celestial Worthy Mountain became lively. The innermost area was occupied by the major forces. Any of the major forces could easily destroy the first-rate sections. Therefore, the area outside the celestial Worthy Mountain was divided into 3 areas. The area closest to the celestial Worthy Mountain belonged to the ancient forces and the top forces. The second area belonged to the first-rate sects and forces. The third area belonged to the second-rate sects and forces. There was once an unconvinced expert who tried to occupy a treasured land to gain the upper hand. However, he was killed on the spot by a powerful existence, and his sect was destroyed. No one dared to act presumptuously outside the celestial Worthy Mountain after that. It's so lively. Tens of trillions of miles away from the celestial Worthy Mountain, a crowd surged toward the celestial Worthy Mountain. The ancient and tyrannical auras were like fierce beasts, extremely eye-catching. Lin Fei sighed softly. The celestial Worthy Mountain was more lively than he imagined. He did not use his divine senses to check, but directly used the system. There were hundreds of divine emperor experts. Chapter 1929. Outside the celestial Worthy Mountain, the undulating mountains were surrounded by celestial aura. Lin Fei landed far away from the celestial Worthy Mountain. In a few years, this place had evolved into a small town. Immortals came and went everywhere, and it was very lively. Those who didn't know better would think that this place was a small town. Lin Fei walked in a small town with Hairball. Heroes gathered, and godly venerables, who were rarely seen, kept appearing. "Master, can I eat them?" Hairball, who was born as a primordial evil dragon, had a growing appetite. In her eyes, these are delicious blood chi, and eating it was a great supplement. Ever since she followed Lin Fei, Hairball had eaten countless pieces of flesh and blood, and her standards were also higher. The godly kings and godly venerables that wander around were quite delicious. Lin Fei patted Hairball. "There's no hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities." In order to cultivate a divine beast, Lin Fei didn't care how many people he killed. As long as they provoked him, he could only blame them for being unlucky, selling the divine emperor's bone at a low price. There won't be many opportunities. This is the only one. With it, you will have something no less valuable than a divine emperor's treasure. Someone shouted, "Life-stealing heaven powder, a peerless item that can heal injuries at a critical moment. A must-have item to enter the celestial Worthy Mountain. The divine emperor's secret technique is invincible. Now, I can only exchange it for treasures." The town wasn't big. There were shouts everywhere. All kinds of treasures attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Fei casually looked around and found that some of the items were of good quality. No wonder they were sold here. No matter how good the items were, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The only thing that was useful to him now was the divine meridians. The more, the better. Lin Fei had also heard that there were rare, sacred, rank divine veins in the heavenly Venerate Mountain. Just one of them was superior to a heaven-ranked divine vein. Any sect that obtained one of them will be able to pass on their legacy for millions of years. As he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Fei casually looked around as he walked. Quick, go and see. Someone is on the stage. No way. Someone is on the stage again. Do you know who it is? Why are you asking so many questions? We'll know once we get there. Someone shouted, and the people who were originally strolling around rushed to the fighting ring without saying anything. Dueling ring? Lin Fei's interest was piqued, and he followed them unhurriedly. By the time Lin Fei caught up, he was already at the foot of a mountain. A large number of people had gathered there. In the distance, a mountain peak was sliced in half. Looking at the world, it had a long history. The platform was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the huge platform. Is this the fighting stage? It's really extraordinary. The surroundings of the Do Tai were densely packed with mysterious blessings. Lin Fei could not see it too clearly. If anyone underestimated the battle stage, they would definitely suffer a great loss, a truly great loss. At this moment, there were people on the dueling platform. Lin Fei subconsciously took a look and smiled. He actually met an acquaintance in this place. Too fast. Another round has been cleared. This is already the 60th level, as expected of someone who has mastered speed. Unlimited speed is really amazing, someone exclaimed. On the fighting stage, a young man in green clothes with a steady body left by time could be seen. He held a sword in one hand, and the sword flashed past like a flash of light, sending the bronze figures flying one by one. None of the bronze figures could get close to him. Almost everyone present could not see how the person on the platform made his move. His speed was beyond what they could handle. Everyone was convinced by what they saw. It's the 70th level. Another person exclaimed while staring at the fighting stage. On the arena, there were a total of over 100 Coppermen, and they formed shocking killing formation that surged with killing intent. If it wasn't for the countless layers of restrictions separating them, no one would be able to endure the pressure of such an imposing aura. He's really a genius. He managed to reach peak ultimate god in 60 years. His unlimited speed is probably even more terrifying. I'm afraid not many people in this realm can catch his trace. Lin Fei did not expect to meet Dongfang Yijian here. In this world, only Dongfang Yijian who had mastered unlimited speed could reach such a level of speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed was so amazing that Lin Fei could also see his traces of movement. Level 70. Under the siege of the killing formation, Dongfang Yijian was blasted out. A few big words appeared in the sky above the fighting stage. Then a Jingguang flashed and landed on Dongfang Yijian's hand, emitting a terrifying power. Level 70. Amazing. No wonder he's the #1 genius in the underworld. Who can stop this kind of speed? That's not necessarily true. Dongfang Yijian isn't the only one who has mastered speed. I heard there's a divine son on the divine list who was born with a divine body and also mastered speed. That's terrifying. Lin Fei stood for a while and understood what the fighting stage was about. The fighting stage was usually hidden in the void. Even a divine emperor could not find it. It would only appear in the 10 years when the celestial Worthy Mountain's door was about to open. The fighting stage was not used for fighting. It was a challenge. One would be able to obtain treasures after challenging 10 levels. Of course, the treasures were random. To obtain good treasures, one could only rely on luck. Legend had it that an invincible divine emperor had a great opportunity and obtained a shocking treasure on the fighting stage. This caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became an invincible divine emperor. Therefore, every time the celestial Worthy Mountain opened, the fighting stage would become a place where countless geniuses gathered. The fighting stage also had a rule. Only those below the divine emperor level were allowed to enter. There was once a divine emperor who suppressed his strength in an attempt to obtain a treasure, but he was killed on the spot by the bronze man. Lin Fei observed the fighting stage and barely understood some things. Fellow Taoist Tian, long time no see. While Lin Fei was silently watching, someone came over. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Fei turned around. Fellow Taoist Dongfang, congratulations on breaking through to another level with your unlimited speed. The person who came over was Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian was very sensitive to auras. When Lin Fei stood outside, he knew who had come. After the fight ended, he personally came over. After 60 years, Dongfang Yijian was much calmer than before. However, he was still arrogant. Mastering the unlimited speed did give him the right to be arrogant. Dongfang Yijian did not come alone. There were two young men with him. They were dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary aura. They should be from a powerful sect. Dongfang Yijian had been cultivating wholeheartedly after the war ended. It was only 40 years ago that he went out to train. Due to a series of coincidences, he had advanced to peak ultimate god. You're not bad either. Dongfang Yijian smiled. Meeting by chance is better than meeting by chance. Why don't we have a drink? Sure. Lin Fei had nothing to do. Chapter 1930. Not only were there people selling treasures in the town, but there were also inns and restaurants. Needless to say, they were quite smart. Dongfang Yijian found a decent restaurant and ordered a table full of good dishes. Who wouldn't bring some celestial wine when they went out? The dishes were served quickly. Dongfang Yijian also took out the celestial wine and poured a cup of it for Lin Fei. Don't just stand there. Didn't you say that you wanted to meet Tian? This is the real Tian. Dongfang Yijian said with a smile. The two young men were shocked. They came from another subworld. They had heard of Tian's name. Previously, they didn't listen carefully. Now that Dongfang Yijian mentioned it, they suddenly realized that it was this awesome and fierce person. After the battle in the Moan world, Lin Fei's fierce name spread across the 6 subworlds. News of what happened in the celestial world also spread. However, in the past few decades, Lin Fei had been in seclusion, and his fierce name gradually faded. My friend Tian, you are my idol. Brother, let's have a drink. Lin Fei had a good impression of the two. Since they gave him face, he drank with them. After a few cups of celestial wine, everyone's relationship was suddenly pulled closer. Lin Fei also learned a lot from Dongfang Yijian, especially about the celestial worthy mountain. This was because Dongfang Yijian had come a few years ago. The celestial worthy mountain became more and more mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. If there are no accidents, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain will not take more than a year. A powerful person has calculated the opening date. Dongfang Yijian said in a low voice. My friend, you have to be prepared. I heard that almost all the experts on the divine list are here, especially the number 1 god, Sky Dragon. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. I heard that Sky Dragon entered one of the 10 forbidden areas and obtained a great opportunity. His strength improved greatly. All the gods have great luck. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. The other Huang Qiu smiled bitterly and said, It's extremely difficult for us to encounter fortuitous encounters. Look at them. They can encounter fortuitous encounters wherever they go. Lin Fei had also learned about the top expert on the divine list. He was a true inheritor of great destiny and had extremely terrifying strength. Although he was only a peak ultimate god, his combat power could suppress a divine emperor. This was already extremely terrifying. In the peak ultimate god realm, he could sweep away the experts of the same generation and was known as the invincible ultimate god. The word invincible was not something anyone could achieve. Sky Dragon dared to call himself the invincible ultimate god because he was very confident in his abilities. Tian, the celestial worthy mountain, is about to open. Do you want to go in with us? At least we'll have a companion in the secret realm. Dongfang Yijian put down his wine glass and invited Tian. No one understood Tian's importance better than Dongfang Yijian. In 60 years, Dongfang Yijian believed that Tian's control over his time and space bloodlines would become even more terrifying. A place like the celestial worthy mountain really needed such a powerful helper. Lin Fei's understanding of the celestial worthy mountain was only SOSO. The origin of the mountain was mysterious, and no one could explain it clearly. Most importantly, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain was a gathering of experts, including the gifted divine sons. It seemed like a good idea to form a team. Lin Fei nodded in agreement after thinking for a while. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to join. How could Dongfang Yijin mind? He valued Tian very much. That's great. With you joining us, we'll definitely gain a lot from this trip to the celestial worthy mountain. You're talking big. What kind of place is the celestial worthy mountain? It's not something people from the forsaken land of the gods can achieve. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. At that moment, a young man in golden armor walked up the stairs with a group of people surrounding him. His eyes were like twinkling stars. Who's talking nonsense? Several groups of people in the restaurant stood up and glared at him angrily. Ever since the sky pillar was broken, communication between the realms was restored. In the eyes of the divine realm, the 6 sub-realms had become the people of the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, the people of the 6 sub-realms hated hearing the words forsaken land of the gods. They stood up, but were quickly pulled down by their table mates. Shut up, stop talking. That's young Master Xing Chun we're talking about. Someone whispered. Young Master Xing Chun kills without batting an eyelid. He's known as the ferocious man. Anyone who offends him will die. In the face of such power, the people in the restaurant chose to lower their heads. Young Master Xing Chun came from an ancient and mysterious force. Rumor had it that he was on good terms with the 8 great divine emperors. His strength was so terrifying that he could defeat godly venerable experts. Young Master Xing Chun, didn't anyone tell you that your mouth stinks? Dongfang Yijin stood up with a swoosh. His eyes flashed as he stared at young Master Xing Chun. Young Master Xing Chun was as handsome as the stars. He would be considered a handsome man in the divine realm. He opened his fan. The people of the forsaken land of the gods really have no manners. Isn't that right, everyone? Young Master Xing Chun is absolutely right. This kind of outdated person should be sealed away again. Since when can the people of the forsaken land of the gods strut around? The people behind him laughed in agreement. They would not miss this kind of flattery. Dongfang, we're just drinking. There's no need to quarrel with a dog. Suddenly, a faint voice reached their ears. Dongfang Yijin did not like the words forsaken land of the gods. That was why he stood up after being provoked by young Master Xing Chun. Normally, he would not have been provoked. You're right. There's nothing to talk about with a dog. Dongfang Yijin sat back down with a faint smile. Kid, you talk big. Get on your knees and kowtow in apology. One of young Master Xing Chun's subordinates shouted angrily when he realized that his chance had come. Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Xing Chun. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire clan. Young Master Xing Chun's expression did not change. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As a heaven's favored one who could defeat ultimate gods, when had he ever been called a dog? Lin Fei sipped his divine brew leisurely and did not even look at him. Slaughter my entire clan? What a big tone. I'm sitting right here. Kill me if you dare. As one of the 6 subworlds, Lin Fei could empathize with them. The forsaken land of the gods was not a pleasant name. It was a humiliation. As a member, Lin Fei had to do something. Kid, you're tired of living. I'll kill you. One of young Master Xing Chun's lackeys shouted. His hand shook the heavens and earth as he grabbed at Lin Fei, intending to crush him to death. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Even a lackey had the combat strength of a high-level ultimate god. Scram. Chapter 1931. That slash came in a strange and unpredictable manner and killed a high-level ultimate god on the spot, without leaving any traces behind. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. No one could tell that the ordinary black-robed man was a terrifying expert who could kill a high-level ultimate god with a single move. Stars twirled in young Master Xing Chun's eyes, as if he could see through everything. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. Even he could not figure out the origin of the untraceable attack. Space-time power. Young Master Xing Chun's terrifying eyes saw through some clues. Such a strange attack could only be done by someone with spatial bloodline. The black-robed man in front of him was most likely a space-time controller. You're right. Too bad there's no reward. Lin Fei said indifferently. Get as far away as you can if you don't want to die. Don't test my patience here, or I'll kill all of you. Lin Fei's mastery of the space-time power had improved over the past 60 years. It was the most common thing for him to unleash a saber-light attack. Such an untraceable attack was the most terrifying. Young Master Xianxia was also born with a powerful bloodline. He would not be intimidated by Jian Wushuang's words. His face turned cold. You're very arrogant to kill my man in front of me. Lin Fei smiled. So, what if I'm arrogant? Only you're allowed to be arrogant, and I'm not. What kind of logic is this? Try me if you're not convinced. Zhuge Feng and Huang Xiao, who were sitting next to him, were full of admiration. Young Master Xianxia was a genius with a mysterious background. They knew they could not be arrogant in front of Jian Wushuang. They also could not kill a high-level ultimate god so easily. The people from the forsaken land of the gods in the restaurant felt proud and elated. So what if you're young Master Xianxia? Try me if you're capable. Who could say such arrogant words? They were full of admiration for the black-robed man in an instant. Young Master Xianxia, you have a powerful background. I, Dongfang Yijian, am not someone to be trifled with. Dongfang Yijian followed up. I heard that you've cultivated to the domain stage. I really want to see if your domain stage is stronger or if my infinite speed is stronger. In the depths of young Master Xianxia's eyes, stars flickered unceasingly, and his gloomy face gradually dissipated. Dongfang Yijian, this young master will remember your words. I believe that it won't be long before this young master will personally experience your infinite speed. And you, enjoy your final moments. Young Master Xianxia turned and left. The restaurant fell silent. Young Master Xianxia left. It was inconceivable that he could swallow his anger after killing a subordinate in front of him. This guy must have gone back to investigate my background. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine. At least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. If Gue really dares to make a move, I don't mind beheading this brat on the spot. With a smile, he could decide a person's life and death. Zhuge Feng and Huang Xiao did not doubt his words at all. They had never believed it so much. Dongfang Yijin looked at Lin Fei and said with a smile, 60 years have passed, but you haven't changed at all. You killed without hesitation and without hesitation. Young Master Xianxia should be glad that he didn't make a move. Lin Fei did not care about young Master Xianxia's background. Actually, I hate fighting and killing the most. In a place billions of miles away from Mount Celestial Worthy, on an undulating mountain range, there were many mountain peaks. Dongfang Yijian occupied a mountain peak. It was not easy to occupy a mountain peak in such a place. During this period, you can stay at my place. Dongfang Yijian brought Lin Fei into Senfu and arranged a house for him. Although it's a small place, Lin Fei accepted Dongfang Yijian's kindness without hesitation. After arranging a place for him to stay, Dongfang Yijian left. Mount Celestial Worthy was about to open, and he needed to find some people to join the team. Lin Fei also temporarily stayed at the house. He quietly waited for the day when Mount Celestial Worthy opened. Young Master, there's news. In a hall on another mountain peak, young Master Xianxia's men obtained information about the black-robed man. To be able to use the mysterious power of space, he must have a powerful background. Young Master Xianxia chose not to make a move for the time being. Many ancient forces sent representatives to announce their existence. Even if young Master Xianxia had a powerful background, he had to be careful lest he offend the ancient forces and attract strong enemies for his family. Dition, the #1 expert of the mysterious sky world, a dual bloodline controller who defeated the Divine World Army led by Divine Reverend Rainbow. Young Master Xianxia flipped through the information and was shocked. His background was not small. Just because he was a dual bloodline controller, young Master Xianxia was worth paying attention to. What a good Dition! He offended all the major forces of the divine world. Instead of hiding in the invincible palace of the mysterious sky world, he dared to come out and show off. He's digging his own grave. Young Master Xianxia's eyes shone coldly as boundless killing intent filled the hall. Go. Help me spread the news that Tian of the mysterious sky world has come to Mount Celestial Worthy and is staying in Dongfang Yijian Senfu. Young Master Xianxia said to his men, Young Master, why don't you kill him yourself? No one will care if he dies without any backing. Someone beside young Master Xianxia asked, Fool, Tian has dual bloodlines. If it was in the past, no one would dare to be impudent. But now that so many forces have appeared, Tian is a human-shaped treasure. Many ancient forces have inherited powerful secret arts that can refine anything. Many people will be tempted by the top-notch spatial and time bloodlines. Tian, bad news. On this day, Dongfang Yijian hurried to Lin Fei's house. Lin Fei had not cultivated for the past few days. Instead, he had been reading secret histories and was very relaxed. What's wrong? What's the matter that made you rush over? Lin Fei said calmly. Dongfang Yijian said anxiously. Someone spread the news that you came to the Celestial Worthy Mountain and that you have 2 peak bloodlines. Then someone offered a bounty to kill you, and someone even offered to strip you of your bloodline. I'm sure it was done by Sir Xianxia. Right now, many geniuses from the God world are stirring. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and put down the secret histories. I was wondering why there was no movement these past few days. So, it's this kind of conspiracy. It's best if you don't go out during this period of time. In my Senfu, they won't dare to barge in. Dongfang Yijian scolded young Master Xianxia for being shameless. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras descended from the sky above Senfu. Terrifying divine auras landed on Senfu. Tian, you killed my sex elder. Come out and accept your death. A loud rumble echoed throughout Mount Celestial Worthy. Many experts were alarmed and looked toward the mountain peak. Chapter 1932. 3 powerful divine auras rushed toward the Senfu on the lone peak. The Senfu shook violently. The Senfu's defensive formations glowed brightly, blocking the divine auras. Such a huge commotion also attracted the attention of the powerhouses in the first instance. What's going on? Aren't those 3 experts from the 3 divine emperors' factions? What's going on? Why would they do it themselves? Did someone in the Senfu offend them? Tian, what a familiar name, right? Wasn't there a rumor recently that the person who massacred the experts of the divine world was called Tian? All eyes were on the Senfu. Soon, someone understood what was going on. There had been rumors circulating recently about Tian. Rumor had it that he was a master of double bloodlines. It was hard not to know about him. Someone has their eyes on Tian's double bloodlines. Rumor has it that there are ancient factions that have mastered the art of refining bloodlines. It's rare to find even one such bloodline, let alone 2. Tian is out of luck. An elder understood the meaning of the matter. Just when everyone thought there were only 3 godly venerable experts, several powerful figures appeared in the void. They were all famous experts in the divine realm. In less than a moment, 20 to 30 godly venerable experts surrounded the Senfu, clamoring to kill Tian and avenge the deaths of their elders and disciples. The godly venerable experts from the 8 divine emperors are here. There are also a few godly venerable experts from ancient factions. Many of them are here to fish in troubled waters. Child Xianxia, who had been observing the situation, sat in the Senfu, drinking immortal brew. He squinted his eyes and looked satisfied. Make a scene, make a scene. Who knows how many people want to refine a double bloodline controller? I'll fulfill your wish. Child Xianxia liked to be in control of things. Everything went according to plan. The 8 divine emperors and the reclusive divine emperors all had their eyes on Tian, who had no backing. Child Xianxia wanted to see how Tian would deal with this crisis. Tian, you've killed our Jingyi sect's disciple. If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for killing you myself. An ultimate god expert from the Jingyi sect said coldly. Little thing, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come out and accept our judgment. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today, and there will be no place for you in this world." There were more and more onlookers. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the powerful existences in the sky. To deal with a nobody from the forsaken land of the gods, was it worth it for so many powerful figures to take action? Everyone suddenly wanted to see this DTon and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had offended a major force in one go. To the people of the god world, killing DTon was an extremely glorious thing. He still hasn't come out yet. He must be afraid. With so many experts present, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, that DTon can forget about surviving. Needless to say, these are basically peak ultimate gods with monstrous combat powers. Rumor has it that DTon is very powerful, but I'm afraid he might not be that powerful. There was no sound from Senfu. Everyone thought DTon was afraid. At that moment, no one would not be afraid. Any of the peak ultimate gods present could suppress a strong enemy, let alone DTon. Just when everyone was guessing, the main gate of Senfu opened and a black-robed man walked out and stood at the gate. Not bad. So many people came. The black-robed man seemed to be talking to himself. The black-robed man was, of course, Lin Fei. Hide? Lin Fei did not have such an idea. He did not mind using blood to tell those people what would happen if they underestimated him. Is he DTon? He doesn't look like much. He's too ordinary. Many people were disappointed. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Little thing, do you admit to your crimes? A tyrannical existence stared at Lin Fei with a murderous look. Lin Fei said lazily, "Admit to my crimes? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a divine emperor? Even if you're a divine emperor, you're not qualified to make me admit to my crimes." The tyrannical existence was enraged, and his murderous intent was so strong that everyone within the vicinity could not breathe. "I'm Immortal Emperor Sex Protector Fei Yong. 60 years ago, you killed our Immortal Emperor Sex disciple. Do you admit to your crimes?" Lin Fei glanced at him. "I was wondering why you're so arrogant. Turns out you're a protector. My reputation is not small. You even came out to make me admit to my crimes. However, I don't know the disciple you're talking about. There are too many people here, and I've forgotten about him." Hierarch Fei Yong said loudly, "Since you've admitted to killing the Immortal Emperor's Sex disciple, come with us if you don't want to die on the spot. The Sex higher-ups will personally judge you." Someone immediately sneered. "Hierarch Fei Yong, what you're doing is wrong. Judging DTon is our demon mystic Sex business. Since when is it your Immortal Emperor Sex turn?" Another tyrannical hierarch said unhappily, "None of you can take DTon away. If anyone is to be taken back, it should be us, the Bliss Palace." The people under the 8 divine emperors were quite resentful towards DTon. Most importantly, DTon had a double bloodline, which was very tempting. Everyone wanted to bring him back to the sect. Even if they couldn't refine him, he was still a human-shaped treasure. No matter if it was used for trading or for other uses, it was something that couldn't be neglected. Now that they heard that Immortal Emperor Sex Fei Yong wanted to bring DTon back, everyone disagreed. They were fighting to bring DTon back. Why could they bring him back, and they couldn't? Facing the crowd of experts, Lin Fei coughed and said, "Everyone seems to be very interested in me, but you seem to have forgotten something. If you want to leave, you have to ask for my permission first." Just when everyone thought that DTon would choose to surrender, they didn't expect him to be even more arrogant and say something that shocked everyone present. "He's too arrogant. With so many experts attacking him, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a single blow." Someone was watching a good show. Hierarch Fei Yong was infuriated by the other forces, but he couldn't do anything to them. He thought to himself, "If you don't let me take him away, I'll make the first move. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." "How arrogant. I'm going to take you away. Do I have to beg you to not agree?" Hierarch Fei Yong attacked angrily. How dare he be so arrogant after killing his sex disciple? His arm expanded and he clawed with his 5 fingers, as if the entire world fell into his palm. Many tyrannical existences cursed hierarch Fei Yong for being shameless. They didn't care about the consequences and attacked one after another. The sky above Senfu was quickly shrouded by a tyrannical aura that covered the sky. Chapter 1933. As soon as the powerful existences made their moves, their divine auras soared into the sky and shook the earth. More importantly, when more than 10 powerful existences attacked at the same time, even a star would fall, let alone an ordinary, godly, venerable one. More than 10 powerful existences attacked at the same time and sealed off the space around Senfu. Run. There was nowhere to run. In fact, they did not expect to let DTon go when they surrounded Senfu. No matter who attacked first, they would follow suit and not allow anyone to take DTon away. The divine world suffered heavy casualties in the war 60 years ago, and DTon had become a thorn in their side. Back then, the Moan world was about to be occupied, but because of DTon's appearance, they failed. That scene was still vivid in their minds. This time, whether they injured or killed DTon would be the one to suffer. Everyone was shocked and wanted to see how DTon would fight back. Many people had never seen the divine aura of a dual bloodline controller. Good, Lin Fei shouted. If I don't kill you, you'll think you're a big shot. Dongfang Yijian, who had been standing behind the gate, sneered. A bunch of reckless fools. You deserve to be killed. Although he had never fought with DTon, Dongfang Yijian could feel that DTon's strength had been increasing to a terrifying level. Space domain, open for me. A domain appeared above Lin Fei's head. As soon as the domain opened, all the powerful existences fell into it. All the attacks slowed down. Just a space domain opened. Some powerful existences took out their treasures and attacked the space domain. They wanted to completely break it and shatter DTon's confidence. Those watching in the dark were also shocked. Amazing. He has successfully cultivated the space domain. In this domain, he's invincible. Someone was secretly shocked. Just the space domain can't withstand the attacks of so many powerful existences. The powerful existences' attacks only made the space domain tremble slightly. Explode. Lin Fei did not even look and shouted. The huge domain suddenly exploded, setting off a terrifying shockwave. A huge black hole was left in the center, like the entrance to hell. When the horrifying aftermath swept across, there was a tyrannical existence that blocked the spread of the aftermath, suppressing it within a certain range. Where is he? They're gone. Are they all dead? No one could clearly see how this move happened. However, everyone knew that this move was too terrifying, almost impossible to block. It was to the extent where they couldn't even leave the spatial domain. There were powerful existences that were shocked. They stared at the black hole, not fading for a long time. What a terrifying secret method attack, killing a powerful existence with a single move, not even able to escape. Some people cried out in alarm, while others trembled. One move to kill a powerful ultimate god expert. That move was too terrifying. Even those who had planned to fish in troubled waters shuddered. If they had made a move just now, they would probably have died without a corpse and become a thing of the past. Still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, hierarch rank godheads fell into his palm. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but whoever thinks I'm easy to bully, feel free to come and try. This sentence caused many people to pout. How dare you say you're not a bloodthirsty person? He killed dozens of experts in one go, forcing the people on the periphery to not dare to make a move. If any of you still want to make a move, feel free to come and try. Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Now, everyone was afraid and did not dare to make eye contact with Lin Fei. It was too terrifying. Those who made a move were all ultimate god experts like guardians and elders. Who would dare to cause trouble if they were defeated in one move? With such a big move, those who wanted to die should consider if it was worth it. Go back and tell those who want to cause trouble, no matter how many people come, I'll be waiting for them. A loud rumbling sound spread across the entire Mount Celestial Worthy. Lin Fei was telling everyone without a care that as long as they dared to come, he would dare to kill them. I was planning to spar with you, but it seems like there's no need for that now. Dongfang Yijian said with a bitter smile when Lin Fei returned to Sinfu and the Sinfu gate was closed again. Dongfang Yijian had seen this move before. The current power was 100 times stronger than before. Dongfang Yijian knew that he could not withstand such a terrifying killer move. Divine Venerable Rainbow was defeated by this move in the past. They're coming in menacingly. If we don't use a big killing move, they won't rest. Lin Fei said with a smile. In the past 60 years, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the space collapse secret technique. Its power had also become more terrifying. He was very satisfied with this enhanced secret technique after his first test. They must hate you to death. Dongfang Yijian was also very impressed. So be it. As long as they dare to come, I'll send them all to hell. Lin Fei's use of a big secret technique had indeed made many people give up. For the time being, no one would be the vanguard. The invincible and tyrannical ultimate gods could see through the secret technique. It was almost impossible to resist unless one left the space domain. However, leaving the space domain was easier said than done. This also made many forces secretly want to capture Dtion and refine his space bloodline. This Dtion is not simple. Young Master Xing Chen originally wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, but the result was unexpected. The space bloodline is a top-level bloodline. It is indeed not simple. This is good. The 8 divine emperors and other forces will fight Dtion to the death. Who knows, I might even have a chance to obtain the space bloodline. In the world of creation, Lin Fei's name once again spread. Of course, it was a fierce name. Some people said, Dtion is seeking his own death. He has a top-level bloodline, but he still causes trouble everywhere. Sooner or later, he will be killed and his bloodline will be taken away. The forces that were killed, surprisingly, remained silent. This was because someone stood up for Dtion. Dtion is my junior brother. After these simple words spread, everyone was shocked. In the underworld, the 3 divine emperors spoke in unison, shocking countless forces. Who would dare say that Dtion did not have a backer? His backer was 3 divine emperors. Even though they were deity emperors from the abandoned land of the gods, they were not real deity emperors. No one dared to provoke them, especially the slaughtered deity emperor. The strongest among them could sweep away ordinary deity emperors. With the support of the divine emperors, no one dared to be presumptuous for a while. There had been many people secretly preparing to deal with Dtion, but they temporarily put aside their thoughts. As long as the celestial worthy mountain opened, without the protection of the divine emperors, Dtion would definitely be besieged. Hearing the Tianci divine emperor's words, Lin Fei was very grateful. Chapter 1934. With the Tianci Shenhuang's words, the area outside Dongfang Yijian's Sinfu became quiet again. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to offend the 3 Shenhuang giants of the Hell World. However, since they could not do it openly, there were still people who offered a shocking reward. Someone offered a shocking reward for killing Dtion. As for who offered the reward, no one knew. However, it was definitely someone who hated Dtion to the core. Everyone was tempted by the reward. Some hidden forces even said that if Dtion was captured alive, they could obtain techniques, divine emperor combat weapons, and other treasures. For a moment, the news of the reward spread like wildfire. Outside Dongfang Yijian's immortal mansion, countless gazes gathered in the dark, staring at it constantly. No one was willing to miss such a big piece of meat. They could not do it now, but it did not mean they could not do it in the future. Once the door to Mount Celestial Worthy was opened, the opportunity to capture Dtion alive would come. They are still unwilling to give up. Hearing that he was offered a reward, Lin Fei sneered. His eyes flashed with coldness. Even Dongfang Yijian, who was sitting next to him, felt a terrifying chill. It should be those people from the 8 great god emperors. They're not resigned to their failure a few days ago, so they deliberately put up a reward. They're really despicable and shameless. Dongfang Yijian cursed. Now, fellow Taoist. You've become a human-shaped, moving treasure. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. If someone was courting death, he didn't mind helping them. I'm a moving treasure, and a moving treasure stained with blood. I'm afraid we can't go to the celestial, worthy mountain together. Don't. Dongfang Yijian said hurriedly. I know you are afraid that the reward will affect our team. However, since the reward was offered, those who wanted to participate have all left. Now, only the 4 of us are left. Yes, my friend, you don't have to leave. Nobody is afraid of them. Zhuge Feng said. As long as you are here, the 4 of us can also obtain good treasures. We can even find the opportunity to advance to Shenhuang. Huang Qiu added. A few days ago, Lin Fei knew that Dongfang Yijian had found some people to join the team. However, he did not expect that some people would leave the team after the reward was offered. Lin Fei was also a straightforward person. We're going to start a massacre. If they leave the team, they will definitely regret it in the future. I promise. Dongfang Yijian was also filled with fighting spirit. To be able to kill enemies together with fellow Taoists is one of the greatest joys in life. The bounty on Di Tian's head continued to spread. Countless people were staring at Dongfang Yijian's Senfu. As long as Di Tian dares to enter the celestial worthy mountain, I will be the first to suppress him. He was a half-step deity emperor and possessed a deity emperor combat weapon that could suppress all 4 directions. It wasn't just one senior who was shouting from afar. In just a few days, several seniors were shouting from afar, and all of them wanted to suppress Di Tian. Many people secretly sucked in a cold breath. In the face of such a shocking bounty, the experts of the older generation could no longer sit still. There were even rumors that some people took out treasures to advance to the deity emperor realm to provoke the experts of the half-step deity emperor realm. Dongfang Yijian's Senfu did not say anything. Everyone thought Di Tian was scared out of his wits and did not dare to compete with the seniors. Any half-step deity emperor was an extraordinary existence. Those who could become a half-step deity emperor could suppress a peak ultimate god. Even a divine emperor might not be able to kill a half-step deity emperor in one move. What do you mean by the older generation? You've just lived a little longer and cultivated a little longer. In my eyes, cultivators are worse than dogs. How dare you shout from afar? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you're made of? If I were you, I'd scram as far away as I can so that I don't embarrass myself. In a situation where no one expected this, Di Tian transmitted his words through the air. His tone was extremely arrogant, belittling those of the older generation to the point that they were worthless, instantly offending many of them. Lin Fei's words had pierced through the sky. Some people applauded Lin Fei's words. He had lived for such a long time, but was only a half-step deity emperor. Di Tian was a peak ultimate god who could easily kill an ultimate god. A half-step deity emperor was indeed useless. On that day, many Senfu on the celestial worthy mountain were filled with anger. Some people counted and found that they were all from sects and forces that were forbidden to come. Lin Fei's word from afar had struck a blow to the older generation before he fell silent again. No matter what the outside world said, he remained in the Senfu and did not come out. As the countdown for the celestial worthy mountain's opening entered, the celestial worthy mountain became faintly discernible and became very eye-catching. The door also became real and no longer looked illusory. Everyone knew the celestial worthy mountain would open soon. Look, it's the longevity bird of the celestial worthy mountain. On that day, someone exclaimed while looking at the celestial worthy mountain. Huge creatures flew across the sky above the celestial worthy mountain that was shrouded in mist. Their terrifying divine power soared into the sky as if they were going to break through the firmament. Countless influential people looked at the celestial worthy mountain that was shrouded in mist. Unbelievable. That's a peerless divine bird that has lived for millions of years. It has terrifying strength and can kill a peak ultimate god with one blow. Someone had seen such a bird in a secret scroll. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Some of the ancient factions exclaimed, "Rumor has it that the heavenly venerate mountain has a mysterious origin. It is filled with all kinds of great opportunities, from the smallest stalk of immortal grass to the largest tree. Even the extinct, peerless divine bird has appeared. Just thinking about the heavenly venerate mountain is enough to make anyone yearn for it. A few days later, the mist on the celestial worthy mountain gradually dissipated. Birds and beasts continued to appear in everyone's field of vision. Some powerful existences who could spy on the celestial worthy mountain became very important. The major forces in the first region joined forces and set up layers of formations to temporarily seal off the space to prevent people from entering. The situation lasted for 16 days. On the last day, when the mist dissipated, the portal shone brightly. A light pillar shot into the sky and pierced through the firmament of the heaven-opening world. A huge portal appeared in front of everyone. The celestial worthy mountain has opened. My opportunity has come. The moment the celestial worthy mountain's portal opened, divine emperor experts in the distance took out their divine emperor combat weapons and attacked the sealed space. The powerful existences who were hiding in the dark took action and tore apart the sealed space. They turned into streams of light and entered the celestial worthy mountain to search for their opportunity. For a moment, the divine emperor's aura was overwhelming and suppressed all the forces. Divine emperors who were rarely seen appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain and entered the celestial worthy mountain. Everyone only felt relieved when the aura of the divine emperor dissipated. Disciples of the Xianxia sect, go in. Disciples of the demon mystic sect, go in. The major forces in the first region began to move. Chapter 1935. Wave after wave of people entered the celestial worthy mountain. No matter who it was, no one wanted to be left behind. They fought to be the first to enter the celestial worthy mountain. Soon, everyone in the first region entered the celestial worthy mountain. The people at the back cursed the big forces for being shameless. They were in a favorable position, but they couldn't do anything about it. Looks like we'll have to enter in the third wave. Dongfang Yijian put away his senfu and said unhappily, "Who asked the bastard sect to occupy the best region and let them take advantage of us?" Zhuge Feng said, staring straight at the door. "It's going to be lively this time. In the past, very few people entered the celestial worthy mountain. This time, it's going to be the liveliest. I'm afraid tens of thousands of experts will enter." Huang Qiu's face was grave. Lin Fei could feel the extraordinariness of the inside of the celestial worthy mountain through the door. Hee, it's more fun with more people. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave. The third wave was naturally the people who were left behind. Although everyone was very dissatisfied, they could enter. Everything would be fine after a while. In the midst of cheers, everyone rushed in and disappeared into the door. "All right, let's go." Dongfang Yijian was also happy. Almost everyone in front had entered, and they were close to the door. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. "Don't disappoint me. The opportunity to become a god emperor is here." The four came close to the door and rushed in when there was a gap. Whoosh! When they entered, they did not split up but gathered together. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and the vast divine light penetrated into his body. What a dense divine power! Lin Fei was sure that even a heaven-stage divine pulse might not be as dense as this. At this moment, Lin Fei and the others were standing on a platform. The platform was very large and was filled with an ancient aura. In the distance, there was a continuous mountain range, and there were birds and beasts flying through the sky. The rumors are indeed true. There's a saint vein buried in the heavenly worthy mountain that's even higher than a heaven-ranked divine vein. With such dense divine light and divine energy, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for dozens of years. Someone exclaimed. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the divine light. Ha ha! Such a rich divine vein space. There are great opportunities everywhere. I'm coming. One after another, figures flew across the sky in search of their own opportunities. I was still worried about where to get divinity power. Just a trip to the celestial worthy mountain will give me a huge amount of divinity power. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The system spun rapidly, absorbing the light of the divine light and transforming it into threads of divine power. This time, Lin Fei suppressed the appearance of the divine light vortex and quietly refined the divine power. The celestial worthy mountain's first surprise made Lin Fei beam with joy. Even though Xianxia had collected quite a number of god veins over the past 60 years, it was still far from enough to keep up with the rate of expenditure. Today, Lin Fei finally found a place that he was satisfied with. If I can take a Saint Vein back, I'll be rich, Lin Fei thought to himself. He had heard about Saint Veins before. They were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked divine veins. Even in the immortal world, Saint Veins did not exist. A Saint Vein could create a strong force that would last for a long time and be passed down for generations. Because of the incomparably large amount of divine light, it could create an otherworldly paradise. Dition, those 5 should be the 5 great attribute secret realms. They are also unique existences in the celestial worthy mountain. In each attribute secret realm, there are precious treasures. There are even rumors that there are the arch weapons and the arch treasures in them. Dongfang Yijian's eyes did not move as he stared at the 5 secret realms in the distance. From the moment he entered, Lin Fei noticed the 5 secret realms. The aura they emitted was very strong. It was hard not to notice them. Before the celestial worthy mountain opened, the news of the 5 great attribute secret realms had spread. Rumor had it that there were treasures left behind by god emperors. Many people were eager to take action. Dition, where should we go first? Zhuge Feng suppressed his excitement and asked. Huangqiu also looked at Lin Fei. Dongfang Yijian naturally did not care. This place is blessed by the heavens. It would be a pity if we don't plunder it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Let's just sweep it all along the way. In fact, the 3 of them had the same idea. Standing on the platform, they could see that there must be extraordinary divine herbs in the undulating mountain range. They would definitely be of high age. Otherwise, how could the birds and beasts cultivate to such a powerful level? Let's go. In the undulating mountain range, many people were collecting divine herbs. In less than half a day, there was a continuous stream of news. A genius disciple of the Zhengyi school suppressed a 500,000-year-old young medicine king. As soon as the news came out, countless people were envious. The effect of a 500,000-year-old young medicine king was extraordinarily terrifying. It was not easy to suppress a young medicine king. A genius disciple of the Immortal Emperor School suppressed a 1,000,000-year-old medicine king. There was a continuous stream of news. Everyone became even more frenzied. Where do you think you're going? In a mountain range, Lin Fei was also sweeping for divine herbs. Lin Fei was also very moved by the age of these divine herbs. Some were tens of thousands of years old, and some were even longer. The origin of the celestial worthy mountain was even more mysterious. The power of space pressed forward and sealed off of space. Dongfang Yijian, Zhuge Feng, and Huangqiu kept grabbing at the divine herbs. Everyone was beaming with joy as they captured the divine herbs. 700,000-year-old Daluo grass. Zhuge Feng grabbed a 700,000-year-old divine herb and spent a lot of effort. He looked at Lin Fei with an exceptionally grateful gaze. Big Brother Dition is still the best. With the power of space, no matter how powerful the divine herbs are, they can't escape. Zhuge Feng smiled proudly. Of course, as long as the divine herbs are trapped, they will still be in our hands. Huangqiu was also beaming as he continued to collect divine herbs. The foursome's efficiency was very high. No matter how old the divine herbs were, as long as they were extraordinary, they would still be suppressed. There was no other choice. Along the way, they collected a lot of divine herbs. Lin Fei also obtained a lot of divine herbs. To him, this was nothing. His biggest gain was the continuous refinement of divine power. His efficiency was extraordinary. Lin Fei even sensed that the mountain range below was actually a huge Saint Vein. Otherwise, these divine herbs would not have grown to this extent. Look, a half-step deity emperor is attacking the fire Qilin. Zhuge Feng exclaimed. He stared at the sky and unleashed his divine might to block the burning sky fire. At this moment, in the sky, a half-step deity emperor was attacking the fire Qilin. The entire sky turned fiery red. Divine beast fire Qilin. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Hairball, who was on his shoulder, also opened her eyes. What a powerful qi and blood. In the sky, the fire Qilin stepped on flames and moved back and forth. The sky full of flames swept towards the half-step deity emperor. Swish! Chapter 1936. Everyone in the celestial worthy mountain was shocked by this scene. A half-step deity emperor was actually burned to death. He was burned alive in front of them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. Was that a divine beast fire Qilin just now? Zhuge Feng was terrified. It looks like it's the fire Qilin. Huang Qiu's voice was trembling. The legendary fire Qilin. Oh my god, this is too scary. It had to be said that no one dared to underestimate the terrifying strength displayed by the fire Qilin. Look, someone is chasing the divine beast fire Qilin. Powerful auras soared into the sky, chasing after the divine beast fire Qilin. Many people had their eyes on the fire god's fire Qilin. There were definitely many people who were tempted by the one-in-a-million divine beast. After all, it could become a right-hand man in the future. The divine sun also couldn't help but chase after it. Dongfang Yijian stared into the distance and said, "The divine beast fire Qilin is very attractive to them." Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the celestial worthy mountain. With a single roar, the mountains collapsed. On the heavenly worthy mountain, a white figure appeared in the sky. The ferocious might of a monarch swept across the entire heavenly worthy mountain. Divine beast white tiger. Lin Fei was also incomparably solemn. The terrifying ferocious aura was like a raging gale. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the great ferocious aura, and no one dared to underestimate it. It turned out that someone wanted to suppress the divine beast white tiger. At that instant, countless formidable existences summoned their god-emperor artifacts to suppress the divine beast white tiger. The divine beast white tiger raised its head to the sky and roared, unleashing a ferocious aura that sent the divine emperor's treasures flying one by one, smashing them into the mountains. With just a roar, the divine beast white tiger displayed its invincible strength. No less than a deity emperor, the divine beast white tiger walked through the air and used its sharp claws to attack everyone. Corpses continuously fell from the sky, and no one was a match for the divine beast white tiger. Screech! Even further away, a fiery red figure let out a deafening roar. Flames filled the sky. Another divine beast appeared, a phoenix that could undergo nirvanic rebirth. Its enormous body was incomparably resplendent, divine flames covering heaven and earth. This was a phoenix that had disappeared for a long time. One of the divine beasts. Divine fire descended from the sky wherever the divine beast phoenix passed. The blazing temperature instantly evaporated peak ultimate gods. Everyone's scalp tingled and did not dare to approach it. The divine beasts are coming out one after another. Lin Fei was also moved. Every single one of the divine beasts he saw just now had invincible strength. The extraordinariness of the heavenly worthy mountain shocked everyone once again. There were constantly powerful figures chasing after the divine beasts. There were also some sect masters from the older generation who cried out in alarm. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a god beast that ran amok on Empyrean Mountain. There was a peerless expert who suppressed and captured it. He commanded an army of god beasts and swept through the world. Now it seems that it was true. A god beast has appeared, and I wonder who can subdue it. Over the next few days, there was a constant stream of news. The godchild of the Thousand Goblins sect has subdued a divine beast, and his strength has improved greatly. The Fortune Gates divine prince has subdued a fire element divine beast. The number one divine prince on the divine roll, Sky Dragon, fought for several days with a supreme treasure, suppressed the white tiger, the 4 ferocious beasts, and killed half-step divine emperors and ordinary divine emperors. His divine might is invincible. I didn't expect Sky Dragon to be able to suppress the white tiger. Dongfang Yijian was also shocked. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation can compete with him. For the past few days, they had been sweeping up medicinal herbs. Hairball, who was on Lin Fei's shoulder, was also devouring large amounts of medicinal herbs. At the same time, there were also immortal beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even though Lin Fei had never seen the divine Sun Tianlong before, he admired the other party's ability to subdue the white tiger ferocious beast. Many powerful experts had taken action, but they were snatched away by Sky Dragon. His strength was unparalleled. Roar! 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 An angry roar came from the distant mountain range, followed by a monstrous pressure. A million-year-old immortal beast. Lin Fei's face lit up. A million-year-old immortal beast strength was infinitely close to a divine beast, and it had the battle strength of a peak ultimate god. In a valley not far away, a million-year-old King Wolverine with a body as big as a mountain charged forward. The surrounding ultimate gods were crushed one after another. The King Wolverine's sharp claws easily scratched the ultimate gods' bodies like tofu and cut them into several pieces. The scene was filled with the smell of blood. Dozens of people besieged the King Wolverine, but more than half of them were killed. It seemed that the remaining people would not be able to hold on for long. The King Wolverine grinned. Want to catch me? Trash like you. He opened his mouth and swallowed the corpses on the ground with a satisfied expression. Powerful flesh. How delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicacies. The King Wolverine kept attacking and killing ultimate gods. Its sharp claws were like a supreme divine emperor's battle weapon. They're done for. Lin Fei rushed in, and an overwhelming stench of blood surged out. Master, this guy's vitality is so strong. It's a great tonic. Hairball's eyes lit up. She could not wait to open her mouth and swallow the opponent. Lin Fei opened his time domain. Go, Hairball. He came to Mount Celestial worthy not only to find his own opportunities, but also to help Hairball advance to the divine beast realm. A unique existence like the primordial evil dragon would reach the divine emperor realm once it advanced to the divine beast realm. At that time, there would be nothing it could not eat. Divine emperor? That was also the primordial evil dragon's food. Roar! Hairball returned to her original form and rammed her huge body toward the King Wolverine. Little thing, you think you can eat me? The King Wolverine was furious and slashed with his sharp claws. Under the time domain, his speed became very slow. Hairball moved back and forth to avoid the attack. Her huge body rammed into the King Wolverine. Old thing, don't be so arrogant. I'll eat you later. Hairball sent the King Wolverine flying. She used her innate divine ability and opened her mouth to bite the King Wolverine. The defense that even a divine venerable could not break was badly mutilated by Hairball's bite. Don't you dare! The King Wolverine kept struggling. Wave after wave of energy was sent over. Hairball's huge body pressed down on the King Wolverine and was not affected at all. She slowly swallowed the King Wolverine. That's DT on. Run. Those who were lucky enough to survive ran away in panic. The King Wolverine was strong, but he could not resist Lin Fei's time domain. He was swallowed alive by Hairball. Hairball, you're getting more and more powerful, Dongfang Yijian said with a smile. Hairball had been gorging herself these days. Ha ha, I'll become more and more powerful in the future. I'll eat all the divine beasts. Hairball was proud and returned to Lin Fei's shoulder. We can sweep the treasures again. Zhuge came up and collected the storage rings of the corpses. The King Wolverine's Lair. Chapter 1937. Every million-year-old immortal beast had a nest. There were many treasures in the lair, as well as some rare medicinal herbs. The group of people was overjoyed. The harvest was too bountiful. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. Zhuge and Huang Qiu were full of smiles. They had harvested a large number of precious herbs, which could be exchanged for many valuable things outside. They knew very well that if they had chosen to leave, they would not have such a good opportunity. There were dangers everywhere on Mount Heavenly Worthy. It was almost impossible for the two of them to defeat hundreds of thousands of immortal beasts. The million-year-old King Adamantin almost wiped out an entire team. Just thinking about it was frightening. The deeper they went, there were countless immortal beasts on Mount Heavenly Worthy. Hundreds of thousands of years had become a common occurrence. Along the way, Hairball would take the initiative to attack and kill immortal beasts almost instantly. Unless it was a million-year-old immortal beast that needed to be suppressed by the time domain. The experts who came to offer rewards had not appeared yet. There were many treasures on Mount Heavenly Worthy. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Lin Fei was happy that no one came looking for him. It gave him more time to refine his divine power. In a short time, his divine power reached a terrifying number. If anyone was bored enough to come and seek death, Lin Fei would definitely be able to easily suppress them. Moreover, he would be able to suppress them to the point where they would not be able to do anything but suffer. There was no news of a divine emperor godhead. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. As long as there was news, there would definitely be a divine emperor godhead on Mount Heavenly Worthy. There was no news now because no one had come in contact with it. 7 to 8 days later, a piece of news came from up ahead. Someone had discovered a dueling platform in the mountain range. An expert had gone up to challenge it and obtained a divine emperor's treasure. Instantly, countless people rushed to the dueling platform. A divine emperor's treasure of high quality was very tempting. Godly venerable experts could easily suppress godly venerable experts with a divine emperor treasure and gain the upper hand. Boom, boom. Intense energy fluctuations came from the front. It seems like someone is fighting over the battle stage. Dongfang Yijian was the fastest. He knew what was going on. Tian, do you want to go take a look? You might get a good harvest. Sure, let's go take a look. In a mountain range. The mountain peak was flattened, and a battle stage was placed on top of it. There's a certain difference between this battle stage and the one outside the Heavenly Worthy Mountain. That was because this battle stage was glowing brightly. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. It was far more precious than the battle stages outside the Celestial Worthy Mountain. At this moment, on the arena, there was someone challenging the levels. It was a powerful half-step deity emperor. He charged all the way to the 90th level, and at the 91st level, he had no choice but to leave the arena. A box emerged from the light. The half-step deity emperor was overjoyed. He kept the box and left. After this half-step deity emperor left, many powerful auras chased after him. Seems like that half-step deity emperor obtained something good. Dongfang Yijian said in a low voice, I don't know who set up these arenas, but everyone can only go up once. If they go up a second time, they will be killed on the spot. Lin Fei also noticed the extraordinariness of the dueling platform. Brilliant light continuously gushed out, interweaving into strands of laws that hung down. This battle stage is a treasure, maybe even an emperor artifact. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A treasure is a treasure. No one can take it away. Zhuge Feng shook his head. Brother Tian, do you want to give it a try? Huang Qiu said. Lin Fei was very interested in this dueling platform. It was an existence with an extraordinary background. Perhaps there might be something good for him. At this moment, several experts made their moves to fight for the right to go up the stage. I'm going up. An extremely fast figure slashed out twice with his sword, blocking the expert. Then, he entered the arena. So fast. Could it be that the Divine Child is here? It's not the Divine Child. It's Dongfang Yijian, who cultivates unlimited speed. Someone quickly recognized him. Some people also noticed Lin Fei and his group in the distance. Recently, it was hard not to recognize them. They subconsciously distanced themselves from them. Who knew if there were experts ambushing Tian? Brother Dongfang is so fast. I'll definitely make a breakthrough this time. On the stage, Dongfang Yijian's speed was extremely fast. He continuously killed the bronze golems and passed one stage after another. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the 70th stage. He went through 3 more stages and was finally stuck at the 74th stage. He was attacked by the bronze golems and had no choice but to retreat. I was going to go for the 80th stage. Dongfang Yijian sighed. However, the rewards here are much better. It's a supreme, ultimate god treasure that's barely comparable to a divine emperor treasure. According to my estimation, the reward for passing the 80th stage should be a divine emperor treasure. As soon as Dongfang Yijian came out, the people behind him immediately rushed to enter. Lin Fei also wanted to see which stage he could pass. The space domain spread out, and the experts who were about to enter were moved away from the stage. Lin Fei entered the stage unhurriedly, and the space domain dissipated. That's the Tion. Space domain. Only the space domain could move people away in the shortest time possible. Although those people were unwilling, they were still somewhat fearful of going against Tion. As soon as he stepped into the stage, Lin Fei felt that it was extraordinary. The stage he was standing on was made of extremely rare materials. They're here. The first wave of bronze golems had arrived. With a thought, Lin Fei swept across with a space slash and killed all the bronze golems. Tion is so powerful. He made it to the 70th stage with just the power of bloodline. He might even make it to the 80th stage. The power of bloodline is indeed terrifying. Wave after wave of bronze golems were killed by the power of space before they could even make a move. It was unbelievably fast and made everyone realize how terrifying Tion was. Brother Dongfang, how many stages do you think Tion can pass? Zhuge Feng asked. Dongfang Yijian could not help but admire Tion. Tion was better at passing stages than him. Although Tion's unlimited speed was also a powerful bloodline, it was still a far cry from the power of space. He should be able to pass the 90th stage. After the 70th stage, the strength of the bronze golems kept increasing and their defense became stronger. They were very difficult to deal with. Lin Fei's speed of passing stages did not slow down. The power of space continued to crush the stages that others found difficult to pass. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 80th stage and continued to pass. The 81st stage, the 82nd stage. Very soon, he reached the 90th stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Tion's strength was too terrifying. At the 90th stage, the strength of the bronze golems increased by a large margin. It was obvious that they had reached a new level. Lin Fei opened 2 domains. The 91st stage, the 92nd stage, the 93rd stage, all the way to the 100th stage. Rumble. When Lin Fei passed the 100th stage, the celestial worthy mountain sent down a divine roll. Chapter 1938. The divine list stood in the air. A vast divine aura engulfed the entire celestial worthy mountain. Everyone on the celestial worthy mountain subconsciously looked at the purple-gold divine roll that had appeared. Their expressions changed slightly. Especially when they saw the rewards, they were extremely jealous. A small-sized sacred divine range. His luck is too good. It's unbelievable that he could make it to the 100th level. Isn't there a bounty on Tion's head? How dare he show up? Amazing. I heard that even a half-step divine emperor couldn't make it to the 100th level. That little guy made it and got 2 good items. Be it the older generation or the sect masters, they were all envious of the bounty on the divine list. Unfortunately, the arena didn't allow divine emperors to go up. Everyone could only stare. A small-sized sacred divine range could nurture a first-rate sect and provide for the sect's disciples to cultivate for at least 500,000 years. How many experts could be born in 500,000 years? Not to mention the divine emperor's treasures. They contained terrifying divine aura that could easily suppress an ultimate god. The 8 divine emperors were great, but none of them had a large-sized sacred divine range. They only had a small-sized sacred divine range, not to mention those first-rate forces. The eyes of the experts who looked down on the arena lit up. The 100th level of the arena is rewarded with such good items. I have to try it. I'm not weaker than Tion. A half-step divine emperor started to look for the arena. He made it to the 100th level. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would get a small-sized, sacred divine range. It's too rich. No wonder there's a rumor that a small-sized sacred divine range can be used for more than 500,000 years. It's enough to nurture a large number of experts. Lin Fei was shocked. The arena of the celestial worthy mountain is indeed mysterious. Lin Fei also took a look at the Divine Emperor's treasure. It was a battle armor that could block a Divine Emperor's attack. It was not a bad item. Why did the Divine list appear on my 100th level? Am I the first to make it? Lin Fei frowned. Since there are good items on the 100th level, there might be good items on the 200th level too. Lin Fei opened the system and asked it to calculate the chances of him making it to the 200th level. The treasures on the 100th level were already so good. Lin Fei was unwilling to give a try. 30% chance. Lin Fei was not discouraged after getting the system's answer. 30% was not bad. Dongfang Yijian's eyes had also turned red. Damn it, Tian is too awesome. He obtained something as good as a small-sized saint bloodline. It's a pity that I'm too far away from the 100th stage. Big Brother Tian is awesome indeed. He even caused a phenomenon to appear. He's moving. Big Brother Tian is starting again. Is he going to continue? The three of them stared at the arena. The others were also surprised. Being able to reach the 100th stage was already very impressive, yet he was not satisfied and continued. Many people sneered. Tian is courting death. The arena is not ordinary. It is a mysterious treasure, continuously descending. The Copper Man's strength will become stronger. If one is not careful, they might be killed on the spot. A jealous expert said, if he dies in there, it will be a pity for a small saint grade divine range. Everyone didn't care about Tian. They only cared about the small saint rank divine ranges. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei began to challenge the trial again. After the 100th stage, the Copper Man's strength had reached the half-step deity emperor level. He had an extremely tyrannical force, which made the scalps of the spectators go numb. Explode. Lin Fei also used the most violent method. He directly used the Great Secret Technique. He's crazy. What is Tian trying to do? He actually used the Bloodline Secret Technique to attack the Copper Man. This Bloodline Secret Technique is too terrifying. Half-step deity emperors were very strong. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time and used the Great Secret Technique to attack. Wave after wave of attacks were launched. 101st stage, 102nd stage, 115th stage, 116th stage. The spectators outside the arena were dumbfounded. The waves of secret technique attacks were extraordinarily frightening. There was a hidden expert who tried to snatch the small-sized saint grade divine range. After seeing this scene, he felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, the continuous secret technique attacks would be enough to kill them on the spot. In an instant, countless spectators left. Everyone knew that Tian was very strong, but they never thought he would be this strong. Even if the Divine Sun came, he would have a headache. Tian didn't even fight. He immediately suppressed the Copper Man and then attacked with his dual domains, causing the Copper Man to be continuously knocked away. It's the 180th stage. Unbelievable. Even if the deity emperor came, he might not be able to reach this level. There were more and more people outside the arena. In just a few days, the news spread, and even Celestial Worthy Mountain was alarmed. Every day, there would be news. Tian has reached the 180th stage. Although his speed has slowed down, he still maintains the rhythm of advancing. Perhaps Tian can reach the 200th stage. Those who had been watching were all numb. The elders who had planned to take the opportunity to attack Tian had no choice but to let go of their killing intent. If they couldn't kill this kind of person immediately, there was no need to offend him. No force would be able to withstand the attack of such a bloodline secret technique. The entire top sect would also be overturned and become a thing of the past in the long river of history. At the same time, there was also news. The Divine Sun, Dimia, made it to the 100th stage. Unfortunately, the god list did not appear. Tian took his first good luck. Now that the 200th stage is approaching, the god list will appear again. The Divine Sons were also tempted by the good stuff that came out of the arena. However, many Divine Sons went in and made it to the 100th stage, but they didn't get any extra rewards. The God list did not appear, and the Divine Sons continued to vomit blood. It was so infuriating. The Divine Sons had given up on making it to the 200th stage. With DTon in front, it would be a waste of time for them to go. For a moment, the Divine Sons were all paying attention to DTon and paying attention to the latest news. After making it to the 190th stage, Tong Run was invincible. The terrifying attack of the Bloodline's secret technique could also severely injure the Copperman. Lin Fei could only use the power of space to move back and forth. He kept using the Bloodline's secret technique to attack Tong Ren's defense. That also made the scalps of the people outside numb. Any of the Coppermen inside could easily kill them, but DTon was able to withstand it. From now on, I'm afraid DTon will become an invincible, godly venerable. He's too cruel. If you go against such an enemy, you will be crushed to death. The 200th stage is almost here. I'm afraid DTon will attract the God list again. Maybe he will get a peerless treasure this time. The speed of passing the stages was getting slower and slower. More and more people were paying attention to it. The strength of an invincible, godly venerable spread like wildfire. For those experts who had a bounty on DTon's head, it was not good news, but bad news. It was obviously DTon showing off his strength. Going to kill DTon alone? It was better to go back and sleep. No matter how high the bounty was, one must be alive to enjoy it. It's the 199th stage. Chapter 1939. Everyone was conflicted at the moment. DTon had displayed terrifying strength and stood at the peak of the ultimate God realm. It had been a long time since anyone dared to call themselves an ultimate God realm, invincible God realm. After witnessing DTon's endless secret technique attacks, no one thought they could withstand his attacks. The Bronze Man in the arena had an invincible defense, but it was still broken by the continuous attacks and killed on the spot. They were not as powerful as the Bronze Men, let alone DTon. Past! It's the 200th level. As long as we win, we will be rewarded with peerless treasures. Everyone's attention was attracted by the 200th level. The powerful existences in the dark also took a deep breath. If they were at this level, they would not be able to make it to the 200th level even if they were beaten to death. The Divine Princes behind also retreated. On the arena, DTon was the invincible king. No one could overshadow DTon's sharpness. Only one Bronze Man? Someone exclaimed. On the arena, only one purple gold Bronze Man appeared. There was no large group like before. The purple gold Bronze Man was tall and mighty. Bang! The purple gold Bronze Man was very fast and knocked DTon, who hadn't made a move yet, into the restriction array formation. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly. This purple gold Bronze Man is very terrifying. It has the combat power of at least a heavenly deity emperor. The purple gold Bronze Man sent DTon flying as soon as it attacked. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei stood up, his blood boiling, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Too powerful. He knew how terrifying the purple gold Bronze Man was. It easily broke through the power of space and time and sent him flying. Fight! With the last level in front of him, Lin Fei had to go all out. In order to make it to the 200th level and obtain the treasures, Lin Fei went all out. If he hadn't refined a large amount of divine power, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Although he had used up a lot of divine power along the way, he recovered quite quickly. The arena did not stop Lin Fei from refining divine power. Apart from that, the efficiency of refining divine power in the arena increased a lot. Lin Fei suspected that there was a sacred level divine range nearby. Not again. Lin Fei opened the system and moved quickly. A casual finger from the other party sent him flying. His bones felt like they were about to crack. Flash, flash. Lin Fei couldn't care less about his injuries. He moved back and forth, using his bloodline's secret art to attack the bronze gold statue. Everyone could only see Tion being continuously sent flying in the arena. In everyone's eyes, the invincible domain realm attack had become so weak in front of the purple gold bronze man that it could not withstand a single blow. Its defense had also become a non-existent existence. Tion continued to persevere. The purple gold bronze men are too terrifying. If it were me, I would have died countless times. What a pity, Tion is going to lose. No one was optimistic that Tion would be able to pass the 200th stage. Many people felt that it was a pity. After painstakingly making it to the 200th stage, he just had to encounter a super expert whose strength could rival a heavenly deity sovereign. Dongfang Yijian was also worried. How did such a terrifying purple gold copper man appear? Dongfang Yijian could barely see some traces of it, and it was only because of his unlimited speed bloodline. On the stage, Tion's stormy boat was in a disadvantageous position. No matter what, he couldn't see a chance to pass. It was the same for a deity sovereign. To defeat the purple gold copper man, one would need at least a heavenly deity sovereign realm expert. Big brother Tion, give up. Zhugafeng was also in a dilemma. Being sent flying again and again was not something that anyone could endure. Tion had already persisted on the stage for 3 days. The purple gold copper man was still as calm as ever. With a casual attack, it broke Tion's attack and sent him flying, crashing into the arena's restriction. It should be about time. Once again, he was sent flying. 2 great bloodline secret arts were used at the same time. Lin Fei realized that he was about to win. His figure kept moving back and forth. If I'm not wrong, this purple gold copper man tests one's endurance. If it really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to last until now. The purple gold copper man kept attacking. Lin Fei's speed couldn't keep up with the purple gold copper man's attacks. Even with the mysterious power of space, which allowed him to move back and forth on the stage, it was still of no use. The purple gold copper man could easily break through. Boom! The purple gold copper man attacked again. An invisible attack sent him flying again. Lin Fei only felt that his whole body was about to explode. This attack was exceptionally terrifying. His body also felt like it was about to explode. Unlimited divine power heal. Endless divine power entered his body, repairing the injuries left by the purple gold copper man. This is the last move. If not for my invincible defense, I'm afraid I would have been killed on the spot. Lin Fei still had lingering fears. Whoosh! After the purple gold copper man performed a powerful attack, it disappeared in front of Lin Fei. I made it! Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the beginning, Lin Fei didn't realize that the purple gold copper man was testing him. He kept his invincible defense activated until he realized something. According to the deity emperor realm, this purple gold copper man had at least the strength of a heavenly deity emperor. If it really wanted to kill him, even with the invincible defense, it couldn't withstand the consumption of divine power. Lin Fei was sure that the purple gold copper man was testing him. As long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to pass this level and obtain the godless reward. In the end, he really guessed it right. Exclamations came from the void, and everyone was dumbfounded. He passed. He really passed. Impossible. Tion's strength can't even penetrate the purple gold copper man's defense. What the hell, he's still not dead. The voices of doubt seemed weak and powerless at this moment. Just when they thought that Tion couldn't pass, Tion just went through and succeeded in passing the 200th level. This old man understands. The 200th level isn't about killing the purple gold copper man, but being able to withstand the purple gold copper man's attack. As long as you persevere, the purple gold copper man will definitely retreat when the time is up. A half-step deity emperor saw through the secret. Everyone thought about it carefully, and it made sense. Persevering for 3 days was enough. It sounded easy, but only they understood how long 3 days was. Every attack of the purple gold copper man was extremely terrifying. Persevering for 3 days was simply a dream. Boom! On celestial worthy mountain, the purple gold god list reappeared. Purple gold words appeared one after another, vigorous and forceful. Dition, past the 200th level, and you can obtain an emperor's possession and a middle-sized sacred rank divine vein. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded again. An emperor's possession. Everyone was about to go crazy. A great treasure. How did that Dition get it? Chapter 1940. Any emperor-level treasure was an existence that could make people's eyes go red with envy. With a large treasure in hand, the attack would be terrifying and invincible. Even a god king would have to go all out to block it. What right does a brat have to wield a large treasure? A half-step god king said with envy. This brat's strength is already tyrannical. With a large treasure as a trump card, I'm afraid he'll be sitting on our heads. This brat can't be left alive. He'll become a strong enemy. Looking at the purple gold words on the god list, many powerful existences could not sit still. It would be great if this large treasure fell into their hands. Although they did not dare to say that they were invincible among god kings, they would be able to deter god kings from acting recklessly. They felt that they had cultivated for nothing. In addition, a mid-sized sacred god range was also an existence that made people jealous. Although it was slightly inferior, it could activate a large treasure without limit and release a terrifying attack. This was simply asking for his life. Good heavens, I actually obtained a great treasure. Inside the arena, Lin Fei was also shocked. Large treasures were created by god emperors, and only god emperors could create them. If it was a god emperor's combat weapon, it would be even more terrifying. It was something used by god emperors. Myriad Demon Pagoda. When Lin Fei looked at this Myriad Demon Pagoda, he subconsciously knew its name. The Myriad Demon Pagoda shot out a Jingguang containing a piece of information. A treasure used by the Myriad Demon God Emperor. Lin Fei had never heard of this person. Perhaps this God Emperor came from a very early era. And the activation method. Right now, Lin Fei lacked a suitable treasure, and this 10,000 Demon Pagoda was perfect. When used, it will be extremely powerful. I'll refine it first. The arena did not let Lin Fei enter the next stage. It was as if it was deliberately letting Lin Fei refine it. There was a large group of powerful enemies outside, and Lin Fei did not mind refining it completely. I refined it. Looks like there's no hope. I'll have to take a detour when I see Dition in the future. With an Emperor artifact, who can compete with him? Let's not talk about this. Just his powerful bloodline power is not something we can resist. He looked at Dition, who was seated cross-legged. The people outside were about to faint from crying. Some sect masters wanted to act in secret and snatch Dition's large treasure. Seeing this scene, he could only helplessly give up. With an Emperor artifact in hand, Dition was like a tiger that had grown wings, becoming even more ferocious. I've finally mastered the Myriad Demon's Tower. Lin Fei easily refined and mastered it. The Myriad Demon Pagoda was a terrifying space that contained the Myriad Divine Water collected by God Emperor. It could corrode and refine anything. God Emperors wouldn't be able to last long inside. This is my trump card. After reaching the 200th level, Lin Fei did not plan to continue. After obtaining 2 Sage-ranked Divine Veins and an Emperor-grade secret treasure, Lin Fei was very satisfied. With a thought, Lin Fei walked out of the dueling ring. You're just an ultimate god. Do you think you're qualified to own an Emperor artifact? Hand over the Emperor-grade secret treasure. As soon as Lin Fei came out, half-step god emperors and even hierarch experts who were cultivating in seclusion launched their attacks, causing the void to collapse. At the same time, some even used god emperor-grade secret treasures. No one wished for Dition to continue growing stronger. In an instant, Lin Fei was under a storm of attacks. Everyone was in danger. I knew you guys wouldn't give up. Lin Fei laughed. The Myriad Demon Pagoda flew out, and a terrifying god emperor aura swept across the entire celestial worthy mountain. 10,000 rays of demonic light gushed out, shattering the attacks in the sky. The experts who attacked in the void vomited blood from the god emperor aura. Those with hierarch strength fell from the sky, creating huge craters. Before the God Emperor aura, everyone was like an ant. Taste the attack of the myriad demon pagoda. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some half-step God Emperors at this time. It would be even better if he could kill a God Emperor. He still lacked a God Emperor-grade divine core. They were all testing whether Tian had truly grasped an Emperor-grade secret treasure. They didn't expect Tian to be so cunning. He was waiting for them to attack, and all their attacks were easily broken. Just the God Emperor aura from the myriad demon pagoda was enough to make the experts in the dark vomit blood. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with it, and he activated it again, preparing to see its true power. Even though Lin Fei couldn't unleash its true power, he could still threaten a God Emperor. The myriad demon pagoda suddenly transformed into a black savage beast, soaring into the sky. Its speed was unbelievably fast. The black savage beast rushed into the void, opened its mouth, and everything rushed into its mouth. Those half-step God Emperors and sect masters who vomited blood were uncontrollably swallowed by the black savage beast. Arg! Screams came from the void. Lin Fei could clearly sense these experts entering the myriad demon pagoda. The myriad divine water washed over them, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones were left. It was horrifying. With this sweep, more than 100 experts were swallowed. They were all experts with wild ambitions. The myriad demon pagoda returned to its original state. Lin Fei could feel the joy coming from the myriad demon pagoda. Hairball knows how to eat. This fellow also has a big appetite. Lin Fei knew that the treasures refined by divine emperors were very strong. The fact that they were reduced to white bones in just one exchange was truly startling. This myriad divine water is too terrifying. It can break through the flesh. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The sky outside was empty. There was not a single person left. The weaker ones were smashed into the mountains, unable to withstand the God Emperor aura, even if Lin Fei didn't go for them. Big Brother Tian quickly put away the Emperor artifact. Suddenly, Zhuge Feng's voice came from the mountains below. Lin Fei looked down, and Dongfang Yijian and the others were suppressed, desperately resisting the God Emperor aura, their faces pale. Legend has it that the Emperor artifact is very terrifying. Now I understand. Zhuge Feng swallowed a large pile of elixirs, suppressing his surging blood and qi. This life is worth it. That's for sure. Many people will never see an Emperor artifact in their entire lives. Huang Xiao recovered from his shock and said with delight, "And those experts that were hiding in the shadows, they were so powerful earlier, but weren't they completely annihilated by Big Brother Tian? The two of them now worship Tian even more." Dongfang Yijian had to admit that Tian was stronger than him. With 2 Saint Divine veins, he could build a force that would last for tens of millions of years. In this aspect, even the Dongfang family couldn't compare. They didn't have Saint Divine veins. Those people deserve to die. Their greed has taken over everything. Now even a God Emperor doesn't dare to act rashly. Dongfang Yijian sneered. Just now, when a group of greedy people attacked, Dongfang Yijian still sensed that a God Emperor was watching, but he was scared off by the God Emperor aura. Someone came to me to court death. I had to fulfill their wish. Also, they wanted to see the Emperor artifact, so I gave it to them. Lin Fei said with a serious smile. The 3 of them laughed loudly. Right, where are we going now? Chapter 1941. In a corner of the heavenly worthy mountain, a black-robed young man shrunk his neck and started nagging. This is unfair. I'm the divine son. I carry the will of heaven and earth. Master actually obtained an Emperor artifact. How can I fight him? If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely laugh. This black-robed kid was originally arrogant. At this moment, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. That's right. This black-robed kid was Divine Sun Tiandao. He was Lin Fei's disciple. I'll continue to search. Divine Sun Tiandao turned into a stream of light and flew away. A shocking God Emperor aura swept across the heavenly worthy mountain. Everyone knew that Dition had used a supreme emperor artifact to kill a group of greedy fellows. A god emperor sneered. A group of people seeking death. It's not that easy to snatch an emperor artifact from Dition. Even this emperor doesn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fei's current strength had leaped up and was on par with them. Ordinary god emperors didn't dare to underestimate him. Only god emperors with trump cards would have a trace of disdain in their eyes. No matter how good the treasure was, it couldn't be used for long. Boom, boom, boom. The four-man team continued to sweep. It did not matter what grade the medicinal ingredient was, as long as it was good, it would be taken. Monsters that were hundreds of thousands of years old were even easier to deal with. Furball rushed up and tore them apart, swallowing them whole. Hairball's aura became stronger and stronger. She wasn't far from becoming a divine beast. Ever since Lin Fei used an emperor artifact to kill a group of unwilling people, he became one of the most famous people in the heavenly worthy mountain. At the same time, there was also divine Sun Tianlong. It's open. One of the 5 great secret realms is open. That one is open. The Tomb of the Gods. Soon, the news spread. One of the 5 great secret realms was open. Countless people flocked over. Let's go too. This was the place that Lin Fei cared about the most. Perhaps one could find God Emperor level godheads here. After accidentally obtaining the Myriad Demon Pagoda, after some research, as long as one had enough divine power, they could activate the God Emperor aura. Over the past few days, the group had also harvested a large number of medicinal herbs. Any one of them could be traded for something good. Even a God Emperor's treasure could be easily traded for it. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, one of the 5 great secret realms, gusts of gloomy black wind enveloped the surroundings of the secret realm, forming a natural barrier. In the center of the black wind, there was a door that was faintly discernible. Just a mere barrier. Watch how I enter. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, there were many people watching. But after losing over 1,000 people on the first day, no one dared to rashly enter. A half-step deity emperor soared into the sky. At the same time, a golden armor appeared on his body. His divine power turned into a vast ocean that surged forward, shattering the waves of cold black wind. A cold and gloomy black wind blew past. When he was 100 feet away, the half-step deity emperor turned into a pile of bones, one of the many skeletons. With this terrifying black wind, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to enter. I'm afraid only God Emperor experts can enter. I thought I could go in, but it seems like I can only watch from the sidelines. The people outside shook their heads, their faces filled with unwillingness. Even a half-step deity emperor was blown to death by the black wind. They would only be sending themselves to death if they went in. Many people chose to leave and wait for the next secret realm to open. Boom! Suddenly, there was a monstrous heat wave. The heat wave came wave after wave. Everyone present used their divine power to resist. What a terrifying heat wave. Who is it? Between heaven and earth, a surging flame rushed over, accompanied by a terrifying god emperor's aura. It's the number 1 expert on the god list, Sky Dragon. That's the divine beast he subdued, the Fire Qilin. Sky Dragon is going in. Sky Dragon was also a person who had been in the limelight recently. He constantly broke into the nests of demonic beasts and killed them. Everyone knew about him. Ever since he subdued the divine beast, the Fire Qilin, wherever it went, flames would rise to the sky. As long as the Fire Qilin appeared, even Sky Dragon would come. In the distance, a ball of flame rushed into the cold black wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black wind that could easily blow a half-step deity emperor to death was blocked by the flames of the divine beast, the Fire Qilin. Before anyone could react, the Sky Dragon plunged into the door and disappeared. So fierce, as expected of the top expert on the divine list. He easily blocked the black wind. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Seeing that the divine beast's flames could block the black wind, some people took it seriously. They took out their fire treasures and tried to rush in, but before they could reach half the distance, the black wind blew and turned them into bones. Idiot, the divine beast flames can easily burn a god emperor. It's a top divine fire in heaven and earth. How can your ordinary flames compare to it? Someone who knew better sneered. Another flame is coming. Before they could digest it, another ball of flame came from afar. A huge flying beast appeared in the sky and swiftly rushed in. Crackling sounds could be heard in the sky. Divine Beast Phoenix. It seems to be the ninth heaven phoenix. That's right, it's her. The Divine Beast Phoenix was also subdued. The ninth heaven phoenix was a powerful goddess who came from a divine sun. She was extremely powerful and also easily passed through the black mist. Although the ninth heaven phoenix was not as famous as the sky dragon, she was still a heroine. As the two divine suns rushed in, some reclusive deity emperors also took out their deity emperor treasures and rushed in. Once again, everyone knew that no matter how strong a half-step deity emperor was, he was still far from being a deity emperor. The first secret realm of the 5 great secret realms was opened. It was worthy of everyone's attention. Due to the restrictions of the Black Mist, those who entered were almost all deity emperors or divine sons who carried the will of heaven and earth. They rushed in with all kinds of treasures. By the time Lin Fei arrived, it was already quite late. There were still many gods around the first secret realm. They were unwilling to give up and hoped to find a way in. It was the graves of the gods, rumored to contain countless powerful existences. As for who created this tomb of the gods, it was unknown. But one thing was for sure. Before the world of creation was sealed, the graves of the gods had produced many good things. It was rumored that there were even large treasures and deity emperor war weapons. This also caused everyone to feel restless. Savage D. Tian is here. No one knew who shouted, but everyone felt a chill down their spines. That terrifying savage was here. Everyone knew what happened a while ago. That savage fellow had used his heaven-defying luck to obtain a large treasure and killed many powerful existences on the spot. Everyone was afraid of D. Tian's means. This fellow was an invincible savage. By the time Lin Fei arrived, the secret realm was empty. Chapter 1942. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Outside of the first secret realm, it was empty. Everyone was hiding in a corner. It's just a bad reputation. Lin Fei said. Zhuge Feng said, a bad reputation is still a reputation. Anyway, it's good enough to scare them away. These guys are all evil. Normal people can't scare them. In front of Brother D. Tian, they have to behave themselves. Huang Qiu said. Dongfang Yijian had a smile on his face. His bad reputation was enough to scare them away. How many people could do that? The black fog is very scary. Dongfang Yijian squinted his eyes and stared at the black wind. The black wind was whistling and gloomy. At their level, they could tell that the black fog was not a normal black wind. It was a terrifying black wind. Then how do we get in? Zhuge Feng said while looking at Di Tian. After so many days, Zhuge Feng had already treated Di Tian as his backbone. If it wasn't for Di Tian, they wouldn't be able to get all the medicinal herbs. They were equivalent to divine emperor treasures. Lin Fei also stared at the black fog. The black wind was cold. Even though it was very far away, it could still make people feel cold. As expected of a powerful person, even if a divine emperor went in, he wouldn't be able to survive without a powerful divine emperor treasure. The person who could make such a grand arrangement must be a god emperor. Ha! I thought Di Tian was very powerful. He can't even pass through the black fog. A cold voice came from afar. It came from a divine lord in embroidered clothes. Dongfang Yijian said softly. He's Niu Ding, a half-step divine emperor from the Thousand Goblins sect. His original form is a green bull. Brother Niu, you're right. Di Tian only knows how to bully people with treasures. I'm afraid only divine emperors and divine princes can enter the tomb of the gods. For example, our great senior sister from the Thousand Goblins sect. Niu Ding laughed. If there was a chance to attack Di Tian, why not? The great senior sister of the Thousand Goblins sect is the Nine Heavens Phoenix. She has the Nirvana rebirth technique. Rumor has it that she has been reborn 9 times. Zhuge Feng said softly. After Lin Fei came out of seclusion, He heard about the experts on the god list. The Phoenix of the Nine Heavens was very powerful. Recently, he'd even subdued the divine beast Phoenix, and it was simply like adding wings to a tiger that was unstoppable. The peak ultimate gods and half-step divine emperors in the distance were happy to watch the show. Their sects had all suffered a great loss at the hands of Dtion, especially the most recent time. These people were all filled with killing intent when they looked at Dtion, wishing that they could personally kill him. They're just a bunch of cowards. There's no need to bother with them. Lin Fei didn't care about these people. Rumors? Why bother with them? If they anger me, I'll wipe them all out. Lin Fei's mentality was that simple. When Yo Ding heard this, he looked very uncomfortable. He really did not have the courage to make a move. Dtion was infamous for being a ferocious person. With an emperor artifact in hand, he could kill people like cutting vegetables. Yo Ding snorted coldly. He wanted to see how Dtion was going to end her. It was the same for the others. Although he couldn't kill Dtion, it was good enough to mock him a little. Adding some trouble to Dtion would make him feel better too. Indeed, Lin Fei did not care. After observing for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. This black wind fog came at the right time. Dongfang Yijian was helpless against the black wind fog. He specialized in speed, but he might not be able to charge in. The black wind was too terrifying. You have an idea? Yes. Lin Fei nodded. Go. The myriad demon pagoda flew out, and a terrifying god emperor aura swept out. The spectators in the distance vomited blood, especially Yo Ding, who continuously vomited blood. Withdraw. The myriad demon pagoda flew into the black wind fog. The whistling black wind surged into the myriad demon pagoda under everyone's astonishment. This is an emperor artifact. Unbelievable. It can actually absorb the black wind. Dtion, this ferocious person, is he going to absorb all the black wind? Joy appeared on some people's faces. If that was really the case, they still had a chance to enter. The Tomb of the Gods was filled with endless treasures. Just thinking about it made them drool. The entrance to the first secret realm became clearer, and the fog no longer surrounded it. Big Brother Dtion, you're so mighty. Looking at the myriad demon pagoda absorbing the black wind, Dongfang Yijian and the others didn't know what to say. The terrifying black wind was taken away just like that. Lin Fei himself was also very surprised. At the start, Lin Fei didn't think of using the myriad demon pagoda. However, the cold aura seemed to come from the same source as the black wind in the myriad demon pagoda, but its power didn't seem to be at its limit. He tried to use the myriad demon pagoda to absorb it. He didn't expect it to work. After a full hour, the black wind that filled the sky disappeared. The first secret realm appeared in front of everyone. However, at this time, no one dared to rush into the entrance. That ferocious person was still there. Those who didn't belong to the 8 god emperors were secretly grateful for what Dtion had done. Come, let's go in. Lin Fei didn't retract the myriad demon pagoda. Instead, he placed it on his head. When Dtion entered, everyone felt like they were dreaming. The barrier that prevented them from entering was removed just like that. Everyone was even more fearful of Dtion. Everyone hurry. There won't be a chance if we're late. After a moment of hesitation, everyone quickly recovered and rushed into the entrance. Unknowingly, Dtion didn't seem so ferocious in everyone's eyes. At least he gave him a chance. Behind the entrance, what appeared in his field of vision was a series of mountains. These mountains were barren. Most importantly, they were actually huge mounds of dirt. At first glance, they were all huge mounds of earth. In other words, they were huge tombs. Is this the tomb of the gods? There are so many tombs, each bigger than the last. Zhuge Feng was shocked. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura everywhere. This place is so uncomfortable. Huang Qiu shrank his neck. Dongfang Yijian also became very serious. I feel my heart trembling. It seems like there are many invincible figures buried under these tombs. Lin Fei nodded. I also feel this. It seems like there are god emperors buried here. Oppressive, dangerous. Lin Fei was also secretly wary of the big tombs around him. There's so many big tombs. What should we do? Are we going to dig them up one by one? Zhuge Feng was a little confused. Lin Fei smiled. What's the hurry? The people outside will come in soon. I believe we'll find out soon enough. After a while, the people outside swarmed in. Their eyes were fixed on the big tombs. They were shocked at first before they began to get restless. There's a tomb here. Let's try digging one up. A peak ultimate god was tempted and attacked a big tomb in the distance. Damn you for disturbing the god's sleep. All of a sudden, the tomb exploded with a terrifying light. What followed was a bone-chilling cold voice. At that moment, everyone felt like they were being stared at by a peerless murderer. The grave split open, and a broken corpse crawled out. Its original appearance could not be seen. Its hollow eyes glanced at the peak ultimate god who attacked. You're just a corpse. How dare you? The peak ultimate god was unmoved and attacked again. King's Seal. Chapter 1943. The attack was too fast. The crowd only saw a rogue clan peak ultimate god being killed on the spot as the seal struck horizontally. This was still a corpse. How were they supposed to live if the corpse was so powerful? This seal must be a divine emperor treasure. Only a divine emperor treasure can unleash such power. Someone immediately realized that the seal was extraordinary. It was a divine emperor treasure. It should be of high quality. A corpse could easily kill an ultimate god. What if it fell into their hands? It would be even more powerful. Grab it. The seal is mine. Many people could not help but attack. What a terrifying corpse. Lin Fei stared at the corpse and said. Hairball's eyes lit up as she stared at the corpse and drooled. Master, I want to eat this corpse. It's good for me. Anything that could make Hairball say it was good was definitely good. At the same time, it was also of great help to cultivation, even if it was a corpse and a broken corpse at that. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. She was very sensitive to things that could help her. What did you find? Lin Fei asked curiously. Hairball stared at the corpse. This corpse contains terrifying blood essence. Although it's dead, the blood essence is still there. It seems to be sealed by someone. If I eat more of these corpses, I think I can make a breakthrough in the tomb of the gods and become a divine beast. Lin Fei took a closer look and found some clues. What a powerful blood essence. It's stronger than any ultimate god's blood essence. Lin Fei's blood essence was strong, and the corpse in front of him was not weak at all. In less than a moment, the broken corpse had killed more than 10 ultimate gods. It was extremely powerful. Let's do it. Hairball becoming a divine beast was a big deal for Lin Fei. He used his space domain to suppress the corpse. Dongfang Yijian turned into a shadow and blasted the broken corpse. After Lin Fei made his move, the others all retreated. No one dared to stay in the time domain. Just now, they had all realized how terrifying the corpse was. They had never seen such a horrifying corpse. Even in death, he could still unleash a tyrannical attack. This is an invincible ultimate god. Lin Fei's time domain pressed down, and his space blade slashed out. It was unknown how many times he slashed at the corpse, but he was unable to kill it. Instead, he realized that it was extraordinary. Dongfang Yijian was very knowledgeable. At this moment, he could not help but cry out in alarm. His expression also became incomparably grave. This must be an invincible ultimate god who has been dead for dozens of years. Only an invincible ultimate god's body can remain intact after death and retain the subconscious mind from when he was alive. Dongfang Yijian kept attacking, hoping to find a flaw. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing an existence of this realm. Invincible. No matter which era it was, it would be a top-notch existence. Even an invincible ultimate god who was truly invincible in the same realm could not sit in that position. Lin Fei was surprised to find a corpse that was once an invincible divine lord. No wonder Hairball said it was very nutritious. Lin Fei understood. Although the broken corpse was strong, Lin Fei wanted to suppress it and give Hairball a chance to attack. The time domain kept pressing down, and the space blade appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No one could withstand the attacks. They kept attacking the broken corpse. After some time, the corpse was finally chopped into several pieces. Hairball rushed over and swallowed it in big mouthfuls, showing an expression of enjoyment. Delicious, it's really delicious. Hairball lay on Lin Fei's shoulder and stared at the big grave. Don't worry, we have all the time in the world. Dongfang Yijian brought his men into the grave. After a while, he came out with a big seal. It was a divine emperor treasure that contained a terrifying aura. Lin Fei had an emperor treasure, so he was not interested in it. You three can split it. Inigo Demperor's treasure was priceless. Dongfang Yijian did not need it for the time being. His unlimited speed was the best attack. In the end, he gave the big seal to Zhuge Feng. He was grinning from ear to ear and kept playing with the big seal. Boom, boom, boom. The broken corpse had just been killed. A huge movement came from the depths. Several tyrannical auras swept across the entire graves of the gods. Everyone also saw the towering figures in the depths, and they were all shocked. Divine Emperor Corpse. It's definitely a Divine Emperor Corpse. Everyone looked over and felt a chill in their hearts. God's Son, Sky Dragon, Nine Heavens Phoenix, they are attacking a Divine Emperor expert. Those with sharp eyes easily recognized the divine beast they were sitting on. This shocked them quite a bit. It was not easy for them to deal with a broken corpse, let alone a divine emperor's corpse in the depths. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and revealed a smile. Just now, he knew that there was nothing else in this big grave except a corpse. Other than the big seal, Dongfang Yijian also took a divine venerable level divine spark that contained quite a bit of purple. Lin Fei had learned about godheads in the past. An ordinary hierarch rank godhead's color was one and the same. Only a powerful existence's godhead could change the color of the godhead. The broken corpse must have been an invincible divine, venerable a long time ago. Its divine spark had quite a bit of purple. A divine emperor's divine spark was completely purple. The more purple it contained, the more powerful it was. Are you interested in killing a divine emperor with me? Lin Fei suddenly said to Dongfang Yijian. Since the divine emperor's corpse appeared, Lin Fei did not plan to waste any more time. He had to kill the divine emperor's corpse and obtain a divine emperor ranked divine spark. Dongfang Yijian agreed without hesitation. I have never tried killing a divine emperor's corpse in my life. Even killing a corpse is something to be proud of. Let's go too. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu said in unison. Neither of them was afraid of death. Lin Fei did not refuse. There was strength in numbers. Let's go. The sky was filled with huge graves, one after another. Lin Fei also saw some clues. The bigger the burial mound was, the more powerful it was. Which peerless existence did this? There were so many big mounds burying corpses. They kept moving forward. The divine emperor's pressure swept over like a gust of wind. Lin Fei opened up a black hole. The divine emperor's pressure was banished into the black hole. The group was not affected at all. That's divine emperor Zheng Yi, profound saint divine emperor, and the others. Dongfang Yijian suddenly stared in a direction. In that direction, two divine emperors took out their respective divine emperor treasures and attacked a headless corpse wearing a golden robe. From the looks of it, it was killed with a single slash. Lin Fei also noticed it. They also want the treasures in the graves. This was not Lin Fei's first time meeting the 8 divine emperors. This was his first time seeing their real bodies. Chapter 1944. The tombs of the gods were huge. No one knew exactly how big it was. The tombs of the gods stretched as far as the eye could see. Each and every one of them was filled with powerful existences. At least, they were the true overlords of their era. The era that Lin Fei lived in was considered a mediocre era. There wasn't even a single god emperor. During the glorious era, there would be many powerful existences competing for the position of god emperor. Even if they failed in the end, they would still be on par with the god emperor. This era was far from it. The tombs of the gods constantly emitted terrifying auras, waking up the sleeping corpses. Once the corpses came out, they attacked in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Let's go around them. Lin Fei wouldn't come into direct contact with the God Emperors for the time being. From God Emperor Tianxi and the others, Lin Fei knew that the 8 God Emperors were much stronger than them. They were almost as strong as the Heaven Creation God Emperors or even the God Investiture God Emperors. No matter which realm they were at, it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to fight against them. Now that he had the Emperor artifact, the pressure was greatly reduced. It would be difficult to kill them easily. Boom, 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 before they could go around them. God Emperor Zheng Yi and Profound Saint God Emperor were sent flying by the corpses and crashed into a large tomb. One of the corpses displayed the power to look down on the world. The 2 God Emperors smashed another large tomb and immediately woke up another one-handed corpse, which launched a fierce attack on them. Let's go. Lin Fei and the rest were very careful. During this period, they could still see the older generation experts teaming up to attack the corpses. From 4 to 8 people in a group, they kept attacking these powerful corpses. The deeper they went, the more Lin Fei was shocked. There were so many powerful existences. Who did it? Lin Fei even suspected that these corpses were not from the same era, but from different eras. To be able to cross generations and bury powerful corpses here, that person was definitely a terrifying existence, like the mastermind behind the scenes. These big mounds are too big and powerful. It won't be easy to deal with them. The 4 of them flew while looking for suitable corpses. It was a pity that the tombs were huge. The taller they were, the more it proved that the corpses inside were monstrous. Looks like I'll have to rely on the system. Lin Fei used his divine senses several times to search, but he was forced out by an invisible force. Scan and analyze. In Lin Fei's vision, the tombs changed one after another. The system began to analyze. This required time, and it couldn't be rushed. Boom! In the distance, flames soared into the sky. Scorching waves churned continuously. That's the godchild Tianlong. Dongfang Yijian stared in that direction. God Dongfang was the god. Even from afar, one could feel the horror of the flame. It could easily burn an ultimate god expert to death. Even divine emperor experts had to be careful. I will eat that fire chilin sooner or later. Dongfang hairball Chenai Chin the Chun, the god the of the king, one Chun of I soon of the god. Lin Fei did not doubt Hairball's words. Don't worry, that day will come. Within the flames, the divine sun sky dragon was barehanded. His fists were like the heavens, containing the terrifying will of the heavenly way. He suppressed the corpse and forced it to retreat, putting it at a disadvantage. God's sky dragon is so powerful. Dongfang Yijian also felt the heavenly will in his punches. Born with the heavenly will, it's really terrifying. Lin Fei admitted that Sky Dragon was very powerful. The heavenly will was also a terrifying force. In the exchange of blows, he had unknowingly gained a huge advantage. Any other divine emperor would not be able to perform such a shocking punches. Die. God's Sky Dragon's punches were as fierce as a flood and constantly injured the corpses. He shouted and punched the corpses into pieces. Once the corpses died, their power dissipated. Suddenly, the divine sun sky dragon's eyes flashed like lightning in Lin Fei's direction. Boom! The heavenly will attacked. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were high-level ultimate gods, but they vomited blood and swayed before the heavenly will. It was too domineering. Lin Fei had seen domineering people before, but he had never seen such a domineering one. Dongfang Yijian was also furious when a heavenly will attacked. He snorted coldly, and the sky was filled with sword shadows that pierced the sky and tore the heavenly will apart. Lin Fei felt the terrifying heavenly will descending upon him. It was a judgment from above. You are guilty, and I want to judge you. You cannot resist. Lin Fei was furious. What's so great about a divine son? How dare you attack me with the heavenly will? Do you think I'm a pushover? Go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Spatial arrows shot toward God's Sky Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the divine son of the Sky Dragon was attacked by the arrows of space. It was endless, and anyone's scalp would go numb upon seeing it. Once the spatial power was mobilized, It was extremely terrifying. I know you, D. Tian, the #1 expert in mysterious Xianxian world. However, it seems that you're just SOSO. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Sky Dragon's eyes were like torches, and his tone was sharp with invincible might. Bang! 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 The spatial arrows that filled the sky collided with an invisible force. The heavenly will is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei's pupils contracted slightly. It was the heavenly will that blocked the spatial arrows. This world belonged to the heavenly way, and so did the spatial power. Sky Dragon had the heavenly will and formed a space within its range. It was as if the heavenly way had descended and could naturally block the attack. However, that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Your heavenly will is only a part of the heavenly way. It's not the truly invincible heavenly will. There's nothing to brag about. Lin Fei laughed and activated his space domain to suppress the heavenly will. With this suppression, everyone felt much better. This thing did not attack the physical body, but the mind. It was very powerful. I'm the representative of the heavenly way. You can't defeat me. Sky Dragon's tone was arrogant. However, I won't cause trouble for you today. You're not worthy of me taking action personally. It's meaningless to kill you. Lin Fei also laughed. Sky Dragon is indeed awesome. Even your words are so awesome. I've seen many awesome people, but they were all defeated by me in the end. In my eyes, it's the same even if you're a Sky Dragon. Ha, I'll wait and see. Sky Dragon sat on the divine beast Fire Qilin and left. Too arrogant. Dongfang Yijian was also furious. Does he really think that he's invincible? Lin Fei looked at Sky Dragon's back and suddenly laughed. He thought to himself, wait until I become a divine emperor and can cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. I'll see how arrogant you are then. At this moment, Lin Fei admitted that Sky Dragon was awesome. Chapter 1945. After Sky Dragon had left, Lin Fei also left with Dongfang Yijian and the rest. Lin Fei was displeased to be attacked by Sky Dragon out of nowhere. Damn it! How could he be so arrogant just because he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He indeed had the strength to back it up. Lin Fei could not figure out what trump cards the other party had at the moment. It was not that he was afraid, but that there was no need for him to do so. His current goal was to find a divine emperor godhead. Sky Dragon is still as arrogant as ever. Sooner or later, he will suffer. After Lin Fei and the rest left, a few handsome youths appeared from the void, each of them brimming with an invincible aura. They were a group of gods, a total of 6. They clustered around a handsome and majestic godson. If he isn't arrogant, who is? I feel uncomfortable every time I see him. Sky Dragon really thinks he's an invincible godson. With our brother Tsang, he's nothing. Brother Tsang is the most powerful. Some of the 108 godsons were alone, but there were also groups. They were clustered around Sky Tsang, the leader of their small group. Tian Tsang was very handsome, not inferior to the divine son Tianlong. They took Tian as their surname. After all, they were born with the will of heaven and earth, so they took Tian as their surname. Without a certain level of strength, no one would dare to use the name Sky Dragon. Sky Tsang was also an ambitious person. He was born with golden eyes and could see through all secrets. He was one of the top 10 experts on a god list. Sky Dragon, let him be cocky for a while longer. Sky Tsang laughed. This mysterious sky world Tian is also a fierce person. It seems like he's nothing special. They had actually been together for a long time. Sky Tsang had seen Sky Dragon and Tian fight. After all, Tian's bloodline was quite good. Even though he looked down on geniuses, he still wanted to recruit some subordinates. Without a doubt, Tian's space and time bloodlines were good stuff. What a pity, we can only fight next time. Sky Tsang waved his hand. Let's go. Lin Fei did not know that there were people who wanted him and Sky Dragon to fight. There are so many big graves. It's going to be hard to find them. Zhuge Feng frowned. There was a terrifying divinity buried in that small grave just now. That aura was terrifying, Huang Qiu said with fear. They searched many tombs. Let's attack the big grave over there. Lin Fei suddenly pointed at a large grave in the distance. The system's analysis was out. The surrounding tombs were divided into 5 stars according to the degree of danger. 5 stars were basically the corpses of deity emperors. 4 stars should also be the corpses of deity emperors, just that they were slightly weaker. Lin Fei wasn't sure if that was the case. Dongfang Yijian was also worried. It looks very big. Could it be a powerful god emperor? In fact, everyone was very curious as to why Di Tian had to make a move on the divine emperor's corpse. Don't worry, this one won't be too strong. Lin Fei flew over first and slashed out with his space blade, splitting the grave in half. Disturbing a sleeping deity is courting death. The cold voice caused people's hearts to tremble. A giant hand that could prop up the heavens swept across the sky. The unparalleled might of a deity emperor came crushing down. The corpse of a deity emperor. Dongfang Yijian wasn't surprised at all. The only thing he was surprised about was that the aura emitted by the corpse wasn't very strong. Kill. The space domain spread out and enveloped the giant hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. Strange spatial blades slashed at the corpse's arm. In the space domain, this kind of attack was enough to catch anyone off guard. Dongfang Yijian also took the opportunity to attack. Sword shadows flashed, and the other two also attacked the arm. Hairball, who was on Lin Fei's shoulder, rushed out. Her body returned to its behemoth form and bit the arm, causing blood to flow. This should be the strength of a young deity emperor, but it's much stronger than the current one. Lin Fei had an idea. This was a 3-star grave. The corpse was dead after all. It relied on pure instinct to attack. The young deity emperor was quickly dismembered by the 4's attacks. Hairball took the opportunity and swallowed the corpse, burping in satisfaction. There were no deity emperor treasures in this grave. There was only one deity emperor rank godhead. It was purplish gold in color. The color wasn't very dark. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after obtaining the first deity emperor rank godhead. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a deity emperor. They didn't have any objections to Lin Fei taking away the deity emperor rank godhead. Without Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to kill the deity emperor corpse. Even if it was dead, it was still a deity emperor corpse. Lin Fei also made it clear that as long as there was something else in the grave, he wouldn't take it. They could split it among themselves. Continue. Too amazing. Another young deity emperor's strength. This one is easy to deal with. Watch the attacks of my deity emperor treasures. Another deity emperor corpse appeared. The 4 attacked swiftly, not giving the deity emperor corpse a chance to attack. This was not the first time they had killed a god emperor's corpse. Everyone had their own attack patterns. As long as Lin Fei's space domain was activated, the god emperor's aura would be shattered. What surprised them the most was that every time they searched for a grave, they would find a suitable grave. The strongest deity emperor was only an earth deity emperor. They could barely kill it, but it would take some time. Another deity emperor rank godhead in hand. This time their luck was pretty good. Inside the grave, there were some broken fragments of deity emperor treasures. They were pretty good, even if they couldn't be used for long. Soon, they were close to advancing to the deity emperor realm. Lin Fei's group swept through the graves. It had also caught the attention of some observant people. The graves all looked the same, but the deity emperor corpses they found weren't very strong, and they could deal with them. This made everyone unhappy. Many people went to dig the graves, but they accidentally encountered a powerful heavenly deity emperor, and they were all wiped out. Looking at Lin Fei's group, they didn't encounter any deity emperors. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that Di Tian had a way to see the strength of the deity emperor corpses inside the grave? This was worth their attention. Force them to hand it over? They didn't have the courage. Di Tian was a fierce person, and he even had an emperor treasure. He was a terrifying existence. Wave after wave of people were killed by the corpses, forcing some people to follow behind Di Tian. When it seemed like they were about to make a move, they would snatch it. Who wouldn't be jealous? Since they couldn't find it, they could only snatch it. This angered Lin Fei quite a bit. He had painstakingly used the system to analyze it, but they directly snatched it. Chapter 1946. The graves of the deities were boundless. There are also countless great earth tombs. Among the countless graves, there was an unimaginable terror. Even the self-proclaimed geniuses would be attacked by the powerful corpses. Wave after wave, they would be killed on the spot. Among them, there was one exception. That was Lin Fei and his group. Every time they attacked, the corpses they dug out were not terrifyingly strong. After a while, many people were jealous. Although there were corpses in every grave, no one knew how strong they were. The loss was huge. Lin Fei and his group repeatedly succeeded in killing the corpses. Anyone would be jealous. Therefore, some people started to follow behind Lin Fei and his group. These people are so hateful. Zhuge Feng turned around and stared at them. They have been following us for a few days. At the beginning, there were only a dozen people. Now, there were more than 1,000 of them. There were people from all the forces. Everyone wanted to be the first to attack. After experiencing countless dangers, no one dared to act rashly. The corpses inside were extremely strong. Once they attacked, they would be killed. They had no choice but to keep an eye on Lin Fei and his group. They were smart enough not to approach. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a fierce person with an emperor artifact. If he attacked them out of anger, not many would survive. Lin Fei's lips curled up and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, they will not dare to follow us soon. Dongfang Yijian knew what Lin Fei was going to do. They were going to be in trouble. They dug out the graves one by one. Every time he succeeded, it undoubtedly made the people behind him even more jealous. Many people could see the reason. Every time Lin Fei stopped, it meant that he was going to attack. After a while, they realized that they had an opportunity. Perhaps when Lin Fei stopped, he could make a move on the nearby tombs. Perhaps there would be a good way to deal with it. Lin Fei stopped again. Attack! Without waiting for Lin Fei to attack, a large group of people started to attack, especially the graves that were most likely to be attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of aura soared into the sky as the corpses were dug out. This is great. This is an invincible ultimate god. So is my corpse. At the bottom of the dug-out grave, the corpse was not very strong. This really made them feel excited. Following behind this vicious person was really rewarding. Lin Fei's face darkened. How? After a sweet taste, everyone followed behind, and more people came. Soon, there were more than 10,000 people. As soon as they appeared, they were like a beehive, snatching and digging up the grave. Every time Lin Fei left with a dark expression on his face, everyone also felt that Di Tian was wary of their power. Their group of people were from all sorts of powers, and no matter how gutsy Di Tian was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After experiencing this a few times, no one doubted Di Tian's abilities. There were great benefits to following Di Tian. No one knew who spread these words, but it caused an uproar. More people came to the temple. Every time Lin Fei went to a place, people who didn't know would think that something had happened. There were too many people following behind him. With Lin Fei as a searchlight, the people behind him were all happy. Lin Fei chose to leave every time. This time, Lin Fei came to another place, and his speed slowed down. The black mass of people who had been following him also slowed down. According to their thoughts, Di Tian should have found another place to dig. They would only make a move when they really stopped. No one noticed that Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a sneer. I'll let you continue to have fun. Lin Fei used the system to scan the area. There were a few large graves nearby, and they were all 5-star dangers. In other words, there was at least the corpse of a heaven-creating divine emperor, or even a god investiture divine emperor. Listen up. I'll tell you to leave later. You can't stop at all. Run as far as you can. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them. The three of them couldn't stand being followed by so many people. Lin Fei finally slowed down. 3 large graves appeared in the distance. Compared to the previous ones, they weren't that big and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the 3 large graves for a while. Undoubtedly, this scene was noticed by everyone. It must be these 3 large graves. It's mine. Snatch it. An old senior shamelessly made a move. A saber radiance slashed across the sky toward the large graves. The grave diggers were here. Let's go. In terms of speed, Dongfang Yijian was the fastest at this time. Dongfang Yijian swept Zhuge Feng and Huangqiu away and directly rushed outside. Lin Fei kept shuttling back and forth. This was spatial movement. Boom! A terrifying aura shot into the sky. This aura was so strong that it made everyone's heart palpitate with fear. As soon as the aura was released, everyone knew that something bad had happened. Following that, the aura swept over like a saber. Bang, bang, bang. In front of this invincible aura, everything seemed fragile. The aura was like a saber that slashed at the waist. The densely packed crowd suffered a complete calamity. Just this saber, transformed from the aura, was enough to slash all of them in half. None of them could survive, no matter how strong they were. Instant kill. Instant kill in terms of aura. Dongfang Yijian and the rest felt their scalps go numb. The saber-like aura disappeared as quickly as it came. Even so, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian didn't dare to stop. They raised their speed to the limit. Is this the heaven-splitting divine emperor? Dongfang Yijian's forehead was full of cold sweat. You really played it big. We were almost killed. Grave diggers are really risky. Zhuge Feng wiped his cold sweat. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to dig a grave alone. We might even be killed. When everyone arrived at a safe place, they looked at the disappearing figures in fear. Almost 10,000 people were killed just like that. When the Divine Emperor's corpse was still alive, how terrifying was it? Finally solved the problem. Lin Fei didn't care at all. He had underestimated the heaven-splitting Divine Emperor's strength. Lin Fei didn't know how strong that corpse was, but it was at least as strong as the heaven-splitting Divine Emperor. Furthermore, he didn't show himself. He just released his aura and killed everyone with one saber strike. Dongfang Yijian smiled bitterly. You're really ruthless. You killed them all in one go. In less than a day, you and I will both become ferocious people. Who asked them to disturb me from digging graves? Robbing them once was fine, but they were too greedy. They kept robbing and digging graves. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will think that I don't know how to kill. This was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. Unrivaled auras kept erupting in that area. This invincible aura also frightened the experts who were digging up the tombs. All the god emperors stopped, and their expressions changed slightly. Before this invincible aura, they felt powerless. Chapter 1947. In this god's tomb, even god kings did not dare to look down on the corpses below. Now, several terrifying auras appeared one after another, pressuring them. They only sneered coldly, not daring to go forward to check. That invincible aura was enough to harm them. Regardless of who drew it out, they were not interested. It seems to be over. After reaching a safe place, Lin Fei waited for the aura to dissipate. What, you want to go back? Dongfang Yijian asked. The thought of going back made him shiver. More than 10,000 corpses are very useful to Hairball. Lin Fei smiled. I want to go back and take a look. I can't let it go to waste. I didn't want to kill them at first, but I can only blame them for being greedy. It's too dangerous, Dongfang Yijian advised. You guys just wait here. Lin Fei knew the danger, but he was still confident that he could leave. You guys don't need to be too nervous. As long as we don't disturb those corpses, they will be fine. Moreover, I've mastered space teleportation, so I can come back in the shortest time possible. So. Mastering a profound secret art like space teleportation. Lin Fei's speed increased. With a thought, he could set a location and use space teleportation to instantly arrive at that location. It was a top-notch escape technique. He returned to the same location. Traces of terrifying aura swept past. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The corpses below were very strong. After one slash, the aura left behind made one feel boundless fear. At this time, the vicinity of these large tombs was filled with corpses that had been cut in half. Hairball, do it! Hairball had no taboo when it came to eating. She opened her mouth and sucked the corpses into her stomach. In a few breaths' time, more than 10,000 corpses were swallowed by Hairball. At the same time, she spat out a bunch of storage rings. Lin Fei would not let go of these storage rings. He still hoped to plunder a batch of God Emperor rank godheads. Of course, as long as it was a godhead, the more the better. Thank you for your contributions. Lin Fei lightly sighed and prepared to leave with Hairball. Being near these unrivaled experts was quite stressful, and this was not a joke. If there was another slash, you would be dumbfounded. It was safest to stay away from this area. I'm back. Lin Fei teleported and returned to his original position. His silent appearance startled Dongfeng, Yijian, and the others. Let's find a place to divide the spoils. Lin Fei brought them to a safe place. The corpses in the nearby tombs were not very strong, so it was enough to deal with them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of storage rings flew out. Looking at the mountain of rings, they were dumbfounded. They're all dead? Zhuge Feng asked, trembling. What do you think? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I only want godhoods. You guys can divide the treasures. There is strength in numbers. The four of them began to pour out the contents of the storage ring. It was a bountiful harvest. Lin Fei obtained the godhoods, while the other three obtained a large number of treasures. These treasures were enough to support a large sect. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. He only got 6 God Emperor godhoods, but there were many Hierarch godhoods and countless God King godhoods. Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. God Emperor godhoods were not easy to obtain. With 6 God Emperor godhoods and the previous ones, Lin Fei could be considered to have gathered enough God Emperor godhoods to advance to the God Emperor realm. It's not easy. Lin Fei was not interested in other things. After killing tens of thousands of experts, many of them wanted God Emperor godhoods. If they were not too greedy, Lin Fei would not have thought about it. Boom, boom. Suddenly, in the depths of the tombs of gods, a terrifying heaven and earth will rose. This heaven and earth will swept across the entire tombs of gods. The God Emperors who were attacking the God Emperor corpses were shocked. Someone advanced to the God Emperor realm. I think it's that godchild, Sky Dragon. The God Emperors looked at that area. The heaven and earth will become stronger. Only a godchild who inherited the heaven and earth could have such a strong heaven and earth will. Heaven and earth will. Lin Fei stared into the distance. The heaven and earth was very familiar. Godchild Sky Dragon. Lin Fei remembered the aura of the heaven and earth will from their last fight. Boom, boom. The heaven and earth will broke through the secret realm. Then, an even more terrifying heaven and earth will appeared. Heavenly Path. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was the heaven and earth will of the heavenly path. I heard that when a godchild advances to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth will also contain God Emperor realm heaven and earth will. Dongfeng Yijian showed fear. Lin Fei had guessed that the heaven and earth will was helping the godchild improve his strength. Lin Fei had seen the power of the heaven and earth will last time. Even a peak ultimate god could not resist it. Now that he had advanced to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth would be even more terrifying. An ordinary God Emperor's combat power would be greatly reduced under the heaven and earth will's influence. The heaven and earth will continued for a long time. The people in the Tomb of the Gods secretly breathed a sigh of relief after the aura disappeared. They couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. Ha ha ha. Not long after, Sky Dragon's laughter was heard from the depths of the tomb. There was a trace of heaven and earth will in his laughter. It was like a divine thunder that exploded in everyone's heart. That was also targeted at those who were weaker, somewhere deep in the tomb. The ninth heaven phoenix in a red robe stood on the back of a huge phoenix surrounded by raging flames. A divine emperor. The ninth heaven phoenix turned around and left, leaving behind a fiery rainbow. Tianzong also knew that Sky Dragon had advanced to the divine emperor realm. It's not a big deal to be the first to advance to the divine emperor realm. I could do it too. Sky Dragon had successfully advanced to the divine emperor realm. The news caused a huge uproar. After all, when he was in the ultimate god realm, he was the #1 expert. Now that he had advanced to the divine emperor realm, his strength had skyrocketed again, and he could fight against an earth divine emperor. Many ordinary divine emperors were secretly on their guard. He could not offend the divine sun, Sky Dragon, as long as he did not offend him. However, the news of Sky Dragon advancing to the divine emperor realm was suppressed by another piece of news. That was the ferocious Tion. He had once again done something earth-shattering. He had used the heaven-creating divine emperor to kill tens of thousands of experts. Everyone was shocked when the news came out. Tens of thousands of experts. Most of them were divine kings and ultimate gods. There were also some experts who could fight against divine emperors. They were unlucky and were tricked by Tion. Chapter 1948. Soon after, Tion was labeled as a killer. Those who had been planning to follow Lin Fei and take advantage of him disappeared. If he could trick and kill them once, it was inevitable that he would do it a second time, or even a third time. There was no need to throw their lives away for treasures. It was not worth it at all. Everyone's hatred towards Lin Fei was not light at all. While everyone was afraid of Lin Fei, there were more people who had advanced to the divine emperor realm in just a few days. They were all divine princes. There was God's son Tian Tsang, God's son, 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden, God's son Dao Tian, God's son Huang Tian, that made those from the older generation who had been stuck in the half-step divine emperor realm feel ashamed. They had cultivated for a lifetime, but were not as good as the divine princes who had cultivated for only a few decades. Perhaps it was because of the divine princes or the treasures in the tomb of the gods. There were finally divine realm, half-step divine emperors who had advanced to the divine emperor realm. From time to time, there would be news of peerless divine pills being found in the tomb. Suddenly, a storm was brewing. When they were advancing to the divine emperor realm, Lin Fei was also quietly advancing to the divine emperor realm and becoming a true divine emperor. His aura had completely transformed into a divine emperor's aura. The realm was a threshold for Lin Fei. Many things could be done once the threshold was crossed. For example, pushing the power of his bloodline to the divine emperor realm. The power of an ultimate god's bloodline was indeed a lot weaker when fighting against experts. It could only suppress peak ultimate gods and affect half-step divine emperors, but it was still far from being able to suppress a divine emperor. The power of his bloodline must be improved. Other than that, the most important thing was to cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. That was what Lin Fei cared about the most. You're going to cultivate in seclusion here? Dongfang Yijian was shocked when he heard that Jian Wushuang was going to cultivate in seclusion. Yes, Lin Fei nodded. I think I'm going to advance to the divine emperor realm. So soon? The other two were also shocked. Jian Wushuang was going to advance to the divine emperor realm in such a short time? Yes, that's why I'm planning to go into seclusion for a while. Anyway, the Heavenly Worthy Mountain has a lot of time. 1 year is more than enough. It was impossible for Lin Fei to say that he wanted to improve his bloodline power, so he could only use this as an excuse. You guys can also go out and try your luck. Dongfang Yijian pondered with rapt attention and felt that it was possible. Then be careful when you go into seclusion. There are many people who will cause you trouble. The Tomb of the Gods is so big. It won't be easy for them to find it. I'm not that easy to bully, Lin Fei said with a smile. That's it. Be careful when you go out. It's best if the 3 of you go together. When Xiao Chun attracted the attack of a heaven-splitting divine emperor, he once again attracted a lot of attention. Lin Fei stealthily entered a tomb. This was the tomb of a heavenly god emperor. Lin Fei was also very careful. He concealed his aura. At the same time, he used the system to analyze it. As long as he did not disturb the god emperor's corpse, he should be very safe. What a deity emperor's corpse! It was actually killed by a single blade. The tomb was huge, but it was empty. There was a black stone coffin in the center of the hall. The coffin lid was tightly closed, giving off a terrifying aura. No matter how awesome he was when he was alive, he still had to lie in the coffin. Lin Fei hid in the system's cultivation space. This was also the safest place. Lin Fei did not believe that those people could find him. As for giving up time to search for treasures, Lin Fei was not interested. Time was the key, especially since many godsons had advanced to God Emperor and grasped even more terrifying will of heaven and earth. Lin Fei also had to be careful of them. The most important thing was to improve his bloodline power. I heard that the time power of the God Emperor realm belongs to the Great Success stage. It's not terrifying, but I wonder how terrifying it is. Pushing the time bloodline to the God Emperor realm was more difficult than imagined. It was very difficult. Now that he had a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei could also squander it as much as he wanted. He constantly consumed divine power to make time flow. Tens of thousands of experts were killed. Lin Fei did not want treasures. He only wanted divine meridians, big or small. He did not reject anyone. The treasures were divided among the three of them. Lin Fei was the only one who could easily refine divine meridians. The time bloodline was refined one by one. It was not as easy as he had imagined to refine the time bloodline this time. It was a huge number. Lin Fei was also looking forward to the Great Success stage of time power. He wanted to see how terrifying it would be. By then, he would let the God Sun Sky Dragon have a good taste of his time power. He wanted to see whether the God Sun Sky Dragon's will of heaven and earth was more powerful. Time passed day by day. 2 months later, the second secret realm opened. Another 2 months later, the third secret realm opened. In the next few months, all the secret realms opened. All kinds of treasures emerged, and there were even peerless divine pills. During this period, there were also great battles between the divine emperors. Emperor treasures appeared, and the divine emperors fought for them. In the end, the God Sun Sky Dragon killed the divine emperor with the help of the divine beast Fire Qilin. He broke out of the encirclement and shocked all the experts. The God Sun Sky Dragon could kill an Earth Divine Emperor and even fight against a Heaven Divine Emperor. His strength increased very quickly. At the same time, the other godsons also showed extraordinary strength. Di Tian, who was called Savage, suddenly disappeared without a trace. There was no news for a few months. Some people said that Di Tian was killed by a divine emperor and his treasures were taken. Some people said that Di Tian had double bloodlines and was targeted by an ancient force. His bloodline was refined and he became a useless person. It's done. It's not easy to do it in 8 months. In the system space, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. 8 months was equivalent to a few thousand years in the outside world. The divine power consumed reached a terrifying figure. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of divine power and finally pushed the power of time to the divine emperor realm. If it wasn't for the system space, Lin Fei suspected that it would take him hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years to achieve the Great Success realm of time bloodline. Whoosh, whoosh. Time passed quickly around Lin Fei. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. However, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. An ultimate god expert could turn into an old man in the blink of an eye and die in the passage of time. This is the true terror of time bloodline. The power of time is the passage of time. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It's worth it after spending half of my fortune. Lin Fei did not plan to continue cultivating after achieving the Great Success realm of time bloodline. He did not want to be trapped in the celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei did not come out immediately to avoid disturbing the divine emperor's corpse. A heaven divine emperor was still very terrifying. After achieving the Great Success realm of time power, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. It was not difficult to leave even if he could not win. He appeared in the tomb again. Chapter 1949. Lin Fei's heart moved. The power of time circulated around him. It blocked the mighty pressure of the deity emperor. Under normal circumstances, at this time, Lin Fei should have left. No one was willing to stay in the face of a stone coffin. The pressure of the corpse would make people very uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person, especially after the power of time reached the Great Success stage. With the light of time protecting him, it could block any attack. Anyone who dared to make a move would not be able to stop the flow of time. The power of time at the Great Success stage was incomparably domineering. which was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was confident that he could block the attack of the deity emperor's corpse. At least, the corpse was still obedient. Lin Fei first observed the entire hall, which was gloomy and cold. Stone tablet. Soon he found something. Next to the stone coffin, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was not big. Lin Fei carefully came in front of the stone tablet and stared at it. So this deity emperor is called Deity Emperor Wanshan, an overlord from the Heaven Luo era. The things recorded on the stone tablet were very simple. Life introduction. Lin Fei had never heard of this Heaven Luo era, nor had he seen it in the secret news, but he understood that it was an era before the ancient times. In that era, any deity emperor was stronger than the current one. The deity emperors of this era, Lin Fei felt that they were very ordinary. None of the 8 deity emperors had broken through to the god-emperor realm. One could imagine that their aptitude was not the best. Apart from a stone tablet, there was nothing else. Lin Fei did not go to open the stone coffin. After a brief examination, he left the tomb, used spatial movement, and came to a large grave. This was a very early location. Space had a location coordinate. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei, who had mastered the power of space, could naturally see the spatial coordinates. Everyone is gone. His divine sense swept the entire tomb. Although there were people, the strongest deity emperors were gone. It's been 8 months. The other mystery land has been opened. No one would come here to dig graves anymore. It's too risky. Lin Fei quickly understood. Then, Lin Fei arrived at the celestial worthy mountain. They had left the tomb of the gods. Despite Lin Fei's desire to continue searching for god-emperor rank godheads, he still wanted to take a look at the situation outside. With the power of time at great perfection, he would be able to resist even heavenly deity sovereigns and snatch their godheads. This is outside the secret realm, which was the celestial worthy mountain. In the sky, a unique staircase appeared in Lin Fei's vision. It was a golden staircase. The staircase was long and boundless. There's someone on the stairs. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. There were people standing on the golden stairs. What the hell is this? In 8 months' time, a golden staircase appeared on the celestial worthy mountain. It came from there. Lin Fei looked carefully. At the end of the golden staircase was a high platform. It was faintly discernible in the Jingguang mist. The path of destiny. Lin Fei asked quickly. With his fierce reputation, he could capture any godly venerable and get the answer in a few seconds. The current Lin Fei was infamous. Everyone knew about him. Lin Fei did not say anything, but the other party spilled everything. Lin Fei stared at the golden staircase. He was surprised that it had such a domineering name. Destiny? My lord, I heard that once the path of destiny appears, the battle for the god-emperor position will begin. The middle-aged, godly venerable said carefully. Is this the first time it has appeared in this era? The middle-aged, godly venerable shook his head. I heard it appeared a long time ago, but it left on its own. I didn't expect it to appear in the celestial, worthy mountain again. The battle for the god-emperor position. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The primal chaos godly emperor might have been suppressed to fight for the god-emperor position. Now, the 8 godly emperors, as well as the recently advanced godly emperors, are all on the path of destiny. I heard that if they can reach the last high platform, it proves that the path of destiny is the highest. In the future, they will have a high chance of becoming the god emperor and leading an era. Lin Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. So it's just a test. Lin Fei quickly found Dongfang Yijian and the others. Dongfang Yijian and the others did not go up. The path of destiny could only be entered by the godly emperor realm. When they saw Lin Fei return, they all revealed looks of joy. That's great. I thought you would stay in seclusion. Dongfang Yijian had gained a lot in the past 8 months and had a great understanding of becoming a godly emperor. The celestial worthy mountain only lasts for a year. I don't dare to stay in seclusion for too long. Lin Fei said with a smile. I didn't expect to see the path of destiny again. Dongfang Yijian sighed. Once the path of destiny appears, It means that the battle for the God Emperor is about to begin. A new era is coming. Everyone noticed Lin Fei as soon as he appeared. Di Tian had disappeared without a trace in the past 8 months. Many people suspected that he had been killed or captured by a powerful existence. I didn't expect that kid to still be alive. I was in a good mood before, but it's bad now that I see this guy. Who said he was killed? He must be hiding. So what if he's hiding? He can only look at the path of destiny now. Anyone in the godly emperor realm is going to the path of destiny now. No matter how powerful Di Tian is, he can't go on the path of destiny just like us. They dared not attack Di Tian, but that did not stop them from attacking him in other ways. For example, the path of destiny. They would not be able to go up there, and so would Di Tian. That was the only thing that made them happy. Couldn't they laugh at him if they could not defeat him? A bunch of jinxes. Zhuge Feng had also broken through to the peak ultimate god realm and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you know what's at the end of the path of destiny?" Lin Fei asked Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. "I don't know. It's never been mentioned. However, there are some rumors saying that one can obtain a destiny fragment." Destiny fragment? Lin Fei really did not know about that. Dongfang Yijian was no exception. The news was only spread among the top forces. He explained, "Why do we have to fight for the destiny? It's actually to obtain destiny fragments. For example, there will be something called the destiny fragment on the path of destiny. Only by integrating more destiny fragments can one become a god emperor." There's such a thing. Lin Fei really did not understand. Dongfang Yijian said, "The destiny shard is a mysterious existence. It is released by the heavenly Tao. Only those with the most destiny shards can become the God Emperor. This is something I've seen in the ancient records. Back then, the God Emperor of the underworld left behind a message." Lin Fei turned to look at the path of destiny. Chapter 1950. The path of destiny stood in the air, and Jingguang flickered. Figures could be vaguely seen on every step. They were trying to reach the highest level. The path of destiny was also known as the Stairway of Destiny. With every step they took, they were one step closer to the supreme position. After knowing the secret of the path of destiny, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The path of destiny seemed to be a good thing. "Look over there, that's the destiny list." Dongfang Yijian pointed to a huge list in the distance. It was a golden list, and everyone's name was golden. The destiny list is filled with people who have obtained the destiny of destiny. From a moment the destiny list appears, they will stand tall in the heavens and earth until the final God Emperor appears. Lin Fei didn't notice it just now. The person in first place is actually a deity emperor in seclusion, all-heaven deity emperor. On the destiny list, the person in first place was not a name that Lin Fei was familiar with, but a very unfamiliar name. All-heaven deity emperor? Lin Fei really didn't know who this person was. The 8 deity emperors are only in the top 20. First place, all-heaven deity emperor. Second place, abyss deity emperor. Third place, immortal deity emperor. 11th place, Xianxia deity emperor. 12th place, myriad demon deity emperor. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The 8 deity emperors have ruled the divine world for so long, but they're only ranked outside the top 10 in the fight for the destiny of destiny. This is unbelievable. In Lin Fei's opinion, the 8 deity emperors should at least be in the top 10. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. He continued to look down. Tianxi deity emperor, massacre deity emperor, and 100 Flowers deity emperor were also on the list, all in the top 100. Lin Fei noticed that almost all of the 50 or so were deities. Deity Tianlong was ranked 26th. This ranking could not be considered low. He was definitely a rising star, one of a kind. How is it? Are you amazed? Dongfang Yijian laughed. In fact, he was also shocked. Lin Fei nodded. These people are not simple, especially the first place all-heaven deity emperor. Almost no one has heard of this name. I know that. Zhuge Feng said. Rumor has it that he came from an ancient clan. That clan once produced a god emperor, and he has the bloodline of a god emperor. His mandate of heaven is very high. Lin Fei was enlightened. With the God Emperor's bloodline, especially in the recent generations, there was hope for them to reach the God Emperor realm. Having a high heavens mandate was also normal. This Abyss Deity Emperor also has a strong background. Although he doesn't have the bloodline of a God Emperor, he still has a powerful bloodline called the Abyss Bloodline. It's an extremely terrifying bloodline that can transform into an endless abyss world. There's also the Undying God Emperor in third place. Rumor has it that he cultivates an undying secret technique that allows him to be indestructible. He was killed countless times by the Sealing God Emperor, but he still didn't die. Lin Fei blinked. That's awesome. Very impressive. The rankings on the Heavenly Fate rankings were also constantly changing. First of all, the 8 great God Emperors were worthy of being called veteran God Emperors. They had a terrifying foundation and quickly rushed into the top 10, their rankings constantly changing. The top 3 rankings never changed. They were still the All-Heaven God Emperor, the Abyss God Emperor, and the Undying God Emperor. These 3 God Emperors firmly held on to the top 3 rankings, and no one could shake them. The Road of Heaven's Mandate and the Heavenly Fate rankings have appeared one after another. The outside world is going to be chaotic again. Dongfang Yijian frowned, especially the top 3 God Emperors. Soon, there will be a large number of people supporting them. It's the era of a new emperor and a new generation of ministers. Lin Fei understood what he meant. If Big Brother Di Tian also goes to fight for the Heavenly Fate, that would be great. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. If Big Brother Di Tian becomes the God Emperor, I can also sit back and relax and show off everywhere. Huang Qiu laughed. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. God Emperor? The competition would be fierce. For example, the top 3 God Emperors. Lin Fei suspected that they at least had the strength of the Sealing God Emperor, and some even had the strength of the Sealing God Emperor. They were definitely terrifying. Even if it was the Sealing God Emperor, no one could fight against him. Something like the Heavenly Fate. Lin Fei felt that he still had to fight for it. Candidate? That sounded not bad. A fierce person has gone up. After Lin Fei thought it through, the name on the list changed. This time, a fierce person appeared. His ranking rose all the way, like he was riding a rocket. God Emperor Dream? This name was even more unfamiliar. The All-Heaven God Emperor, who had been motionless, was also pushed to second place. More and more God Emperors are appearing. Dongfang Yijian's expression was solemn. They are waiting for the path of Heavenly Fate to appear so that they can show their might and attract various forces to join them. Only when all the experts come out will it be interesting. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I also want to go up and see what kind of existence the Heavenly Fate is. Dongfang Yijian's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. You want to fight for the Heavenly Fate? Could it be that you are now a God Emperor? I went up after obtaining some opportunities. Lin Fei said with a smile. Dongfang Yijian collapsed. Damn it, you are a monster. I originally thought that I would become a God Emperor before you, but now it seems that I'm not as good as you. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were dumbfounded. God Emperor. This realm was too far away from them. It would not be easy for them to enter this realm in their lifetime. They would be satisfied if they could become an invincible ultimate god. I heard that when the power of time reaches the great accomplishment stage, it will become the time of time. Is it true? Zhuge Feng asked. Dongfang Yijian sneered. You have a pig's brain. It is very rare for the power of time to reach the great accomplishment stage. Throughout the ages, how many of them have reached the great accomplishment stage? The great accomplishment stage of the power of time was too difficult. Every advancement was very difficult. Some people could not last until the day they reached the great accomplishment stage, even if they had the power of time. It was normal for them to be killed along the way. It was also normal for them to be deprived of the power of time. It was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. Lin Fei was very clear that the great accomplishment stage of the power of time was quite terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the other bloodlines. Not many people could cultivate it to the great accomplishment stage. He himself had relied on cheating to improve, but it still took him a long time. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. However, Lin Fei still felt refreshed. He was someone who had reached the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. He did not know which unlucky person would come and try the power of the time of time. It was an existence that had surpassed the power of time. It was a truly terrifying killer move. Ha, damn you, DTon. I didn't expect you to finally show up. The rumbling laughter was like thunder on a sunny day. It caused everyone's body to sway and spit out blood. Following that, a huge black boot stepped over from afar. A small giant appeared in everyone's sight. Dong, dong, dong. Every time the two giant feet landed, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Chapter 1951. A giant the size of a mountain. The moment the giant appeared, the earth shook and the earth shook. Those below the ultimate god realm were shaken and fell from the sky. Only ultimate god first-level experts were barely able to hold on. The Stone Golem tribe is here. It's him, the Stone Golem tribe's little prince. Is he here to take DTon's time and space bloodlines? Everyone was shocked. That giant was an existence they could not afford to offend. It was because of the Stone Golem tribe. They had built a powerful kingdom called the Stone Golem Kingdom. Any force could build a kingdom. The Stone Golem tribe was different. They were special life forms, not humans. When they were born, they were made of stone. After a long period of cultivation, their bodies were made of flesh and blood, until their entire bodies were made of flesh and blood. At that time, the Stone Golem tribe was unusually powerful. The Stone Golem Kingdom's little prince. Dongfang Yijian took a deep breath. This is troublesome. Lin Fei could also feel the immense pressure coming from this giant. Half-step God Emperor Realm. You know him? Lin Fei asked. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. I don't know him, but this guy has become very famous in recent months. Countless people have died at his hands. He is most famous for killing a god emperor with his bare fists, which has made him famous. Lin Fei knew how powerful a god emperor was. Killing a god emperor with his bare hands. This Stone Golem tribe was not simple. DTon, if you don't want to die, hand over the space and time bloodlines. Giant Barbarian stood in the sky like a giant mountain and swept his sharp eyes over. Everyone felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. This was the Stone Golem tribe's natural advantage. As long as one was within a certain range, they would feel the pressure. They were special life forms and could cultivate flesh and blood bodies. They were the absolute geniuses of the Stone Golem tribe. Although the path of heaven's mandate attracted most people, there were still many who wanted to attack DTon. However, there were still many people who started a scheme against DTon. Those who dared to scheme against DTon were all people with terrifying strength. After all, DTon space and time bloodlines had always been coveted by the major forces. Mammoth Barbarian was the little prince of the giant stone kingdom. He was famous for tearing apart god emperors with his bare hands. No one present was willing to fight Mammoth Barbarian because the giant stone tribe had an unparalleled advantage, and that was their powerful defense. Not even the attacks of divine emperor treasures could break his defense. Because of this, Giant Barbarian had the confidence to look down on everyone else. Prince Mammoth Barbarian tribe, if you want to seize the space and time bloodlines in one go, you'll have to ask this young master if I'm willing or not. There was more than one person staring at Lin Fei. Since he dared to appear in front of the Mammoth Barbarian tribe's young prince, he must have some skill. A young man with a sword on his back, giving off a frightening sword intent, appeared before everyone's eyes. Get lost. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince's roar shook the heavens. His arms turned into hammers that smashed towards the sword-wielding young man. Every hammer strike brought with it a crushing pressure that caused mountains to collapse. He had killed his opponent in a single move. That cold sword intent was unable to pierce through Mammoth Barbarian's defense. Too strong. That's a disciple from the Sword Palace. Even the divine sword energy couldn't break through the Mammoth Barbarian young prince's defense. It's too terrifying. The mammoth barbarian young prince turned around, his eyes flashing fiercely. Are you going to hand it over or not? The mammoth barbarian young prince had heard of Dtion's name, but he didn't care much. He was an existence that could tear apart god emperors with his bare hands. Even if he had an emperor treasure, with the giant stone tribe's defense, he could still resist. Everyone was looking at Dtion. Although the mammoth barbarian young prince wasn't at the god emperor realm, he still had the combat strength of a god emperor. Coupled with his natural defense, he could be domineering. Haha, you're very bold, Lin Fei said. My bloodline is actually something that a foreign race like you can have. Then you can die. The mammoth barbarian young prince's big foot stomped down from the sky. Boom, boom. The sky above Lin Fei and the others immediately turned dark. A boundless gravitational force pressed down endlessly. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu vomited blood from the pressure. Dongfang Yijian didn't feel good either. The mammoth barbarian young prince was too strong. Just the attack of one foot made the onlookers suck in a cold breath. No wonder he could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. Get lost. A saber light suddenly appeared and slashed at the big foot. Crack! Crack! The saber light shattered. Dtion, use your emperor treasure, or you're dead. The mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, his eyes full of disdain. He was afraid of emperor treasures. Another big foot also descended from the sky, stomping toward Lin Fei. Fight! Dongfang Yijian's bloodline power erupted, and his speed was limitless. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword attacks were unleashed. This was Dongfang Yijian's ultimate killing move. This damn defense. The mammoth barbarian young prince forcibly withstood the attack, and his body wasn't damaged at all. Dongfang Yijian also sucked in a breath. Although he had heard that the defense was very domineering, he didn't know how domineering it was until he personally experienced it. With this level of defense, it was no wonder that even a god emperor treasure couldn't break it. An alien really thinks that he's invincible. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head, and his two big feet stomped down. Halfway through, the two big feet could no longer move forward as they were forcibly blocked by a kind of power. What kind of power is this? Many people were secretly shocked. That was because they couldn't tell what kind of power it was. There were no fluctuations in space. The mammoth barbarian young prince's attack was blocked just like that. Interesting. The mammoth barbarian young prince didn't care. His power surged, and his two big feet erupted with a dazzling light as they stomped down again. Let's see how you block it. Boom, boom. His two big feet erupted with endless attacks. This one stomp made the divine venerables break out in a cold sweat. The other party could trample him to death with one stomp. Is that all you have? Lin Fei said indifferently. Even with this kind of power, you want to kill me and seize my bloodline. The mammoth barbarian young prince knew very well that no one could withstand such a domineering attack. He was invincible under the god emperor realm. Don't be too proud. The two big feet retracted, and the mammoth barbarian young prince's arm became a hammer as it smashed down. Consecutive hammer kill. Boom, boom, boom. One hammer after another came crashing down like a rainstorm. Everyone's body shook once again. Even from far away, they could feel the mammoth barbarian young prince's crazy attack. This is the mammoth barbarian young prince's killer attack. I'm afraid that Dtion can't block it anymore. Lin Fei stood quietly. The great success of the power of time is indeed terrifying. As long as I move my mind, the power of time can disintegrate the attack. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. In fact, he just wanted to test the power of time. The mammoth barbarian young prince became the most suitable candidate. The continuous attacks left everyone dumbfounded. However, under such a violent attack, Lin Fei didn't suffer at all. He just stood there quietly. Dongfang Yijian, Zhuge Feng, and the others were baffled. Could it be some kind of treasure? Chapter 1952. Boom, boom. Facing Lin Fei's mockery, the mammoth barbarian young prince attacked angrily again, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. An attack of this level was too terrifying. At the same time, they could not see through Dtion. Without any movement, he easily blocked the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. How amazing was this? Even though Di Tian was very famous before, now that they saw him again, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This guy was too strong. Lin Fei just stood there. The earth-shattering attack seemed insignificant at this moment. It seems that you don't have the ability to take away my bloodline. Lin Fei raised his head. In that case, take my saber. The terror of time made Lin Fei overjoyed. The mammoth barbarian young prince's strength was terrifying, but in front of time, it was as if he did not exist. Time was always the most mysterious existence. Even an incomparably tyrannical existence could not cross this threshold. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber, and his saber light slashed through the void. It was a very casual attack. Once time was formed, Lin Fei's control also became more flexible. The mammoth barbarian young prince had never thought that his attack would be so weak. With a cold snort, he punched out. You want to break my giant stone golem race's defense? This punch smashed the saber light. The saber light was faster. The fist was a beat too slow. The saber light slashed on the mammoth barbarian young prince's body. Ha ha! Your attack is also not good enough. The mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, looking down on the other party. Everyone was well aware of the giant stone golem race's defense. Even if Di Tian had the power of time, he would not be able to break it. However, as the mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, a wound suddenly appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed, and his body suddenly broke into two. No! The mammoth barbarian young prince screamed, grabbed the lower half of his body, and fled in panic. The person who had been flaunting his prowess just a moment ago had fled pathetically in an instant. In front of time, no matter how strong your defense is, it can't stop it. Lin Fei said indifferently, very satisfied with this saber. At the same time, he had to admit that the strength of this mammoth barbarian young prince was indeed formidable, especially in terms of defense. Only time could easily break through his defense. Lin Fei didn't kill him. He just used him as a test subject. If the young prince of the mammoth barbarian tribe knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. He was an existence that could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. The escape of the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince also made them realize that Di Tian was even more terrifying than half a year ago. No one had expected Lin Fei to raise the power of his bloodline to the level of great success. It had been a very, very long time since a time bloodline reached major completion. There were people who managed to cultivate a large success spatial bloodline, but no one was able to fight against a large success spatial bloodline. The other party could easily send you into exile. This was one of the killing moves of a space controller. I didn't expect the mammoth barbarian young prince to also be defeated. Di Tian's slash doesn't look any different. Everyone was confused. After easily defeating the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince, Lin Fei looked around. If you want my bloodline, come at me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Was this a challenge? Wasn't he too arrogant? The mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince was very famous, but so were many people. In particular, some ancient factions were not inferior to the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince. Di Tian, you are too arrogant. In the void, a sword light flashed, piercing straight at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. Anything else? In the face of this sword, Lin Fei maintained a calm expression. Myriad poison divine water. A wave of dark green divine water swept across the sky. Poison. In the distance, everyone revealed a look of fear. This was a poison that could corrode one's physical body. At the same time, a black-robed man sneaked in. He was less than 1,000 feet away, and he attacked with a sinister smile. If I don't kill a few powerful ones, you won't give up, Lin Fei said coldly. The myriad poison divine water and the sharp sword were blocked outside. The black-robed man rushed into the range of 1,000 feet. As soon as he appeared, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The black-robed assassin aged instantly. When he reached 800 feet, he turned into a skeleton. This was a half-step God Emperor assassin. Speed and stealth were his forte. A distance of 1,000 feet was enough to kill anyone. Now, he had turned into a skeleton, turning a half-step deity emperor assassin into a pile of bones in just one move. That was the true horror. Time power. This is time power at work, someone exclaimed. To turn a half-step God Emperor assassin into a skeleton in a short time. What else could it be other than time power? No one would associate it with great accomplishment time power. The two were blocked. After seeing the half-step God Emperor assassin die, they chose to leave. In their eyes, Lin Fei's power of time was very strange. Time power was strong, but it seemed like it couldn't do it so easily. The person in the dark chose to give up the attack. The scene quieted down. This is the consequence of trying to steal my bloodline. Lin Fei's voice was like a bell. No matter how many come, they will die. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Fei released his God Emperor aura. The aura engulfed the entire celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei unleashed the might of a divine emperor, just as everyone was feeling apprehensive. This was undoubtedly telling everyone that he was no longer the Ditian from before. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Ditian became a God Emperor. What a fast speed. I can't believe it's real. No wonder he could block the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. His control of the time bloodline has improved after becoming a God Emperor. No matter who it was, they felt terrified. The ordinary God Emperors gasped. They couldn't afford to offend Ditian. They weren't strong enough. If they encountered Ditian, they would die. For the sake of their lives, they couldn't afford to offend someone like Ditian. Ditian's promotion to a God Emperor shocked everyone. Those who were mocking Ditian before silently shut their mouths. Their faces were burning as if they were slapped in the face. His astonishing leveling speed had also given the older generation quite a fright. It was natural for divine sons to advance quickly. After all, they were born under the will of heaven and earth. However, Ditian easily became a God Emperor. Most importantly, he cultivated the time bloodline and reached the peak ultimate God realm. If Ditian was given enough time, his time bloodline would become a top-notch existence among God Emperors and could challenge an invincible God Emperor. That was the last thing they wanted to see. There were even some people with cold glints in their eyes. Should they find an opportunity to kill Ditian, even if they had to pay a great price? Lin Fei released the pressure of a divine emperor and soared into the sky, flying toward the path of destiny. Ditian is also going to fight for the destiny. He's just a little God Emperor. How dare he fight for the destiny? Chapter 1953. Destiny, an existence that couldn't be ignored in any era. Every time destiny appeared, it would be a battle between heroes. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. It didn't matter if they could become the final God Emperor. Fighting for destiny was still an irresistible temptation for God Emperors. Now that Lin Fei was on the path of destiny, it was a huge blow to the older generations. They had cultivated day and night for a long time, yet they were still stuck at the half-step God Emperor realm. It was natural that they were unhappy. Thus, a large number of people didn't think that Lin Fei would have a good ranking on the path of destiny. Lin Fei was already satisfied with just a small display of time. Such a killing move had to be kept for later use. As he neared the path of destiny, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't ordinary. The gentle light made him feel like he was bathing in his mother's embrace. It was very comfortable. Destiny. Lin Fei had an epiphany. He had also arrived on the path of destiny. Standing on the stairs and looking up, it was like a path of heaven that reached the sky. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and walked forward. Boom, boom, boom. With his step, the heavens and earth rumbled. Lin Fei felt like he was being attacked by the heavens and earth. The will of the heavens and earth can forget about breaking my time. Lin Fei stomped down and blocked the sky full of attacks. It was clear that this level of attack was an attack of the heavens and earth. This was a test of the heavens and earth. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of heavens and earth. On the destiny board, the first was still God Emperor Meng Yi. The second was God Emperor Luotian, and the third was God Emperor Abyss. On the board, the fastest change was in the bottom part. The rankings were constantly changing. The top position didn't change at all. The 8 God Emperors remained the same, but a small number of God Emperors rushed up. On the path of destiny, God Emperor Meng, he was actually a valiant woman. Destiny? Who else but me can do it? God Emperor Meng, he looked straight ahead and suddenly took a step forward. Below, the second-ranked God Emperor Luo Tian stared ahead. Worthy of being a reclusive sect. You've taken the first place right from the start. All Heaven Divine Emperor said with a scholarly aura. I might not give anyone to you. Lin Fei was very fast. As soon as he activated time, he blocked the attack from the will of the heavens. These attacks from the will of the world started off with a low level of difficulty, but they continued to increase in difficulty. At the same time, with every step they took, they would be attacked by the experts formed from the will of the world. Lin Fei had grasped the power of time. At the beginning, he didn't care much about it. The path of heaven's will is truly extraordinary. The will of the heavens and earth can condense experts one after another. Using this kind of test is indeed not easy. Now, Lin Fei was facing a powerful deity emperor who was wielding a heavenly halberd and constantly attacking him. Lin Fei's horizons were widened by the way he attacked. Lin Fei blocked it easily. Time engulfed him. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, annihilating the will of the world and time. Lin Fei soon encountered some God Emperor experts. With the power of time, the speed of the impact was very fast. Even the will of the world couldn't stop the flow of time. Especially in front of the great accomplishment of time, any existence seemed insignificant. Lin Fei didn't know the deity emperors he met along the way, but those deity emperors recognized Di Tian, who had an emperor artifact. Di Tian, he's Di Tian. How is this possible? He also came to the path of heaven's will? Could he have become a deity emperor? This speed is too fast. These deity emperors wanted to vomit blood. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. He kept walking in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they could only see a shadow. This is infuriating. They were deity emperors, but now they seemed to be inferior to a newly advanced fellow. With every step he took, Lin Fei felt something mysterious on his body. This thing was very weak, but Lin Fei could feel it. Is this the will of heaven? Lin Fei had heard of the will of heaven. It was an illusory existence, something that could only be understood. Have you analyzed it? Lin Fei used the system to analyze the will of heaven. I can't analyze it at the moment. I can't analyze it at the moment. Lin Fei was quite helpless after coming to this conclusion. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In less than half a month, he reached the top 500. This made the eyes of the people outside pop out. This rank surpassed many deity emperors. Starting from the top 500, his speed slowed down. The experts that Lin Fei encountered with the condensed will of the world were even stronger. They were all at the level of a heavenly deity emperor, and they could use treasures to attack. It took him a long time to deal with them. It took him a month to go from the top 500 to the top 300. At this time, the year to the celestial worthy mountain was almost over. After reaching the top 200, Lin Fei almost didn't move forward. He had to face many experts at once, which made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When a year was up, a force came from the celestial worthy mountain. Everyone was teleported out. The path of destiny appeared on one of the continents in the divine world. Every continent in the divine world was guarded by a deity emperor who controlled a territory. The 8 continents controlled by the 8 deity emperors had the best positions and the richest resources. The other continents had slightly less resources, but they were also controlled by the deity emperors. When the path of destiny appeared in the divine world, it caused a huge commotion. One after another, tyrannical existences entered the path of heaven's will, and the rankings on the heavenly fate ranking changed accordingly. This is all I can do now. When he reached the top 200, Lin Fei couldn't go up anymore. It became more and more difficult to deal with the deity emperors. The system hadn't analyzed the will of heaven yet. Lin Fei planned to leave the path of destiny. He just wanted to take a look and understand it out of curiosity. It was easy to leave. When Lin Fei appeared on the path of destiny, he appeared in the sky above a continent. Divine world. When Lin Fei came out, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This wasn't the celestial worthy mountain. He quickly realized that this was the divine world. Why am I here? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the divine world. Back then, he had massacred everyone in the divine world. Now that he was in the divine world, the people in the dark were getting restless, especially those hidden sections. They were probably eyeing his bloodline. There were many continents in the divine world. Lin Fei was well aware that every continent had a divine emperor overseeing it. I should find a place to improve my space bloodline first. There were many enemies in the divine world, and after killing tens of thousands of experts in the celestial worthy mountain, Lin Fei decided to hide first. The first place has changed. The first place on the destiny list was no longer deity Emperor Meng Yi. It was another unfamiliar name. Lin Fei didn't care about it. Every continent in the divine world was huge. Lin Fei constantly used space movement to find a suitable place. This is the place. On a long river in the continent, Lin Fei landed and entered the bottom of the river. There were many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. The moment they saw Lin Fei, they pounced. Lin Fei released Hairball. Eat as much as you can. Chapter 1954. The Celestial Worthy Mountain's Secret Realm ended. The Path of Destiny and the Destiny List appeared at the same time. Both the Divine World and the 6 subworlds became chaotic. The fiercest competition of an era had arrived. First, the 8 Divine Emperors, the strongest Divine Emperors in name, returned to their own continents. The entire Divine World began to stir. Powerful factions emerged one after another. Originally, the continents were quickly occupied by rising factions. Once they occupied a continent, they annexed the factions in the continent. Except for the continents where the 8 Divine Emperors were, the other continents changed. The Divine Emperors were either killed or surrendered to the other party. The factions underwent a great purge. The Chaos Divine Emperor occupied a continent in the Divine World, causing quite a commotion. The old officials returned. The Chaos Divine Emperor quickly stabilized himself and roped in the surrounding allies, forming a powerful faction. The 8 Divine Emperors were helpless. They didn't kill the Chaos Divine Emperor back then. With the appearance of the Destiny List, they couldn't stop the Chaos Divine Emperor from occupying a continent. Now, the entire Divine World was complicated. The hidden sects appeared one after another. Even the 8 Divine Emperors had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to underestimate them. They were all powerful existences. Everyone wanted to be in that position and dominate an era. Have you heard? Recently, a ferocious beast appeared in the Wu River. It started a massacre and conquered the Wu River. It can't be. I heard that there are many ferocious beasts in the Wu River. Some of them are even half-step Divine Emperors. What kind of ferocious beast is so powerful? Yeah, how can it compare to a divine beast? In a big city closest to the Wu River Divine River, there was a piece of news circulating in the restaurant. A ferocious beast had appeared in the Wu River. This ferocious beast lurked in the river and led a group of ferocious beasts to devour the passing celestials. This ferocious beast was getting more and more arrogant. It even took the initiative to attack passers-by. Many people who passed by the Wu River were in trouble. Many people in the city that was far away from the Wu River Divine River were afraid. Humph, it's just a ferocious beast. I'll go and take care of it myself. A burly figure stood up in the restaurant. He said disdainfully, "Young Master Ling Hu is going to take care of it." Who's young Master Ling Hu? Young Master Ling Hu is a disciple of our Sky sect. Many people secretly gasped. The Heaven sect was the strongest sect in the Immortal Civ continent, and it controlled the entire continent. The Divine Emperor in charge was the Immortal Civ Divine Emperor, a creation Divine Emperor. Because of this, everyone had no choice but to be fearful. This immortal, sifting Divine Emperor had also appeared out of nowhere. As soon as he came out, he suppressed the original ruler of the continent and quickly took control of the entire continent. Wu River, Divine River, a river that gave birth to countless ferocious beasts. Now, the river was occupied by a fierce beast, and the other fierce beasts were all attached to this fierce beast. Under the river, Hairball had transformed into a burly and ferocious human figure, surrounded by a formless, ominous aura. She was sitting on a main seat, surrounded by ferocious beasts that had transformed into ferocious humans. "Your Majesty, someone else is here." A subordinate ran in. "Haha, someone else is here to die." Hairball stood up with a ferocious gaze. "Everyone, follow me out. Let's eat them together." Ever since she was released, Hairball had used her powerful strength to kill the powerful, ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. She had quickly taken control of the Wu River, Divine River, and gained a large group of subordinates. Hairball rushed out of the water with her subordinates. In the sky above the Wu River, Divine River, there was a large black ship. "That ferocious beast is here." Linghu Sha stood at the bow of the ship, not caring about the ferocious beast. A monstrous, ominous aura soared into the sky, turning into dark clouds that covered the sky. Hairball rushed out with a large group of ferocious beasts, stood on the water's surface, and narrowed her eyes. "Haha, more delicious food is delivered to us. Little ones, kill them." As a primordial evil dragon, Hairball was naturally ferocious and domineering. After following her master for a long time, she also liked to be straightforward. "Kill them all. Bring back the women as wives." Many people came to watch the show today. Although they knew there were ferocious beasts in the Wu River, Divine River, they had never seen them before. Everyone was quite afraid of the terrifying, ominous aura, especially the ferocious beasts that flew out. Each of them had the strength of an ultimate god. With their powerful defense, they were not easy to deal with. How dare a mere ferocious beast be so insolent? Linghu Sha's cold eyes swept across. The long sword on his back flew out and slashed across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen ferocious beasts were cut in half at the waist. Blood rained down like rain. The scattered blood made the ferocious beasts even more frenzied. All of them rushed toward Linghu Sha. In their eyes, this powerful person had eaten a lot of nourishment. Linghu Sha took a step forward. With a flash of his sword, the ferocious beasts fell from the sky one by one, dyeing the Wu River, Divine River red. "You bunch of ferocious beasts have no idea of death. All of you deserve to die." Linghu Sha's sword strikes became faster and faster. Each strike killed a large group of ferocious beasts. Less than half of the ferocious beasts were left in a short while. Hairball was a belligerent by nature. Seeing her subordinates being killed one after another, she was naturally furious. She could not even bear to eat them, but Linghu Sha killed them all. "I'll eat you." Hairball turned into a blur and pounced at her opponent. So fast, Linghu Sha was a little surprised to see such a powerful, ferocious beast here. "Die!" Linghu Sha swished his sword. The sword's shadows were dazzling. Hairball did not dodge. The sword light landed on her body, but it only left a faint mark. Her ferocious eyes became more intense as she threw a punch at her opponent. That ferocious beast is so powerful. Linghu Sha's sword art can't break the ferocious beast's defense. No matter how powerful the ferocious beast is, it still has to bow. Don't forget that Linghu Sha is a half-step deity emperor. He has a powerful deity emperor war weapon. Hairball's attacks were all close-range attacks. With the ancient evil dragon's speed, basically no one could block Hairball's attacks. But this time, Hairball met her match. Linghu Sha's sword art was airtight. Hairball could not get close, and her attacks were easily broken. "Your ferocious beast is not bad. You could be my mount." She knew Linghu Sha's sword art. She was overjoyed that Linghu Sha could easily block her attacks. This might be a powerful, ferocious beast. She just happened to be lacking a mount. Her sword art suddenly became sharp. Hairball was instantly suppressed. This provoked Hairball. She roared and turned into the ancient evil dragon. Her huge body and ferocious aura were like fog. She opened her mouth and sucked, forming a vortex. Swish! 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 A huge suction force shrouded everyone. The ships in the distance rocked back and forth, and many of the weaker ones were directly sucked into the vortex and swallowed by Furball. Ancient Evil Dragon. It's an ancient evil dragon. Chapter 1955. Furball's attacks were unable to get close, and his explosive temper caused him to return to his original form. With a huge body and a ferocious aura, he immediately used the primordial evil dragon's ultimate move. After devouring a large amount of blood chi, Hairball's strength became extremely powerful. Even a half-step deity emperor like Linghu Sha could only stare at him. His innate prowess became even more terrifying. Run! I don't want to be eaten. I'm just passing by to watch the show. Screams and wails resounded nearby. These people couldn't resist the innate prowess and were all swallowed by Hairball. Mighty King! Mighty King! The surviving beasts cheered loudly. In just a moment, most of the onlookers were eaten. Only Linghu Sha could barely hold on. Primordial Evil Dragon. It's an extinct primordial evil dragon that's about to become a divine beast. Linghu Sha came from the Sky Sect, an ancient force that didn't usually come out. There were many secrets in the sect, and he happened to know about the primordial evil dragon. When Hairball revealed his true form, Linghu Sha recognized him immediately. This was an extinct beast. It seemed like it would soon enter the divine beast realm and become a powerful existence like a deity emperor. I can't take down the primordial evil dragon alone. I must ask First Senior Brother for help. If First Senior Brother obtains the primordial evil dragon, I'll have a powerful backer. It wasn't that Linghu Sha didn't want to monopolize it. He couldn't capture the primordial evil dragon with his current strength. Linghu Sha could only watch helplessly. It would be different if he handed it over to First Senior Brother. Let's go. Once again, Linghu Sha took out a spatial door and entered it, leaving the place. He ran away. Hairball turned back into his human form and was unwilling to give up. He was good at spatial travel, but he couldn't catch up to this kind of spatial positioning. I'll eat him if there's a next time. Linghu Sha of the Sky Sect couldn't do anything to the beast and had to leave pathetically. The news spread quickly. At the same time, the name of the beast also spread. Primordial Evil Dragon. Linghu Sha's exclamation was naturally noticed by some people. Although they didn't know what the primordial evil dragon was, they could tell from its name that it was a terrifying existence. As soon as the name Primordial Evil Dragon was heard, many ancient forces took action. This was the last remaining primordial evil dragon. Many forces realized that this was a treasure. Whoever could subdue the primordial evil dragon would have a deity emperor as their bodyguard. Moreover, the weakest one would be an earth deity emperor. In the immortal Civ continent, people from all the continents rushed to the Wu River of the immortal Civ continent. The immortal Civ continent became lively. The ones who reacted the fastest were the people from the Sky Sect. After Linghu Sha returned, he told the news to his eldest senior brother, Duanmu Yijing. Duanmu Yijing was the first senior brother of Tian's sect. He had stepped into the deity emperor realm. There was a rumor in the sect that someone wanted to promote First Senior Brother to an elder. Primordial Evil Dragon, good, good. Duanmu Yijing could not help but laugh out loud when he heard the news. The Divine Sun Sky Dragon has a fire Qilin. The Ninth Heaven Phoenix has a phoenix, and an extinct Primordial Evil Dragon as a mount isn't any worse than them. After hearing the news, Duanmu Yijing brought Linghu Sha and his subordinates straight to the Wu River. Eldest Senior Brother, the primordial evil dragon, is hiding down there. Linghu Sha stood behind Duanmu Yijing and said. With this piece of news, Linghu Sha gained a backer. His mood was very good. Duanmu Yijing said faintly, "Blast it out." His subordinates were all peak ultimate gods. They activated their treasures and bombarded the Wu River. I didn't eat you last time. How dare you come again? Watch how I eat you. Hairball was furious when she saw Linghu Sha. She performed a space shuttle and appeared in front of Linghu Sha with a huge fist. You're just a ferocious beast. How dare you? Boom, boom. Duanmu Yijing snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of mountains kept pressing down. Hairball was smashed into the divine river and splashed into the sky. Kill them all. Avenge the king. The ferocious beasts also rushed out. Duanmu Yijing was startled, but did not say anything. His subordinates killed the ferocious beasts, and blood flowed like a river in a short while. Innate supernatural power, absorb. Hairball once again soared into the sky and returned to her original form. Her innate supernatural power was activated. Duanmu Yijing's subordinates were the first to bear the brunt of the monstrous hostility and were swallowed one by one. Eldest senior brother, be careful. Ling Huxia was very afraid of that move. Duanmu Yijing said indifferently, it's just an innate supernatural power. Let's see how your senior brother breaks it. Go. A divine emperor treasure was taken out and turned into thousands of miles of mountains and mountains before crashing on a hairball's body with a loud bang. Hairball's innate supernatural power was temporarily stagnated. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of miles of mountains and mountains kept crashing on a hairball's body. Hairball's movements slowed down with each hit, and her innate supernatural power was completely interrupted. Hairball was not a fool. She knew she had encountered a powerful opponent and turned around to escape back to the Wu River. How can I let you leave when you're a ferocious beast that I've taken a fancy to? Whoosh, whoosh. The 10,000 layers of space suddenly became extremely heavy. Hairball had just entered the void when a terrifying gravitational force kept pressing down on her, making it difficult for Hairball to move an inch and unable to break through the invisible force. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Ling Huxia cheered. Duanmu Yijing was an innate master of gravity and had already reached the great success level. He blocked Hairball's shuttle ability and trapped her in a void. Bang, bang. No matter how hard Hairball tried, Hairball could not break out of the cage. Stop struggling and be my mount obediently. Accompany me to roam the world. Duanmu Yijing knew what a primordial evil dragon represented. It was a divine emperor and might even become a heaven creation divine emperor or even a god investiture divine emperor in the future. The heaven sect's strongest patriarch was only a heaven creation divine emperor. Furball coldly snorted, stopping his attacks. With just this bit of strength, if my master comes, he can crush you with a single finger. Duanmu Yijing's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, it has a master? How was that possible? To be able to subdue a primordial evil dragon, the master's strength must be extraordinary. Duanmu Yijing was indeed afraid, and then he laughed. What a ferocious beast to dare lie to me. If your master is here, why doesn't he come out? I'm afraid your master doesn't exist and set it on purpose. To prevent any accidents from happening, Duanmu Yijing took out a black golden lock made of special materials and used to seal space for ferocious beasts. As long as he brought the primordial evil dragon back, even his master couldn't bring it back. After all, the Heaven sect had a heaven creation divine emperor. Duanmu Yijing, the primordial evil dragon, doesn't like you. Why use force? Chapter 1956. A person appeared out of nowhere. This person was dressed in a brocade robe. His face was pale, and he exuded a cold and gloomy aura. He held a halberd in his hand. He was a disciple of a divine emperor from another continent, Zhang Luo. This primordial evil dragon is fated with me. It belongs to me. Zhang Luo pointed his halberd and said in a sinister tone. Duanmu Yijing was enraged, just based on your words. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of layers of pressure pressed down from the sky. The water of the Wu River surged into the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Luo was a disciple of the deity sovereign, so he naturally knew some secret history. He knew how powerful the primordial evil dragon was, so he wanted to take it for himself to improve his strength. The ancient halberd slashed out, breaking through the layers of power. Duanmu Yi was fighting with Zhang Luo. Duanmu Yijing was under a lot of pressure because he had to suppress the primordial evil dragon. Very soon, he was at a disadvantage. Zhang Luo waved his ancient halberd and said with a sinister smile, Duanmu Yijing, I still have to thank you for suppressing the primordial evil dragon for me. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Yijing's strength was around the same level as Zhang Luo's. If he were to multitask, it was only natural that he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Luo. An idea popped up in his head. Since you want the primordial evil dragon, I'll give it to you. As the gravity was removed, the primordial evil dragon regained its freedom. As soon as she regained her freedom, the primordial evil dragon hairball was furious, but she did not attack again. She rolled over and was about to return to the Wu River. Her body swayed as she was about to enter the river. You are shameless. Zhang Luo was infuriated. The primordial evil dragon was a divine beast of space and was most proficient in shuttling. Zhang Luo had originally planned to take advantage of the situation, but now, how could he capture the primordial evil dragon? You're allowed to be shameless, but I'm not allowed to be shameless. Duanmu Yijing laughed loudly and attacked Zhang Luo repeatedly. Space cage. Before Hairball could dive into the river, a huge spatial cage instantly appeared, trapping Hairball inside. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break out of the cage. In the void, another person rushed out and took out a spatial treasure specially used to trap the primordial evil dragon. Meanwhile, on the spatial cage, with the help of the divine talismans, the spatial cage was strengthened. Bang, bang, bang. Hairball couldn't break it, which made Hairball very angry. Today's consecutive defeats were something that had never happened before. Let me out. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll die. I'm going to eat you. Hairball had a bad temper. His fierce eyes stared straight at the guy outside. The extinct primordial evil dragon is about to break through to the divine beast realm. You are definitely not weaker than the divine beast Fire Qilin. From now on, you belong to me, Gufan. In the sky, a young man controlled a treasure and laughed loudly. You don't need to struggle. This is a spatial cage refined by a spatial controller. It's a space of its own, specially designed to deal with you. Gufan, you dare? Zhang Luo roared in anger. His ancient halberd spun and smashed over. The primordial evil dragon. Everyone deserves it. Gufan sneered. If you can't obtain it, that means you aren't strong enough. Return. The river water blocked Zhang Luo's path. Gufan took the opportunity to retract his spatial cage. The space cage shrunk and confined the primordial evil dragon. It flew toward the treasure in his hand. As long as the primordial evil dragon was confined inside, it would not belong to him. Gufan thought to himself happily. You don't have the ability to capture me. Hairball suddenly broke the restriction and rushed out. She opened her mouth wide and bit Gufan. Then, she swallowed Gufan, who seemed to have everything under her control. As a spatial divine beast, the primordial evil dragon had a deep understanding of space, even though it was not at the divine beast level. Using a spatial cage to trap, it was not a good idea. Boom, boom, boom. The primordial evil dragon prepared to escape. The original 0 point was finally broken. An oppressive aura came from heaven and earth. The entire sky above the Wu River was dark, as if a storm was coming. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunderbolts descended from the sky and blasted Hairball's huge body. Zhang Luo and Duanmu Yijing's expressions changed. They quickly left the area. Their expressions were replaced with excitement. The primordial evil dragon is going to become a divine beast. Haha, the heavens are helping me. At the same time, the experts of the immortal Civ continent also sensed the terrifying aura. They immediately knew what was going on when they landed on the Wu River. The primordial evil dragon was going to become a divine beast. As long as it could withstand the thunderbolts of the heavenly Tao, it could become a divine beast that was as invincible as a divine emperor. One figure after another quickly rushed over. Everyone knew that a divine beast would be weak for a period of time after going through the tribulation. It was the best time for them to make a move. Such a thing had not happened for a long time. A divine beast, a spatial divine beast at that, would be like a tiger with wings. It was hard not to like it. Outside the Wu River, powerful existences appeared. Many people were afraid of their terrifying auras. They were all famous existences in the divine world. Ha ha ha! A spatial divine beast, the primordial evil dragon. With the primordial evil dragon, we can go to all the dangerous places in the divine world. A figure in a red robe suddenly appeared in the sky. He stared at the primordial evil dragon in the lightning and laughed. Many people gasped when they saw this person. It's got a massacre by Kai. Rumor has it that by Kai kills people like flies. With the primordial evil dragon, who can do anything to God a massacre, by Kai? I didn't expect that God a massacre, by Kai, would be attracted. I heard that he already has the strength of a heavenly deity emperor. God a massacre, dressed in a red robe, scared many people away. God a massacre, by Kai. The primordial evil dragon is a top-notch divine beast. It's not something you can have. Others might be afraid of your prestige, but I am not. A figure followed in the sky, not far away. It was a middle-aged man in black armor, with a heavy axe on his back. God a massacre, by Kai's eyes flashed, and he slashed with his huge saber. Lu Feng, how dare you compete with me for the primordial evil dragon? The middle-aged man in black armor was unmoved. He sneered, your prestige can only scare children. It's useless against me. Swoosh, swoosh. He also slashed with his heavy axe. Both of them were at each other's throats. Neither of them gained the upper hand in the simple exchange. They stopped attacking and stared at the primordial evil dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts came one after another. The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. No one could withstand such thunderbolts. A divine beast was indeed a divine beast. Its defense was ridiculously strong. Before the primordial evil dragon finished its tribulation, no one would try to snatch it. Everyone was waiting for the tribulation to end. A weakened primordial evil dragon, an extinct divine beast, would tempt any deity emperor. All of them hid in the void, ready to seize the opportunity to make a move. The thunderbolts slowed down. Rumble. Another huge bolt of lightning struck down. Everyone's mind was shaken as well. This was the last thunderbolt. The primordial evil dragon was struck into the river by the last thunderbolt. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the heavenly tribulation left. On the Wu River, a ferocious deity emperor's aura swept up. Snatch. Chapter 1957. Swish, 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 swish. The deity's sovereign no longer held back his strength. Hairball was struck into the water by the thunderbolt. Although she had reached the divine beast realm, she was still in a weakened state. Bai Kai, the god of slaughter, grabbed him with his hand, and his huge body was pulled out. The weakened state was equivalent to having no strength at all. She might be able to leave if she was at her peak. But now, Hairball couldn't resist at all. Bai Kai, let go of the primordial evil dragon. Lu Feng swung his poleaxe, and it landed on Bai Kai's arm. The ancient evil dragon's fur ball fell to the ground once more. How dare you ruin my plans? Endless killing intent surged toward Lu Feng. Ha! So what if I ruin your plans? Lu Feng wasn't the only one making a move. When the primordial evil dragon fell, many giant hands reached out and collided with each other. Many arms were smashed, and shockwaves swept out. The onlookers quickly retreated. Those who were slow were killed by the shockwaves. The young geniuses hid far away. No one dared to fight for it. Even Earth deity sovereigns might not dare to make a move. Even if they did, they wouldn't gain anything. For a moment, the Wu River was in chaos. Everyone wanted to snatch the primordial evil dragon. But as soon as they caught it, they were attacked from all sides. They had to let go of it. In just a moment, the sky was covered in blood. Kill! 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 Bai Kai was the craziest among them. He held a golden hammer and kept attacking deity sovereigns. The deity sovereign's strength repelled many people who wanted to fight for it. Bai Kai was the one closest to the primordial evil dragon. 13 life, seizing hammers. Killing God, Bai Kai shouted. The gold and copper turned into golden shadows, and deity emperors were sent flying away, vomiting blood. The primordial evil dragon is destined to be mine. Anyone who tries to snatch it will die. Bai Kai's killing intent soared to the sky. His fierce eyes made everyone feel numb. No one dared to look him in the eye. Lu Feng, you don't believe it either. Lu Feng was also sent flying by the countless hammers. Bai Kai tried to grab the primordial evil dragon again. Killer God Bai Kai's strength is indeed impressive. This is the true strength of a heavenly deity emperor. I'm afraid that not many people here can withstand the killing intent attack of killing God by Kai. After being pushed back, the divine emperor chose to stop. If he went up, he would only be humiliating himself. The gap between their realms was not small. They wanted to help, but were powerless. The immortal realm was huge, and it would take time for experts to rush over. At least for the time being, the killing God by Kai had the absolute advantage. No one could contend against him. Hairball felt weak all over. It was impossible for him to block this attack. Killing God by Kai. If you dare to capture me, prepare to be hunted down by my master. Hairball shouted. My master can deal with you with one finger. Hairball stared at Bai Kai fearlessly. Hairball's words drew a brief gasp of surprise. Everyone thought that the primordial evil dragon didn't have a master. After all, who would leave it in the Wu River Divine River if it had a master? Everyone had preconceived notions. They didn't think about it. Killing God by Kai said disdainfully, Master, even if you have a master, you'll be smashed to death by my hammer. Now, you'd better go back with me. Killing God by Kai. This emperor wants this primordial evil dragon. Immortal sifting continent. A terrifying pressure greeted them. The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable tone. Everyone was shivering in front of this pressure. Killing God by Kai didn't gain any advantage and was suppressed by the pressure. His arm couldn't move forward anymore, and his face was filled with shock. Immortal sifting divine emperor, you're shameless. In the sky, a white figure strode over. He appeared above everyone. Some people laughed. Duanmu Yijing of the Sky sect revealed a delighted expression. Great, the old ancestor is here. Who can compete with the old ancestor? The disciples of the Sky sect laughed. It turned out that the master of the immortal sifting continent, the immortal sifting divine emperor, personally took action. The primordial evil dragon that could grow into a top-notch spatial divine beast was worthy of any old ancestor's attention. Killing God by Kai cursed. The immortal sifting divine emperor was very young, but he was actually an old monster that had lived for a long time. Just the pressure of the heaven creation divine emperor could easily suppress Killing God by Kai. You can scram now. The immortal sifting divine emperor casually pressed down with his palm and sent Killing God by Kai flying out of the immortal sifting continent. This was because he was afraid of the old ancestor behind Killing God by Kai. Primordial evil dragon, a spatial divine beast. The immortal sifting divine emperor revealed a smile. It was naturally a good thing that such a divine beast appeared in his continent. You can leave too. The immortal sifting divine emperor attacked again. No one could see his movements, but a groan came from the void and blood splattered. He had already left the scene. In a moment, the immortal sifting divine emperor chased away all the spies in the dark. Return to the Sky sect with me. The primordial evil dragon Hairball was dragged by a force and flew toward the other party. Master, save me. Hairball realized that the white-clothed young man in front of her was very terrifying, even more so than Killing God by Kai. At this time, Hairball could only rely on her master. The immortal, sifting divine emperor did not care. In his territory, even if the heaven creation divine emperor came, he would not be able to take advantage of her. It's useless even if your master comes. Boom! A saber light drilled out of the Wu River Divine River and broke the connection in one strike. My Hairball is not someone you can capture. A figure soared into the sky from the bottom of the river with a divine emperor's aura. This saber strike came very quickly and did not leave any trace. The connection was broken just like that. Hairball transformed into her human form and stood behind a black-robed man. Master, it's that white-robed guy. Hairball said fiercely. Teach him a lesson. We must teach him a lesson. This scene shocked countless people. The primordial evil dragon really had a master. It was too surprising. Many people looked over. They all wanted to know who this person was that dared to be so presumptuous in front of the immortal, sifting divine emperor. This black-robed man looks somewhat familiar. Yes, he's D. Tion, the Tion who offended the 8 divine emperors. I remember he's here. He's Tion, the guy who killed tens of thousands of experts at the celestial Worthy Mountain. Many people exclaimed. Tion's fame was not small, especially since many forces in the divine world had issued a bounty to kill him. It was hard not to recognize him. The person who came out from the bottom of the river was Lin Fei, who had been in seclusion. The time bloodline was difficult to cultivate, but the space bloodline was also very difficult. Lin Fei cultivated day and night for a long time. He had the capital and was not afraid of divine power consumption. Originally, Lin Fei was ready to come out after the completion of the space bloodline, but he did not come out because he had mastered some of the space bloodline attacks. This delay caused Furball to be in danger the next time he came out. The immortal, sifting divine emperor had heard of this name. A guy with 2 top-notch bloodlines had made a name for himself in the divine world. It's you who wants to capture my hairball. Chapter 1958. No one would have expected that the primordial evil dragon divine beast was Tion's battle pet. Everyone was shocked by this. Before they could digest the news, they saw Tion take the initiative to attack the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor was surrounded by countless spatial blades. The trajectories of each spatial blade were constantly changing, and no one could see their true trajectories. This was tantamount to an untraceable attack. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing such a storm-like attack, they knew that they couldn't block it. Sooner or later, they would die under such an attack. In such a short time, Tion's strength had increased again. This undoubtedly made everyone jealous. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor was indeed a divine emperor of the same level as the heaven-splitting divine emperor. He easily blocked the storm-like attack, but there was anger on his face. For a junior to attack him, wasn't that a little too arrogant? Impudent. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor roared. The attacks that filled the sky were all shattered. You're just a junior with a notorious reputation. How dare you be so impudent in the celestial Civ continent? This emperor will personally capture you and hand you over to the 8 divine emperors to deal with. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor roared again, reaching out to grab Tion. With this grab, the entire world seemed to fall into the celestial Civ Divine Emperor's hand. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain. Shameless old thing. If you want my primordial evil dragon and my dual bloodlines, just say it. Why use the 8 divine emperors as a cover? Lin Fei laughed loudly. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor's grab caused Lin Fei to vanish before his eyes, causing the grab to miss. Lin Fei was also standing nearby. Looks like you don't have the ability to capture me, old thing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Hairball, didn't they want to capture you? Go and eat them now. I'll allow you to start a massacre. Whoosh. Lin Fei poured a thick wave of divine power into Hairball's body. Hairball's weak period recovered after absorbing a large amount of divine power. Only Lin Fei could help Hairball overcome her weak period in such a short time. Roar. I'll be the first to eat you. Hairball returned to its gigantic body, and a surge of evil energy surged out. Its fierce eyes stared directly at Duanmu Yijing, who was not far away. With a swoosh sound, it sent Duanmu Yijing flying. After becoming a divine beast, Hairball's speed increased by another level. Roar, roar, I'll eat it. Hairball opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow a group of people nearby. In his opinion, he didn't care if they were here to watch the show. He would eat them first. This display of might scared everyone to death. Not good, run. The divine beast is eating people. If I don't run, I'll die. At this moment, an invisible wave of fear spread out. The onlookers wished their parents had given them a few more legs so that they could escape from this place of trouble. No matter how fast they were not as fast as Hairball. Hairball shuttled back and forth, swallowing these godly kings, godly venerables, and even half-step god emperors. No one could block a single attack from Hairball. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's face was ashen. If today's matter were to spread, he would lose all face. Evil creature, don't be insolent. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not deal with it. He would deal with the primordial evil dragon first. If he did not take care of it, where would his dignity be? Bam! Bam! Celestial Luo, Divine Emperor, raised his hand and slapped at the primordial evil dragon. Hairball was very cunning. It shuttled back and forth, especially towards the places with the most people. The Divine Emperor is killing people. The Divine Emperor is killing people. Many people did not even have their bones left. Hairball was like a fish in the water, constantly dodging Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's attacks. It flashed near Duanmu Yijing and once again sent the Sky Sect's eldest senior brother flying. "Don't eat me," Ling Hu Sha shouted. Hairball still held a grudge against this guy. It opened its mouth and swallowed Ling Hu Sha, then pounced at Duanmu Yijing again. Duanmu Yijing was hit twice in a row and was seriously injured. If not for his treasures, his body would have been smashed. "Ancestor, save me." Seeing the primordial evil dragon charging at him, Duanmu Yijing completely panicked. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's expression was extremely unsightly. After failing several times in a row, he completely lost face. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Hairball in an incomparably domineering manner. Bam! This sword was extremely fast. Hairball reacted quickly, but he was still sent flying and crashed into a mountain. All of this happened in a short period of time. "You dare touch my Hairball, die." Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he cultivated quickly. Otherwise, Hairball would have been taken away. This was a divine beast that he had painstakingly cultivated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Attacks from all over the sky bombarded Duanmu Yijing. Duanmu Yijing himself was quite frightened. How could he block the untraceable attacks? In an instant, he was drowned by the spatial blades. His corpse was also chopped into countless pieces, falling into the Wu River and quickly being devoured by the fierce beasts. Celestial Luo, Divine Emperor's eldest senior brother, was killed in front of his eyes. His terrifying pressure alarmed the entire Celestial Luo continent. "Today, I will definitely kill you." An extremely sharp sword technique was unleashed. Lin Fei smelled danger. This was the Heaven Creation Divine Emperor's furious attack. It was no longer a small fight like before. "I'm just afraid that you won't be able to kill me." Lin Fei had his own confidence. Time of time, Lin Fei was not afraid of flaunting his seniority. He no longer concealed his time of great accomplishment and directly surged toward the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor. Let's see if the Heaven Creation Divine Emperor can withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh. In the face of the terrifying time of time, the unstoppable sword technique turned into dust and disappeared. The time of time crushed the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's body. After his sword technique attack was neutralized, the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor felt a sense of danger descend. When the time of time landed on his body, his chi and blood started to weaken. He was horrified on the spot. In that instant, he seemed to have lost thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This gave the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor quite a fright. Time of great accomplishment. The Celestial Luo Divine Emperor was quite frightened. He could not imagine how Di Tian could cultivate his bloodline ability to the great accomplishment realm. This was fatal. In just a dozen breaths, tens of thousands of years of lifespan were gone. Open. The Celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not think of dealing with Di Tian. He wielded his sword and broke through the time of time, forcibly rushing out. The tens of thousands of years of lifespan that had been lost made the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor want to cry. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor, where do you think you are going? Lin Fei sneered and activated the time of time again. He thought to himself, damn it, the time of great accomplishment is indeed useful. It's just that it consumes too much divine power. It's simply a bottomless pit. Even so, Lin Fei still wanted to deal with the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor. The Celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not dare to fight and kept fleeing. He was not willing to consume his lifespan again. Tens of thousands of years of lifespan at a time. How many times could he endure? Old thing, don't run. Chapter 1959. Those who were lucky enough to survive were dumbfounded. The celestial, sifting divine emperor is being hunted by Tion? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't Tion a little too overbearing? He didn't seem to have fought much earlier. Yet the immortal Civ continent's immortal Civ divine emperor turned around and fled. Who knows what's going on? How many people had seen a bloodline power that had reached the great success stage of time? If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial Civ divine emperor's realm was high, he probably wouldn't have been able to persevere for so long. The celestial Civ divine emperor definitely wouldn't go head-on against it before he had a treasure that could resist the passage of time. Thus, everyone saw the most unbelievable scene. Celestial Civ divine emperor was running away in a sorry state. Behind him was an immemorial evil dragon that was constantly tearing at him. Finally, there was a black-robed young man chasing after him. The entire immortal Civ continent was in an uproar. The celestial Civ divine emperor was an expert who had cultivated a divine palace, yet he was actually being hunted down by a junior. It was simply unbelievable. Old thing, don't run if you have the guts. Lin Fei chased after him, feeling proud in his heart. Back then, it was always the strong who chased after him. Now, it was finally his turn to chase after others. Time was really a good thing. No one could endure losing their lifespan. He had no choice but to run. Hairball was also behind the immortal Luo divine emperor. She also opened her mouth and bit off a few pieces of the immortal Luo divine emperor. The celestial sifting divine emperor was fast, but he couldn't shake off the primordial evil dragon and Tion. Tion, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I'll definitely kill you. The celestial net divine emperor was filled with rage and unwillingness as he threatened fiercely. You don't have to brag. I'm sick of hearing it. Lin Fei said disdainfully. The celestial, sifting divine emperor did not dare to stop. Even now, he still couldn't imagine how a time bloodline could be cultivated to the grand completion. That was something that required a long period of time. It had already been several generations since anyone managed to cultivate it. Now that it had appeared on a junior, the celestial Civ divine emperor was very displeased. Time cage. Lin Fei chased after him and once again used the time cage. Open the divine palace. A dazzling golden divine palace. It transformed into a world of its own and broke through the cage of time. The celestial, sifting divine emperor darted out once more. The heaven-splitting divine sovereign is indeed fast. It won't be easy to keep him here. Lin Fei thought to himself. Since I've offended the celestial, sifting divine sovereign, I won't be able to keep him here. It's better to be more ruthless. Lin Fei had an idea. Spatial exile. The celestial Civ god emperor was fleeing for his life. All of a sudden, a gigantic black hole appeared in front of him, and he dove right into it. This black hole came too quickly, leaving no traces behind. He didn't even give the celestial Civ divine emperor a chance to react. The celestial Civ divine emperor was directly exiled. As for where he was exiled to, Lin Fei didn't know. He only knew that he was in a certain corner of the god world. Hairball, let's go to the Sky Sect. This was Lin Fei's ruthless method. He would first banish the celestial Civ divine emperor. With one less powerful enemy, he could sweep through the Sky Sect. Since he was going to offend them anyway, he might as well go all out. Lin Fei and Hairball quickly arrived at the foot of the Sky Sect's mountain gate. As the largest sect in the immortal Civ continent, they were completely unaware of the impending danger. Hairball, charge in. Although Hairball had passed the period of weakness, but she still needed to replenish a large amount of chi and blood. Roar, I'm coming. Hairball didn't transform into her human form, but continued to maintain her original form. She roared at the sky, smashed open the Sky Sect's gate, and rushed in. The Sky Sect was very strong overall. In addition to the celestial Civ divine emperor, there were also 2 saint god emperors and a few heaven god emperors. It was also a very powerful force. Hairball rushed into the Sky Sect, her huge body smashing everywhere. She destroyed buildings one after another, and at the same time devoured the Sky Sect's disciples. As a divine beast that had advanced, Hairball could eat a lot. Hairball didn't care about the attacks of the Sky Sect's disciples. She let them fall on her body, but it was like tickling her, and had no effect. Oh no, a divine beast is coming in. Damn it, let's go all out. Hairball was unscrupulous. In the depths of the Sky Sect, two sharp auras came, blasting at Hairball through the air. Evil creature, this is the Sky Sect. How dare you be so arrogant? Both were Saint God Emperors of the Sky Sect. Two divine palaces smashed down. Their power was overwhelming. Any sect with a Saint God Emperor in charge was already very powerful, not to mention two at once. This divine beast was going to be seriously injured. My battle pet is not something you can deal with. Lin Fei's space bloodline was now fully developed, and he easily appeared behind the two Saint God Emperors. With a punch from each of them, the two Saint God Emperors were sent flying, smashing into a building in the distance. Space bloodline of great completion, hee. The two Saint God Emperors were shocked. They didn't even notice how the other party got close to them. Boom! Just as one of the Holy God Emperors got up, a huge foot stomped down, crushing him into the ground, leaving him in a bloody mess. Before the other Saint God Emperor could react, a strange punch landed in front of him, and blood splattered everywhere. Refreshing, too refreshing. Hairball went on a rampage, devouring the Sky Sect's disciples. Her power was getting stronger and stronger. Hairball, devour all the divine meridians of the Sky Sect. Not a single one left. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Hairball. The two Saint God Emperors were knocked to the ground, and a few more Heaven God Emperors appeared. As soon as they appeared, they were sent flying by Hairball's huge body. Sir, who are you? This is the Sky Sect. One of the Saint God Emperors had never met such an opponent before. After putting some distance between them, he shouted, I'm Tion. Have you heard of me? Lin Fei rushed up again. With the space bloodline of great completion, Lin Fei's speed reached the limit with just a thought. The Saint God Emperor reacted quickly, but he still missed time and again. Instead, he was covered in wounds. You're the infamous Tion? The Saint God Emperor recognized him. That's right, I'm you. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. The Saint God Emperor once again took out the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace turned into a world of its own, and divine soldiers and generals appeared all over the sky. He shouted, How dare you barge into the Sky Sect? Today, you'll die a horrible death. How could he bear being injured by a junior? Once the Divine Palace was opened, it was invincible. In this world, the Saint God Emperor was the strongest. This was the difference between the Saint God Emperor and the Heaven God Emperor. You can't trap me. Although the Divine Palace was awesome and formed a space of its own, as long as it was space, it could not stop Lin Fei from leaving. Boom! Lin Fei easily got out of the Divine Palace and punched the Saint God Emperor in the face. I said, you can't trap me. Divine Palace, haha. Boom! Boom! At the same time, under the Sky Sect's mountain range, Hairball swallowed a huge divine meridian. The two Saint God Emperors and Heaven God Emperors looked devastated, but they could not stop this divine beast. As long as it was something good, Furball would devour it, including the entire herb field, not leaving a single spot untouched. Chapter 1960. It's over. The Sky Sect is completely finished. The two Sacred God Emperors' eyes were bloodshot as they kept trying to stop the divine beast from destroying. One person stood in front of them, sending them flying and smashing into buildings one after another. In less than a moment, the entire Sky Sect was in ruins. But the Divine Palace that suppressed everything could not stop the two from destroying. Stop them. They go to the treasury. The divine beast Hairball kept destroying, inadvertently opening the Sky Sect's treasury. The two Sacred God Emperors groaned inwardly and ordered the Divine Emperor Elders to stop the divine beast from entering. Hairball, who had become a divine beast, had a huge body and was exceptionally terrifying. The treasury, which could prevent anyone from entering, was easily breached by Furball. One array after another was rendered useless, and the Divine Emperor Elder could only watch as the divine beast charged in. Lin Fei repelled the two Sacred God Emperors and also rushed into the Sky Sect's treasury. leaving behind the two sacred god emperors who were at their wits' end. Quickly contact the Patriarch. The two sacred god emperors had no idea that the Patriarch had been exiled to some corner of the divine realm. Deming, Luo Feng, you must hold Di Tian back. The Xian Luo divine emperor was about to vomit blood when he received the news. It was not easy for him to come out, occupy a continent, and establish the Sky Sect, but Di Tian just broke in. The Sky Sect was now greatly weakened, and now he broke into the treasury. It was killing him. Deming and Luo Feng were the two sacred god emperors of the Sky Sect who had condensed the divine palace. They had always been arrogant, but now they had suffered a blow. In front of a divine beast and a junior, the Sky Sect was like a child, and they were beaten into the treasury. Surround the treasury. Use the Sky Sect's treasures to seal the treasury. The two kept giving orders. Faced with the strange Di Tian, the two had no way of capturing him. In the treasury, Lin Fei and Hairball swept through, breaking the seals one by one. Big forces are big forces. Their foundations are extraordinarily deep. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of the mountainous piles of materials. Lin Fei was also a stubborn person. If he offended him, so be it. He might as well offend him a little more. If he could, he would. He definitely wouldn't leave anything good for the Sky Sect. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei and the divine beast rampaged around, and soon the treasury became empty. Even a mouse that came in would have to go out crying. God Emperor rank Godhead? In the innermost part of the treasury, Lin Fei accidentally discovered a God Emperor rank Godhead. There were more than 10 of them. Don't hold back, I'll take it all. Meanwhile, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor hurriedly passed through the continents. This caused the divine emperors of the great continents to be secretly shocked. Who exactly had offended this divine emperor who controlled a continent? Everyone loved to gossip. Everyone could tell that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Many people cast their gazes towards the heavenly sect of the immortal Civ continent, and they saw that the heavenly sect had practically turned into ruins. Large tracts of the herb fields had been dug away, leaving behind empty pits. The Sky Sect also suffered heavy casualties. All the deity emperors of the continents were shocked. Who on earth did this? The celestial Civ Divine Emperor returned to the heavenly sect of the immortal Civ continent as soon as possible. Once he returned to the heavenly sect and saw that it was in ruins, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Di Tian, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. His voice spread throughout the entire divine world. Everyone felt a chill as if they were enveloped by endless killing intent. Their bodies trembled, and it was as if there was a sharp sword hanging above their heads. Di Tian, now, everyone understood. Di Tian had come to the divine world to wreak havoc. In the next moment, what shocked the deity emperors of the great continents was that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was the heaven creation divine emperor. How could he be so helpless against Di Tian, who had just entered the divine emperor realm? Could it be that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was a vegetarian? This question shrouded everyone's hearts. Ancestor, you must take revenge for our disciples. The heavenly sect disciples cried. The arrogant heavenly sect disciples were completely terrified. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. A ferocious divine beast had eaten all the way here, regardless of whether it was a god king, a hierarch, or even a half-step god emperor, or a god emperor. They were all the other party's food. The ferocious mouth bit down. Any divine body was useless, and they were swallowed on the spot. When they saw the ancestor, they could not help but cry and complain about his evil deeds. Tao friend, celestial Civ, I'm here. In the void, a god emperor walked out. It was the celestial Civ Divine Emperor's good friend, the Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was also the ruler of a great continent. When he saw the tragic state of the heavenly sect, he could not help but frown. Who did this? Di Tian, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor, gritted his teeth. A shameless fellow. It's him. The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was shocked. I heard that many god emperors in the entire divine world are offering a bounty for Dtion's capture. He actually dares to appear in the divine world. Moreover, with your strength, it is not easy to take down Dtion. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor had a look of awkwardness and helplessness. He seems to have cultivated the time bloodline to the great success realm. I lost more than 10,000 years of my lifespan because of him. What? Time bloodline reached the great success realm. You are not mistaken. The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was shocked and could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? Without hundreds of millions of years of time bloodline, it is impossible to reach the great success realm. You ask me, how would I know? The celestial Civ Divine Emperor could not say the reason and said with a gloomy face, "We will talk about this later." The shameless Dtion killed this emperor's disciple. I would like to invite you to help me capture Dtion. We must not let him leave the celestial Civ continent. Boom! Before the Seven Fiends Divine Emperor could speak, a mountain range collapsed and a huge, ferocious beast rushed out. Its fierce eyes swept across everyone, causing their hair to stand on end. Old thing, you came back quite quickly. Lin Fei rushed up and stood on Hairball's back as he laughed loudly. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor shivered. He was a creation god emperor expert and was not far from the apotheosis god emperor realm. He did not expect that he would be easily exiled by the other party. This was something that had never happened before. Now that he was mentioned, he instantly lost all face. Dtion, you shameless fellow. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor roared. You better immediately hand over the things in the treasury. Otherwise, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, this emperor will kill you. Lin Fei laughed loudly. When you stole my battle pet, why didn't you think that your heavenly sect would be destroyed? This is a disaster caused by your greed. I am only asking for some mental compensation. Since you said that you will chase me to the ends of the earth, then come at me if you have the ability. The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor did not speak and watched coldly from the sidelines. This was the first time he had seen Dtion, but he had a deep understanding of his arrogance. When the celestial Civ Divine Emperor made his move, how could he have thought about it? Moreover, he was a creation god emperor, so what was there to be afraid of? Hand over the things in the treasury, and it's best if you surrender. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor's killing intent was cold like a cold wind. Kill me? You can't. Wah! Lin Fei appeared behind the celestial Civ Divine Emperor and punched him on the back, knocking him down on the spot. He coldly glared at the Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. You better not interfere, or else you will be the one losing face. Ho-ho, old thing. Is bullying me very satisfying? Chapter 1961. The entire heavenly sect was silent. The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was the ruler of a continent, but he was warned by a junior on the spot not to interfere in this matter. This immediately made him furious. Crazy, he's too crazy. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was about to teach Dtion a lesson and let him know that there was always someone better than him in the world. In the next second, the Seven Fiendish Deity Emperor's expression became exceptionally serious. His eyes stared into the distance, and his expression became increasingly solemn. How is this possible? I can't even capture the traces of Dtion's movements. Even though the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor could see Dtion, he couldn't see Dtion's every movement, not even with his spiritual consciousness. There was no pattern to speak of, and it did not reveal any traces. The celestial, sifting Divine Emperor was besieged by a divine beast and a human, and he almost couldn't find the time to counterattack. He was continuously beaten by Dtion. A moment ago, it was on the left, and in the next moment, it would appear on the right, and in the next moment, it would appear behind one's back. There was simply no time to dodge. Fellow Taoist, quickly make your move. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor opened his divine palace and created a space of his own, but he was unable to stop the attacks of a divine beast and a junior. Even though Xianxia's injuries were not severe, he had completely lost his face. Previously, he had even declared that he would pursue Xianxia to the ends of the world. Left with no choice, he could only beg the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor for help. Lin Fei punched the celestial Civ Divine Emperor again, and a sharp light swept over him. If you help him, be careful. Your sect won't be able to withstand the destruction from the two of us. I'm warning you. Now that his time in Space Bloodlines had reached the large success stage, Lin Fei had the confidence to face anyone. This was especially true when one's Space Bloodline reached major completion. One could go anywhere in the world. This was one of the benefits of a Space Bloodline reaching major completion. Time flow. Lin Fei once again unleashed flowing time and enveloped the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His lifespan flowed away. The Xianluo Divine Emperor's face turned pale. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took out a door and entered it, disappearing without a trace. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor must have suffered just now. Lin Fei laughed. Lifespan, however much it came, would be destroyed. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was indeed shocked by the other party's words. Who didn't have a sect to build? If Dition and the Divine Beast went up to cause trouble, it would probably be no different from the current Sky sect. This was not something he wanted to see. No matter how angry he was, he had to suppress it. Before the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor could make up his mind, the scene in front of him. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was shocked once again. The immortal Sifting Divine Emperor, who had said that he wanted to kill Dition, had actually run away. At the same time, the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor also felt a great terror. Could it be that what happened just now was the time of great success? The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was extremely afraid. His lifespan was limited, and losing a portion of it would have a great impact on his future. If Dition hadn't used time, he would have died. How could the immortal Civ Divine Emperor run? This time, the Seven Fiends Divine Emperor panicked. Humph! This emperor will remember this. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor did not dare to stay any longer. He panicked. He was the same as the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. He couldn't defeat him and didn't want to waste his lifespan for nothing. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Wait! Lin Fei stood in front of the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor, and a cold light shot out from his back. It was Hairball, who was staring at the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor. Master, this guy's chi and blood are also vigorous. He's a great tonic. If it was a normal time, the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor would deal with him. How could he allow him to say such words? But now he didn't dare to. A guy who couldn't catch his movements was definitely a difficult opponent, because his attacks would fail and he would waste energy for nothing. What are you doing? The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor said in a low voice. Lin Fei knew that the other party was afraid of him. The more he wanted the other party to leave something behind. I remember that you seemed to want to deal with me just now, and I've always been a vengeful person. Lin Fei said coldly. So, I'm preparing to visit your sect. You won't refuse, right? Visit? To think that you could say that. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor dared to guarantee that if he really went to visit, his sect would really be finished. The Sky sect was a lesson to be learned. Whether it was the sect's disciples, or the treasury, or even the herb fields and divine ranges, they were all destroyed. You dare! The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor roared. Old thing, try shouting again. I'll bite you right away. Hairball's voice was even louder, and it reverberated throughout the immortal Civ continent. Lin Fei glared at Hairball. What are you shouting for? What if you scare people? Only then did he turn back and say to the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor, this guy is addicted to eating. Don't mind him. How could I not mind? The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor had seen it just now. This divine beast was extremely ferocious, biting off a few pieces of flesh from the immortal Civ Divine Emperor. What exactly do you want? The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor suppressed his anger and regretted coming to help. If he knew that Dition was so ferocious, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. He didn't even see the immortal Civ Divine Emperor run away. I've been lacking divine ranges recently, and I want you to sponsor me. A few hundred heaven-grade divine ranges will do. Lin Fei said casually. Don't even think about it. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor almost shouted out, but he held it in. Who was this guy in front of him? This was a guy who could make the immortal Civ Divine Emperor suffer. If he didn't give it, would this guy be sent back to the sect? The God Palace couldn't suppress him, so the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor didn't notice. But if he really handed over the divine ranges, he wouldn't be able to put his face down. In Senior's eyes, a genius like me should be sponsored. If you have any problems in the future, I can help you too. Don't you think so? Lin Fei said with a smile. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was very clear that he had to give the divine ranges. There are 800 heaven-grade divine ranges here. Helpless, the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor took out the divine ranges. Even if it was to leave an impression, he didn't wait for Lin Fei to speak and directly disappeared. Senior is still the best. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor almost fell from the sky. Infuriating. The people of the Sky Sect were at a loss. The old ancestor came and then ran away. The old ancestor's good friend was even blackmailed by Tion. When did Tion become so arrogant? You two, I don't need to say more. You should know what to do. Lin Fei said, staring at the two holy god emperors. We know. Even the old ancestor couldn't do it, let alone the two of them. They could only take out the divine ranges and reluctantly hand them over to Lin Fei. Lin Fei plundered thousands of divine ranges in one go. He didn't care about the rest, so he stood on Hairball and left the Sky Sect. After a long time, the Sky Sect disciples all sat on the ground, paralyzed. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Master, where are we going now? After Hairball became a divine beast, her body became even larger. She was tens of thousands of feet long, just like a mountain, majestic and domineering. Anyway, the people of the divine realm don't like us. I'll go sit with a few acquaintances. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Hairball chuckled. Then I can go on a killing spree and eat to my heart's content. Lin Fei glared. All you know is to eat. Chapter 1962. After Lin Fei left, Celestial Luo Divine Emperor returned and saw the ruined Sky Sect. His killing intent was thick. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor also appeared. Daoist Celestial Luo, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Tion isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's actions infuriated Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. He was extorted for no reason and lost a few hundred heaven god veins. Who could he complain to? Celestial Luo Divine Emperor despised Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. He couldn't say anything now. This emperor must kill Tion. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor felt that he had to show his attitude, even though he was getting more and more wary of Tion. 20,000 years of lifespan. This wasn't heaven god veins, but lifespan. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor couldn't find anyone to reason with, as he might not be able to make up for the loss. I don't blame you for this. Tion is really cunning and shameless. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor said. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor asked carefully, Tion really cultivated the time bloodline to great success? Celestial Luo Divine Emperor smiled bitterly. If not for the time bloodline, why would I be wary of him? Also, I feel that his space bloodline has reached a great realm. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor didn't know what to say. Lin Fei and Hairball swaggered through the void. During this period, they made some comparisons. The space bloodline at great success was much stronger than Hairball's space ability. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Space god beasts were space god beasts. They were different. There were many continents in the divine world. Lin Fei and Hairball didn't hide their tracks. His first goal was to head to the continent where Celestial Emperor Xianxia was. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to vent his anger on the time and space bloodlines to let the 8 Celestial Emperors know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the other hand, it was to make them feel pain and deter them from finding trouble in the mysterious sky world. The controlling Celestial Emperors of the continents. Actually, they had more or less heard some rumors. For example, Tion had a space god beast by his side. These Celestial Emperors were hesitant and didn't make a move. Many people coveted the space divine beast. The fact that the immortal Civ Divine Sovereign didn't pursue Tion undoubtedly told everyone that Tion wasn't so easy to deal with. Decisively, some divine emperors decided to let Di Tian go. He didn't want to offend the other party for the time being. However, there were still some divine emperor forces. He did not feel at ease letting Di Tian leave, so he led the experts under him to chase after Di Tian. In the Sunset Continent, Lin Fei was blocked by the divine emperor. Many major forces acted at the same time. Capture Di Tian and reward him heavily. Don't let Di Tian escape. He's just a minor divine emperor. Everyone, let's attack together. The alliance of the major powers was quite a big one. Among them, there were quite a few famous forces. They sent a team led by the Saint God Emperor, with thousands of people. Not only did they want to snatch the divine beast of space, but they also wanted to seize Di Tian's double bloodlines. Anyone who saw such a force would feel their scalp go numb, and they would not dare to offend them easily. As soon as they arrived, they threw down a big hat, punishing the scum on behalf of the God Realm. After a few words, everyone began to move. They were so excited. Lin Fei and Hairball chuckled and went on a killing spree. Hairball's huge body rammed into them in a domineering manner, smashing through experts one after another. Its bloody mouth was not idle either. It opened its mouth and ate people, eating one from the east and one from the west. Everyone's attacks could not hit Hairball at all. In less than a moment, Hairball ate a large number of experts, making everyone's scalp go numb. They lost their will to fight and fled. On the other side, Lin Fei was also on a killing spree. The power of time was on full display. Wherever it passed, white bones fell. The Saint God Emperor was so frightened that he abandoned his subordinates and fled in a hurry, crying out, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." One man and one divine beast defeated the other party. Lin Fei's reputation became even more ferocious. Have you heard? The peerless villain Di Tian destroyed another force. I heard. Di Tian is too ferocious. Bringing a spatial divine beast, he barged into the territory of someone else's sect and plundered all kinds of resources. I also heard that Di Tian's spatial divine beast is an extinct ancient evil dragon. It is innately ferocious and loves to eat people. The stronger one is, the more it likes it. That's really too scary. News spread quickly in the divine realm. Lin Fei's reputation grew even more ferocious, and Hairball's reputation also caught up with Lin Fei, its master. After all, the impression of Hairball was that it ate people. This wasn't something that everyone would like. Being killed was fine, but if one was eaten, just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. The news kept spreading. There were few who dared to make a move. It was said that the Saint God Emperor who fled chose to remain silent. No one knew what his last gasp was. No matter how much they asked, there was no result. When they were anxious, they blurted out, "It's best not to offend Di Tian, ever." The experts of the divine realm were all gossipy. When this was spread, everyone was even more curious. How could Di Tian, who had just entered the divine emperor realm, scare the Saint God Emperor in his silence? Only by killing them until they are afraid will they behave. Lin Fei and Hairball were still on their way. Now that they entered every continent, the divine emperors in charge restrained their forces and did not let them act recklessly. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Along the way, Lin Fei did not let anyone who dared to make a move. Bringing Hairball with him, he barged into their base camp and swept away all their resources. Lin Fei was feeling very good these few days. After the news spread, the divine emperors in the continents began to restrain their forces. Lin Fei was itching for a few days. They did not take the initiative to make a move, and Lin Fei was too embarrassed to kill them. He knew the logic here. There were even some divine emperors who took the initiative to invite Lin Fei to be their guests, giving him enough face. When they left, they even gave him a generous gift, divine veins. Lin Fei did not reject them and accepted them all. They were so polite, so why not? Did he want to make them feel uneasy? Lin Fei passed through one continent after another and finally arrived at the Jingyi continent. This was the continent controlled by divine Emperor Jingyi. It was very rich in resources, far from what the continents outside could compare to. I smell a lot of delicious things. Hairball patted her stomach and drooled. Lin Fei patted Hairball's head. You only know how to eat. Be careful that you don't get stuffed to death. Hairball showed her snow-white teeth. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Standing on the Zhengyi continent, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. Divine Emperor Zhengyi, Junior Lin Fei, is here to pay a visit. A loud rumble reverberated throughout the Zhengyi continent. Back when he was chased by the 8 divine emperors, Lin Fei remembered very clearly that his first goal was to come to the Zhengyi continent to vent his anger. Chapter 1963. The Zhengyi Sect. The largest sect in the Zhengyi continent occupied the best area of the continent. There were many mountains in the Zhengyi sect. In the main hall of the Zhengyi sect, the figures of the elders landed in the main hall one after another. They all looked angry. Each and every one of these elders was a famous figure in the god world. However, they had not shown themselves in public for a long time. Instead, they had been in secluded cultivation all this time. At this moment, the elders appeared one by one because of a sentence that echoed in the Zhengyi continent. The infamous Di Tian had arrived. No one was unfamiliar with the name Di Tian. In particular, he had recently become so infamous that the divine emperors in charge of the continents did not dare to make a move. It could be said that Di Tian was the most famous one. However, Di Tian's fierce reputation made many people uncomfortable. Ever since Di Tian swept away the hostile forces and passed through the continents, everyone had been guessing what this fierce man wanted to do. When he arrived at the Zhengyi continent, everyone knew that Di Tian had come for the Zhengyi sect. Di Tian is too arrogant. It's fine if he's fierce outside, but now he dares to come to our Zhengyi continent. He doesn't know what's good for him. An elder sneered with killing intent. I don't know why Di Tian dares to come to our Zhengyi continent. As long as the patriarch says the word, I'll be the first to go out and kill him and take his bloodline. We can't let that bastard Di Tian go. Many geniuses of our Zhengyi sect have died in Di Tian's hands. It's best to kill him in the Zhengyi continent this time. The elders spoke one after another, their eyes filled with disdain. Suddenly, a divine king came in to report, a disciple of the Zhengyi sect is going to deal with Di Tian. Should we stop him? The 8 divine emperors occupied the best resources of the continents in the divine realm. The disciples of the sect were all proud and arrogant. Many of them had long regarded Di Tian as the enemy of the Zhengyi sect. Now Di Tian had barged in. The disciples of the Zhengyi sect were not convinced. They attacked in groups of 3 to 5, wanted to teach Di Tian a lesson. There were some famous disciples among them. An elder arranged for 2 divine emperors to keep an eye on him. In their eyes, Di Tian was nothing. All the disciples of the Zhengyi sect had a bright future ahead of them. How could they allow Di Tian to kill them? Divine Son Tianba has gone. Not long after, the Divine Son also went to find Di Tian. Lin Fei stood in the sky above Zhengyi continent. He's here. The sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. One by one, the younger generation entered Lin Fei's field of vision. Primary disciple Yang Ming, Di Tian die? The young man in the lead shouted. He slashed out with a sword light, and the sword light turned into a myriad of real and fake, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Di Tian, your life is mine. Another disciple of the primary first rank charged over from a war chariot. The disciples of Zhengyi school were all arrogant. Everyone wanted to be the first to kill Di Tian. They wanted to use the fame of killing Di Tian to let everyone in the world know how powerful they were. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. All the attacks in the sky disappeared without a trace within a radius of 300 meters. I, Di Tian, am not someone you can kill as you wish, Lin Fei said faintly. Hairball, go and eat them all. Hairball couldn't wait to go forward. Hairball, who had entered the divine beast realm, was considered to have entered the mature stage. The mature ancient evil dragon had to eat a lot to improve its strength. Hairball had been drooling as soon as they appeared. All of them had strong qi and blood. Eating them would be very helpful to improve its strength. The disciples of the Zhengyi school were indeed geniuses. Their qi and blood were also very strong. Hairball rushed out as soon as the order was given. Countless disciples of the Zhengyi school were sent flying with a single attack. Hairball went on a rampage, sending people flying one after another. Too weak, Hairball opened its mouth and swallowed several disciples of the Zhengyi school. It was very satisfying. How dare you challenge my master with your strength? Hairball attacked again. No matter how they dodged, it was useless in front of the space divine beast Hairball. All the forces of the Zhengyi continent had their eyes fixed on this place. Seeing the rampaging ancient evil dragon and the disciples of the Zhengyi school being routed, their eyes were wide open. Although Tian was infamous, they had never seen him in person. Everyone thought he was just bragging. Now that they saw how strong the ancient evil dragon was, they subconsciously shrank their necks, secretly glad that they didn't attack it. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by a divine beast. In less than a moment, the disciples of the Zhengyi school who attacked Tian had all fled. Most of them had been eaten, and the remaining ones were pale. Tian, hurry up and tell your divine beast to stop. The two celestial divine emperors who came later were furious. They had lost so many disciples in such a short time. How could they not be heartbroken? Hairball, eat them. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hairball bumped into the two celestial divine emperors and sent them flying. Her figure flashed again and appeared behind another celestial divine emperor. She opened her mouth and bit him, dripping blood. Hairball had her own way to deal with this kind of celestial divine emperor. She attacked back and forth with her speed, leaving them helpless. Among the people present, only Lin Fei could see the traces of Hairball's movement. In less than a dozen breaths, the celestial divine emperor was badly mutilated and had to flee. The other celestial divine emperor saw that the situation was not good and also fled. Don't chase. Lin Fei called Hairball back and suddenly looked at a place. Divine Sun is here. Why hide? You know, I'm proficient in space. Tian, I've really widened my horizons today. Divine Sun Tianba stepped out. A bunch of trash wants to kill you? You're courting death. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You also want to kill me? That's right, I'm Divine Sun. Divine Sun Tianba laughed. I like people like you the most. Why don't you be my follower and conquer the world for me? Hairball said disdainfully. You? I'll eat you in one bite. Divine Sun Tianba laughed. You haven't reached the top-notch divine beast realm. You're too weak. Bang! Divine Sun Tianba moved. Hairball's huge body was blasted away and smashed into a distant mountain range. Dust flew everywhere. Roar, roar, I'm gonna eat you. Hairball roared and arrived behind Divine Sun Tianba. She opened her mouth and bit. Divine Sun Tianba didn't panic and sent Hairball flying with another punch. Hairball, come back. Lin Fei didn't let Hairball continue attacking. Instead, he shouted to his side.